coming to you from the city of the weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Tonight, Chris Jordan here, coming at you live from Austin, Texas. Well, live for the first couple minutes. Tonight we will be airing our entire coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023. It was a fantastic time. It was great. It was awesome to help sponsor the event. It was awesome to be there to cover the event. I have been editing and putting things together and getting things ready and getting it shot out. Here in just a few minutes, everything will go live to the website. Here in just a few minutes, everything will go live everywhere. Unfortunately, YouTube has decided to crush our feed tonight and not let us through. So I will keep attempting that over the next couple minutes. If anything, folks, I will try to replace that and send along the YouTube link to there. But I would like to thank all of our guests. I'd first of all like to thank my wife, Amy, for coming and helping me this last weekend at MUFON Symposium. It was a great time. It was fantastic. I could not have asked for a better 48th birthday weekend. And Sev Talk, Mindy Topfist, Terry lygne-kehl, Peter Robbins, fantastic MC this year. Happy birthday to you, my friend. And, well, before we get going any crazy, folks, let's go ahead and get into it. We've got about 9.5 hours of broadcast tonight coming to you from MUFON Symposium 2023. Here we go. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the official Curious Realm coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023, coming to you from Covington, Kentucky. Our first guest today is an artist and vendor here at the show, Lee Grabarczyk of Soulful Symbols. I was struck by your artwork when I walked in, Lee. Watching you unload it. I myself do a lot of work in the realm of therapy music, things like that. So the idea of frequencies, color, things like that to me are hugely important.
Yes, and the idea of therapy, that is really great. Because what I love about art, love about music, we interpret it the way we wish.
Yeah.
We feel it the way we wish. It's not words. You know, with all of the art that I've created here, when people look at it, they're drawn to the piece that works for them. No one is telling them, you know, I have this idea and concept, and these are the words, and follow my 5 steps to success. It's just that they're drawn to it organically.
Yeah.
And that is, then they get to interpret it like music or crystals or anything. They get to interpret the way they want to, and I find that that's just really intimate and lovely and great.
For years, that is... I did avant-garde music, very, very emotive in its root, things like that, much more arrangement of sound and sonics than melody and harmony.
Lovely.
You say lovely. A lot of people, like my dad, were like, whoa, why don't you write something with a beat you could dance to? And I'm like, well, you know, the important thing is that it moved you. Whether you liked it or not, it evoked an emotion from you. So mission accomplished for me. As the artist.
Yes, that is so true. That's exactly it. If I look at something, or it maybe it is something that brings up some kind of strong feeling of even disgust, or brings up some kind of feeling that maybe I'm just not comfortable with, it's been successful.
Yeah.
Because art, for me, in that regard, is designed to expand awareness, expand consciousness. If I look at something and I go, oh, great, I saw that before, or, oh, it doesn't resonate in any kind of way that is invoking some kind of inspirational thought, it doesn't succeed. So if it's doing that, if it's churning up something within me that is like, wow, I didn't really think about that, or wow, I have this feeling about that, that has value. And I really put a lot of my own emotions into this, and then of course it's fun to watch other people react to it.
Absolutely. And let's go ahead and show the audience a piece real quick. I would
one
like
of them
to see one.
Yeah,
there
so
we
this
go.
is an example.
So very much, once again, sacred geometry at its finest. I have always been fascinated by Metatron and things like that.
Yes.
Many of the seals, sigils, and to see much of this same geometry incorporated in your work. How do you begin a piece?
So each of these pieces is really based on the energy of a person. So they're all inspired by a person. Sometimes they are inspired by a general concept or idea. And then what I do is I basically say, okay, universe, you tell me what's going on here. What is it that I'm to do? And then I get it kind of like an inspiration. It comes up in my upper right field of vision in my mind. And then I start drawing it. I draw the basic shape of it. So the basic shape of it can be seen in the line drawing.
Yeah.
Whatever, I'm moving my finger too quickly. There it is. So the line drawing of it is this structure. And then what I do is then I put into the line drawing the tonality of it, so the black and white halftone. And then once I feel that I've got enough contrast, movement, energy, etc. going on, then I reflect on the coloration. And then the colors start building in, and then that takes time. And they come in waves, and I just continue to build on that. And as we talked about briefly before, once that is completed, I can feel it organically. You know, I think one of the things with art is you have to know when to stop, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
when I get to a point where I energetically feel like a rush of energy, I know I'm done. And then here is another one. I think this is one of the ones that you were also...
that one resonated with me hugely. And I think part of it may just be the color scheme, quite honestly. I'm a Cajun by upbringing, so immediately, as you can tell, I am drawn to Mardi Gras colors.
Yes. Purple. Yes, you are.
Purple, green, yellow.
So this was created for an ET experiencer.
Wow.
So a person who is an experiencer who is quite noteworthy in their own right, this is their piece.
Okay.
And so for you to respond to that at MUFON, because we're all part of this little group of ET experiences, for you to respond to it in that way, that's fascinating to me because it all, again, connects.
Well, and I will tell you my personal story. This was actually the piece that resonated with me. Lee gave me a sheet with numerous pieces on it, no descriptions, and just said, which one speaks to you? And out of the second page, this is the one that I found. And interestingly enough, the meaning of it, the universe adorns me with its magnificence. I live in the paradise of my own creation. One of the big messages of this show, Lee, is manifestation, and the idea that we are locked in a paradigm in this world of believing that we can't. Which is a horrible place to be, like, emotionally as a people. And I think one of the things too is to look at, so if something isn't working, something's being served by the thing that's not working. In other words, there's a lot of people who are afraid of success. There's a lot of people who are afraid of being famous because they don't want a target on their back, or they don't want to be known, or they want to be found out, or they don't want everybody to understand their business or follow them or lose their anonymity or whatever. There are so many reasons why we have what we have. And I think one of the most important concepts for any of us is to have what you have. This is what I have. I am single. I have that I am single. I have that I am this age. And own it. Own it. You know, I love Quentin Crisp the other day. I saw an interview of him all the way back in 1982. And he was being interviewed by somebody, by David Letterman. And David Letterman was asking, well, don't you want to fit in? And he goes, no, I don't want to fit in. He goes, why would I lie about who I am? What is that? What does that do? What does that serve? He said, let them discover me or not. And I thought, this just
brilliant. Because I think there's two things for me in my life that are absolutely essential. One is living in the question of, who am I? Every day, who am I? Who am I in this day? Who am I in this moment? Who am I in this whatever? And then the next step is, am I doing that?
Yeah.
Am I true to whatever that happens to be?
Yes.
If I am that, everything works.
Well, it's kind of the idea of great to give yourself the the smiley affirmation in the mirror in the morning, but if you don't follow that up,
yes.
if you don't look for that affirmation
yes.
throughout your day, you've missed that.
Yes, you can't. So one of the things in holistics I think is really important is to be authentic. Because if I were to kind of like, and there's a whole bunch of things that in holistics too about owning your shadow, shadow work is really important. Because when people don't own that part of themselves, they project that.
Yes.
And then they project that in a way that then makes it about the other person and controlling their actions. Let me tell you how I feel better if you do the following. Let me tell you how I will be less uncomfortable if you do the following. Instead of really looking at their own behaviors.
Yeah.
So all of us have the right to be ourselves. That's God-given. And if we're not doing it, that's on us. That's because that's our responsibility. So all of these pieces come out of this kind of, I don't know, is this moment in my life where I had so many hardships, where I was like, okay, what is it? I tried this, I tried that, I tried everything else. None of these things worked. Universe, tell me, what is it I need to do? And then it came in.
Wow. Now, was it the fact that you were a student of sacred geometry before you started this work?
Not really. No, I mean, I have a degree from Pratt Institute, a degree in art direction way back when, and I had worked in marketing, etc. And then I lost a business of 20 years, and a lot of hardships and a lot of bad things happened to me. And I was trying to figure out what to do next, and I had a friend of mine who was very ill. He had cancer, and he said to me, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you when I go. And I was like, how are you going to do this? I'm going to help you. So I was working on this design for this person who was looking at what is it to be successful and single? Like, how is it that we can celebrate? We have rings on our fingers when we're married, but what is it to celebrate being single? And the very first sacred geometric form was connected to that, but connected to him. I went to his wake. I'm there. I'm driving. I can feel the energy. I look up in my mind's eye and I see that symbol. So that symbol, that little bit of happy, is the logo. And that kind of began the ball rolling on this. So that logo, I found out years later, matches the design of Atlantis.
Oh, wow.
Almost to the letter. So in Mauritania, there's theories about Mauritania, but there's this whole thing about Plato or Aristotle, the description of Atlantis. That fits it.
Yeah, the three rings.
Yes, yeah, because it goes right. If you were to take this and grid it over it, it matches it exactly.
Wow.
And that's how it began.
Wow. Incredible. And it was, once again, was it the fact of your connection to frequency, your connection to these things?
I've always had a strong connection to it. Now, I've had a strong connection to frequency, and yes, formally sacred geometry, no. But when I was a child, I loved Etch-a-Sketch.
Okay.
And after that, spirograph. And I would work with spirograph endlessly. My parents thought that I was crazy.
I was going to ask if your work was spirographic in inspiration.
In the beginning, yes. Yeah, in the beginning it was.
I got my son a metal spirograph. I don't know if you know they came out with that, but the 50th anniversary version is
cool.
all metal cogs.
Oh, I got to try that.
Oh, it's all... They don't crack. They don't get all worn out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I would be like...
It's incredible. Incredible. But now, you have other works that you've done with people that coordinate with star systems.
Yes.
How did those come about? Let's go ahead and show one of those.
Right. So this one is this came in with that one there. You can see the artwork. And so I had created that art for this person, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago. And when I did it, I looked at it and went, I think there's something else going on here. Now, prior to that moment, I didn't really think there was a stellar connection. Like, I just didn't really think that was a thing. But when I looked at, and I kept looking, I was like, I have to look at this. So I looked at local constellations, and this is part of the Matariki Star Nebula or the Pleiadian star system. And I said to this person, I went, why don't you go ahead and read the starseed information, see if it resonates with you. And they were blown away. They said to me, that's me. I mean, and it's so specific. And one of the specific examples was that you will be greeted by a tall interdimensional being or extraterrestrial when you're between some age. I don't know, it was like 5 and 9. Well, that happened to them.
Wow.
In the way, and then the other kind of general characteristics. So I was like, okay. So that is one example. But there are others that have happened.
And was it the fact of you were already aware of starseed, things like that, when you made that?
I was a little aware of it. I've since become much more aware of it.
Okay.
Starseed information came to me about 4 or 5 years ago. Prior to that, I really didn't know much about it.
Okay.
I remember reading a little bit about the Orion, you know, my big bald head, big eyes. I have that whole Orion thing going on. And I was like, oh, I really feel this really is pretty accurate. I mean, this is pretty close to who I am. Sense of humor, mathematician, but kind of wild too, like this whole combo pack. And that was my introduction. But beyond that, the 33 common ones, whatever they are, or there's just such an incredible, now there's so, like from blue avians and it's endless. It's like a whole science at this point. That came much later.
Yeah. And when you're making these, when you are actively creating your art, how is it the fact of you have a starting point from somebody when you start up a piece for someone?
Yeah, I pretty much, when I meet somebody, I get imagery immediately. And the imagery seems to be structurally referential to their essence. So one of the things that I've kind of noticed is, and this is, so when people do ayahuasca or psilocybin or et cetera, they see the matrix structures.
Sure.
They see all of and they're all sacred geometry.
Yeah, the fractal nature
of the universe is really sacred geometry. And that's my opinion, at least.
Sure.
And then on top of that, schizophrenics, for example. Schizophrenics, as they become degenerative, then they're basically moving out of this orientation in reality into the more cosmic.
Well, almost fragmented
cosmic, exactly. So we see all the pieces assembled. We see the puzzle pieces assembled.
Yeah.
They see the puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
And they see the puzzle pieces in a way that kind of makes it look very kind of chaotic or loopy, or they don't know what's going on. But we see them and we go, oh, this is all that. But it's not. It's just this. We're seeing the puzzle pieces arranged based on our perspective, our belief systems, our orientation. That's how we're doing it. Of course, everybody sees everything a little differently, but that's why. So the structural mechanisms, the backbone of our reality, is really created out of these geometric forms of fractals, I think, created by tetrahedron-like little things driven by energetic thought or intention. So everything is being manifested out of these pre-existing ideas. So you could call the structural systems the universe, or what people might call God, and you can say the mechanisms that move those things around, either the coming from consciousness, collective consciousness, or the organic intention of the original idea. So in other words, if I suspend my control, I can flow with the energy of life in a way that then allows for better outcomes.
Yeah.
And so anyway, but the structural devices of those things, those mechanisms, those formulas, if you would, have a geometric representation. Those geometric representations, when people who have ordered one of these look at them, brings the person back into the original factory settings free of fear. Because all of these are free of fear. These are all representational ideas independent of fear that bring the person back into their own self in a way that lets them understand their greater value without doubting.
Well, even the fact of the mantra.
Yes.
That is given with each one that kind of explains the energy behind it and the representation of the image. That is, it's such a beautiful thing to give somebody, just that one sentence to be able to ingrain in your head.
And what I love about it is the affirmation is the affirmation. In other words, the affirmation affirms why you wanted that in the first place.
Yes.
It's not just that it's an affirmation in a sense that empowers you with whatever it is that you're working on. It's an affirmation in, yes, you chose correctly.
Well, even the fact,
which is wild to me. Because again,
even the fact of, once again, the concept of manifestation and getting people to understand their place as a cog in the universe is a big part of this show, and why I do this show. I love talking about. Well, I could sit back and probably talk with 4 or 5 dudes about conspiracy theories all day long. I guess I don't know to what end, Lee.
Right.
For me, it's the fact of let's demystify this. Let's get to the point of empathy, of understanding why somebody believes something they believe because of their experience. And that's why I love coming to MUFON Con, is because, there is a full realm of experiencer here. I sponsor a lot of shows across the country, quite a few in Texas, a lot of cryptid cons, things like that, where, hey, I have had my own religious epiphanies and moments of beauty in the universe where I was connected in a totally different way than anybody else in that room at that time. Nobody else experienced that but me.
Yes.
So, it can be hard to share that. It can be hard to let that truth be known sometimes.
Yeah, it is. It's not being, and it isn't easy being an individual. But we're social beings. We want to be parts of groups. We want to be connected. We want to be loved. And,
we want to be affirmed.
We want to be affirmed. Yeah. And, if we're doing something that isn't necessarily acceptable, even though it has great value, well, you can hold back on it. You can become a pioneer.
Yeah.
And what's so interesting to me is that success, like what I would call finding your purpose. We'll call it finding your purpose.
Sure.
Finding your purpose is just living whatever it is that is you. Yeah. And the rest comes out of that. Like all of this. So I had, like, about 4 or 5 years ago, I was just sort of frustrated with things, and I wanted to be some kind of positive something. And I was tired of complaining about it. I was like, I'm just sick of complaining about it. Course of Miracles began the same way. Course of Miracles began with 2 people, if you're familiar with it, coming out of the, I think it was 70s. 2 people from, I think they were NYU, a woman and man, and both therapists. And they were like, we need to do something here. And then they started channeling out Course of Miracles. What I find fascinating is the Course of Miracles book got published, and then the woman who channeled it died. She did her job, basically. Yeah. So when we're frustrated and upset about something, we have choices. We can kind of like say, okay, what is it within me and my purpose that I can then become the thing that I feel is the counterpoint to this? Or do I just want to live in complaint and all of that?
Yeah.
And if you want to live in complaint and if you want to live in that kind of pain, then that's what you're going to attract. Because if I want to complain about things, and I'm always have things to complain about, then I'm going to get this, that, and the other thing. Next thing I know, I'm sick, and I'm whatever. So, or I can celebrate and be in my joy of, okay, this is what's concerning me, but I can do the following.
Yeah.
Which is what you do.
Well, precisely, and that's just it. Like it is a conscious decision every day to wake up.
Absolutely.
You could wake up and go, man, it's Monday. It sucks.
Exactly.
And I've had that job. I've definitely had a cubicle life at one point in my life. I don't know that I could ever go back to that now that I've seen the other side. Lee. Yeah. Even the world of broadcast, things like that. Like I prefer my hacking through the jungle Indiana Jones freelance lifestyle where it's let me hunt the next gig. Because
people
there's something
want
to it.
So somebody says, well, I'm just going to become myself. And then out of that, they kind of create this meme of success and attraction. And everybody's like, okay, I'm going to wear the hair the way that they do and the bracelets the way that they do and the clothing. And I'm going to drive the car that they car, whatever. But that's all external stuff. And it's just second fiddle to somebody else's concepts. What is it that's true for them? What is it that they want to do? What is it that they want to resonate with? And then everybody eventually goes, wow, that's really great. I want to be like them. Sometimes you have to be your own, like you just have to be find your own way. You have to be your own inspiration in a way. You have to find your own path in a way. And then eventually things click along and then you find your tribe and other people who feel the same way and you're off. But that desert, like what they would call, the days in the desert, the days of the journey, that is hard. But that's what really shows the universe and to the person you were worth your own efforts in your own being and becoming and being your authentic self. And as a reward, here you go.
Well, and especially with artwork like this, where you're working with experiencers, you're working with people that have had these fully energetic experiences. And the more I talk with people like Kathleen Martin, Sev Talk, people on the Experiencer resource team with MUFON, the more it is the fact, and it makes perfect sense as far as physics. Like these are high vibrational fields.
Yep.
These are plasmic fields. Those change things. And to have been in the presence of that will change you. It'll change the way you vibrate, period.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we mentioned this is when I was this is really kind of a tell on the connection to ET world. So there is that one piece that's done. You can see the art, and then to the side of that, you can see its orientation.
From Booties.
The constellation, which is the Arcturian starseed. So this was done back in 2019, and about 4 weeks later, this popped up in some field in Western England. So when I did I do work in intuition too, and I was brought in to do an investigation into a ghost viewing with a person who is pretty well known in the New York area. And I'm going upstairs, and we're doing investigation, and we're trying to figure out, this is a 18th, I think it was built in the late 1700s. And we're upstairs in this attic, and it's kind of wild, and then all of a sudden, everything dies. Like the Coleman lamp dies, and then all of the electronics goes wonky, and the temperature drops.
Wow.
And, and the signals are going off. So this person who was doing this has a lot of equipment. And I was they were really their investigation per se. I was just brought in as a kind of an advisor. So I'm there with them, and they're doing this. And then the person who's leading this asks questions of a thing called a spirit box. And for those who don't know what that is, that's basically a box that extrapolates out of radio signals, different kinds of words and phrases. And it does seem to have value. I mean, a lot of times it's just nonsense, but then you'll hear a clear word. So we went through a whole series of questions about who is up here. Is it the captain, which was the guy, or is it this person or that person? It was just like nothing, or just no response, like nothing. And then the person goes on a totally different tangent. We were not getting into ET stuff. We were not going to go into that realm. He asks, is this extraterrestrial? Yes. You hear, like the electronic digital version of it was like, yes. And it was, I remember thinking, this is great. Like this is happening. And I'm looking around the people, like we're all like, oh my goodness. So then he started rattling off star systems, and he goes, are you part of the Zeta, blah, blah, blah. And you hear, yes. And then he goes, okay. And it was this time the yes was clearer. So then he goes through a bunch of other questions and nothing. And then he goes, do you know anybody in this room? Lee.
Ooh.
So I was the person
Wow.
who they identified. And now we're all like, and I went, wait a second, did everybody hear that?
Yeah.
Because did that just happen? So they're asking this. Then what, then he goes, and I'm just stupefied at this point. He goes, what are you doing with Lee? We give him information. And they're like, what do you mean information? Art. Like that.
Wow.
So who knows what's real? But that there is, I am a part of an experiencer group. And the people who are in, many of them at least, are in that group, they do connect to this art in a kind of really visceral way, much the way that you do it, in fact. One in particular, really. And I think it's kind of what I really think. So in the friend-a-foe part of this for the symposium.
Sure.
Let's go with the friend part. Some people have said that really, if you were to look at ET world as a religion, if they were looking at traditional religion, their goal is, let us raise the vibration. If we raise the vibration, we can give a voice. So think of wisdom as a disembodied consciousness trying to find an outlet.
Sure. Sophia.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's trying to find an outlet. If I can raise the vibration of the mechanisms that can then bring that into fruition, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Because now what I've done is I've taken something that was just kind of floating out there, I've given it a voice, and now it's raising.
You've given it a conduit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we are.
Yeah, you've cleared a
their
path.
interest, if I would, my feeling at least, their interest is not in we become mechanisms of that. And they want that because it serves everything.
Yeah.
It raises everything. And every single being that has that, doing that is affecting, because all systems are open, is affecting everything else. And it's such a way to really, really drive things up. So who knows, maybe through this observation, this is just one little teeny piece of the puzzle. Because I came online with this, because I never really had a passion about this stuff before.
You have an incredible passion for this.
Yes,
Lee.
This is my jam, man. I mean, I'm like loving it. So with this intensity, this is then going to be brought to something, and then it triggers another person and another person and another person, and I'm really love to hear other people's stories. I love to hear other people's. There is a woman who was on, who I really, I just get that she's the real deal, and she was so animated about these because she said to me that I saw these on the ship.
Interesting.
So she said she saw them on the ship, and she said they're spheres. So let me just talk about this. You're looking at a two-dimensional item, right?
Yeah.
They're three-dimensional items with pulsation, color change, and sound. They move, and I do a screen capture of them. I just kind of pop them. She did, and I actually heard this from somebody else. These are tools on the ship when this is just her perspective. So sometimes when the children are being brought on, and they're being brought on for evaluation, or maybe they're going to harvest some kind of, they're going to harvest some kind of donor egg, et cetera. So they bring them in, and sometimes they're all like freaked out.
Yeah.
So what they do is they give them this game, and the game is that. So these things float. They come into them, and then the way that the woman described it is that as she's looking at this thing, the little other hybrid people are laughing at her, and they're telepathically telling her, no, you don't talk about it. You have to think it. You have to think what it is that you want. And so she thought of a flower, and immediately the thing morphed, and she got an entire description of life forms and how they grow, and then the thing started growing, this life form that she was interested in. Oh. It's an educational tool. So these, from her perspective, and are nothing more than little kind of, if you would, learning tools that the person, like a flashcard.
Yeah, each
but
one's
a
like a
three-dimensional.
program.
It's a program. It's a three-dimensional program that morphs into whatever it is the consciousness is thinking to show the person what it is that they need to know to educate them through this experiential interaction, which also is done energetically. I mean, it's way beyond my abilities.
That is
fun.
deep and thick,
Yes.
Lee. And now we have you for a couple more minutes. How does this artwork affect you? I always find it interesting to. I guess it's because my process, whenever I am making music, is very energetic.
Yes.
There have been there was one person who became my bandmate. One out of the many years of playing with other people with electronic music, and he was the only one that when we were done, not only said as most people do, like, "Wow, that was weird." Like, did you feel that?
Yes.
That was weird.
Yes.
His question after was, do you think we could do that again? And I was like, oh, I guarantee you I can make that happen again. Like what you just felt while we were making that. Like, oh, yeah. Like, you're the first person to ever ask me to do it again.
Yeah.
Most people are like, one and done. They're like, wow, that was intense. I don't know if I could handle another 3-hour session like that.
Yeah. So every time that I do it, I go through the same kind of, I have the blank slate, and then I have the image pop in, and I start, and then I kind of get a little freaked out, like, will I be able to do this? And then it starts coming in. But all of them always wrap up with the same energetic burst. I mean, I get such a rush of energy at the end. I'm like pulsating, and at the very end, I kind of almost let out a yell. I kick my head back, and I don't scream, but I kind of like make this very primal, like because I'm releasing whatever it is, and then I'm done.
Wow.
And then I do it all over again. And I do it all over, and each of them imprint on me. So every single thing is building upon itself. And all of the different concepts and ideas start latticing outwardly to grow a greater understanding structurally to support bigger ideas.
We just interviewed Jan Nassari at the International Remote Viewing Association. He was there with a booth talking about carbonic certainty.
Oh.
And the idea that we are carbonic beings. We're carbon. His hashtag is hashtag diamond vehicle. Like, you could be a charcoal, you could be a diamond. The only difference is the pressure that it takes to make the diamond. So don't be afraid of the pressure.
Exactly.
Don't be afraid of it. But it was really interesting hearing his philosophy of, because of the fact that we are carbon, we are exhaling carbon all the time.
Yes.
And every bit of that carbon, the same way you can program a piece of quartz, what have you, every bit of that is programmed with our vibration.
Yes.
And that is going out into the world, positive or negative. So the idea of you actively birthing that out of you with your breath at the end is fantastic and beautiful and amazing, because his whole concept is the fact that you have the option and choice to be reborn with every breath.
Yes.
Every breath.
Yes.
You have that option.
Yes, it's
to find a whole new you and to program the world in a whole different way around you.
I remember I had a vocal coach, because I used to be singing when I was younger, and she used to say, when you sing out into eternity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I want to thank you so much for coming on. Your energy in there was absolutely amazing, as well as the energy of your work. Look here at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to get in touch with you, because you do private work. You do private art for people to help boost their energetic field. So let everybody know where they can go to find you and find your art.
We currently, it's called Soulful Symbols, but they haven't converted it over. So if you look at www.soulfulmandalas.com, because originally that was the name. So it's MANDALAS, mandalas.com. And all the information is there. Or you can see me also on Instagram, where it's soulful_mandalas. But, and then keep up with what's going on. I am in the process of developing some products just to kind of, I feel like it's the kids, like they're the kids. I need to get the kids out there. And we're going to continue to develop it. But this is our very first show I really have ever done with a friend of mine, and we're continuing to grow it.
It's fantastic.
Thank
I
you so
love
much.
it. So amazing. While you are online checking out everything from Soulful Symbols, soulfulmandalas.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find our YouTube channel. All the YouTube channels of our guests are there as well. Also, all of the books from our guests are right there at curiousrealm.com/store. Stay tuned through these commercial messages, folks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Day 1 of MUFON Symposium 2023 right here in Covington, Kentucky. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our continuing coverage of MUFON 2023, the symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky. Our guest in this segment is Barbra Sobhani, and you were here actively presenting on the physical affects of people after UFO UAP experiences. That is one of the things that I love talking about on this show. Especially with all of the very interesting science coming out in the world of UFO UAP study. How did you first get into the world of UFO UAP study, Barbara?
Well, literally since birth. My father, John Schuessler, founded MUFON. So I was present from the very beginning.
Wow.
Now, and I was just thinking the other day, like, what is my first real memory of MUFON and MUFON Symposiums in particular, and it was the 1980 symposium that was held in Texas. That's like the first one I really remember going to session. There you go. Oh, okay, yeah. There you go. Really remember thinking, wow, okay, this is this thing that my dad does.
Wow. Yeah, my dad sold tires, so okay. I don't know if a convention would have been the same for us.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
But, I mean, with a life steeped in this, when did you first begin actual work and study in the field?
That's a great question. I think because it was really sort of part of the family business, so to speak. I helped my dad with things along the way, growing up, even in the Cash Landrum case. That's, the case that really consumed much of his work and his life.
It was a big one. That happened right in my backyard when I was a kid. I grew up in Crosby, Kennefic, Texas. So it was literally right down the road. I was born in 1975. I was a kid when it happened.
Right.
I remember hearing about it, things like that. And it is one of the many cases where, they, the families suffered burns, all kinds of effects afterward.
Right. And because of the really quite severe effects that they had following their encounter, I think that's where it sort of brought it to my attention very early on. Because here's a case that really our whole family was involved in helping with the investigation.
Wow.
My mom transcribed all of the interviews for that case. We got to know the family very well. I think because of that early interaction, that is why looking at this aspect has always been important. So, even as a young person, I saw firsthand what can happen. And, my thought was, as we go forward with this UFO investigation and getting involved in cases and really understanding that has to be a part of what we do. Try to better understand what's happening and how people can be helped.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, we've had Sev talk on regularly talking about the experiencer resource team, things like that.
Right.
But this falls much more in the realm of the STAR team, the people who go out and physically investigate after reports have been taken in to take soil samples, radiation, things like that. Not a lot of people realize that there are different teams within MUFON that handle different aspects of the investigation.
Yes, absolutely.
And that really kind of helps some investigators not get so personally involved as things move down the line. It preserves much more of an evidentiary chain, things like that.
And, that's another part of how I've stayed involved in MUFON through the years as well. During the time that my dad was the international director, because of my background in, at the time, just physics, and now I have degrees in physics, geophysics, and biology, sort of
Wow.
keep expanding my knowledge
Wow.
base. But at the
Go
time,
letters.
at the time, you know, with my physics background, he's like, you know, let's dig back into our training manuals. Let's make sure that, you know, what we're doing and how we're training our field investigators covers the things that it needs to cover.
Yeah.
And so I did help with that early on as well.
Wow.
So I've always been doing a lot of behind the scenes.
Fingers in a lot of MUFON pies.
lot of behind the scenes work.
Well,
Absolutely.
Let's get into specifically the Cash Landrum case, because
Okay.
once again, that one being in my backyard as a kid has always fascinated me. And I didn't even realize till Texas UFO Con last year, Nick Redfern gave a talk on the associations between the Cash Landrum case and Rendlesham Forest. They both happened on the same night.
Right.
And I never knew that, never realized it,
Okay.
and had never really heard the hypothesis until that point that it was possibly an alien reproduction vehicle gone wrong, which would fully explain the 10, 12 military helicopters that were closely following it.
Right. Actually, there's 21 total.
Yeah, and
Yep.
and materials spewing out of the craft, things like that. So let's get into the case a little bit.
All right, so you know, you've alluded to a couple really important details about this case. You know, these three folks were just driving home, in an area you're familiar with. So, you know, long straight
It's
roads.
pretty country, yeah.
Really out there, you know, there's nowhere to go when something happens. And
No.
so as these folks were driving down, and Colby in the back seat was like, what's that? You know, and Betty and Vicky were chatting and, you know, whatever. And then they realized Colby was starting to get really upset. And they looked, and then they saw there's something coming down over the road. And so that's when they stopped. That's when Betty got out of the car, you know, and that 10 minutes or so that she was out of the car and that they were in close proximity to this craft of whatever origin it was,
Yeah.
It changed their lives. And, you know, that was a big part of really trying to dig in and figure out what it was. Is there someone that can be held responsible or not? That was a big part of the after investigation and the work that my dad did. And it does appear that the craft was malfunctioning. And, you know, so that brings up the question in my mind, like, was the damage that they received physically because it was malfunctioning?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, or was it just because they were in close proximity and they shouldn't have been? But the fact that there were 21 helicopters present in even closer proximity to the craft than these folks, you know, most likely there were effects of those pilots as well.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
and so if what appeared to be sort of these helicopters were trying to shepherd it out of the area,
Yeah.
you know, and then there was pretty good tracking that this object had moved along and then moved off into the
Yeah.
Gulf, and
Which would be going, at least from that direction, pretty well directly over Ellis Air Force Base, right down near Galveston, where they have all the air shows. I mean,
Right.
It basically happened pretty well right in between Lackland and Ellis. So
right, and then there's Ellington Field, not too
Yeah.
far south of there as well.
yeah,
right,
and
right.
quite a few areas that 21 choppers could have taken off from. I'm from the West Houston area. We have
Yeah.
a huge staging ground for the National Guard, all kinds of
Okay,
things.
right.
So all of that in pretty close proximity.
Yeah, and a lot of work was done to try to verify, if possible, where those helicopters were deployed from, and of course, no one admitted to having they even
Choppers
would
in the air.
well, and not only that, you know, one of the folks that my dad talked with, you know, told him, "Oh well, we don't deploy our choppers at night ever." He's like, really?
How do you do a nighttime training exercise?
Really?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah.
We only chopper things during the day in the military.
Right. And yes, I mean, it just silly, right?
That's ridiculous.
Just
That's
silly.
ridiculous.
Like, you can't. But I think they were hoping, oh, we'll tell them this and they'll go away.
Yeah.
Right, and not worry about it. But you know. Finding help for Betty, Vicky, and Colby, that was, you know, I mean, yes, there's a lot of question about the incident itself and the craft and what happened, but ultimately these folks were injured.
Yeah.
And there needed to be some accountability.
Well, and it came down to a mountain of physical evidence, burn marks on the road, dead trees, all kinds of things, melted asphalt, injuries to them, radiation burns, and
and physical effects to the car. I mean, there was lots. This is a case, and I think that's why it really stood out in so many ways. There's just an immense amount of physical evidence.
Yeah, really, one of the only cases prior to that. I mean, there was, of course, Pascagoula, things like that beforehand, but Betty and Barney Hill was really one of the only ones with that much physical evidence.
Right, absolutely.
And the physical evidence, even going into his life later, going into Colby's life, he was affected for years.
Yes, absolutely.
And if I'm not mistaken, that actively led to a lawsuit, correct?
Yes. So
I mean, this was far before the Area 51, you've been burning materials near our city lawsuit.
Right.
Where people first sued the military and said, hey, you've been burning stuff and it's been hurting us, and they had to admit Area 51 existed.
Right. And I mean, unfortunately, the lawsuit was not successful. You know, there's a lot of powers at work there. But we have documentation from, like, one of the memos from the Air Force that we received. It clearly says these folks were exposed to radiation. You know, and here's their physical effects. And you know, but it didn't go the next step to say, well, yes, and we were involved, and we, you know, it just says, okay, here's the report. Yeah. Here's what happened. But they made it clear, like, yes, these folks were injured. They were exposed to radiation.
Wow. And how did that, let's get into the affect of their life afterward, because it's always hard for any experiencer, but when it's been a physical experience like that, it compounds things in a different way.
Absolutely. I mean, really, all three of their lives were changed forever. You know, prior to this, Betty was, you know, she was a business owner, very, you know, she's a tough lady, you know. Yeah. And after the incident, based on her level of illness over the years, it completely changed her life. She no longer could run her businesses, and it changed her. You know, I mean, clearly the immediate after effects of the exposure were very severe. You know, chunks of hair falling out, blisters all over the body. Yeah. You know, nausea, all of the things that really an intense
extreme radiation poisoning.
Right. In an intense dose of radiation, she had all of those symptoms just following.
Were they able to tell what kind of radiation?
And you know, that is the interesting question, and one of the things that my dad tried to pull in as many specialists as he could to try to help figure that out.
Sure.
Because at the time, you know, there were not other cases where you had this sort of really direct correlation. Very visceral. Right.
And extreme amounts of physical evidence that you can tap into.
Right. So, you know, between the physical effects to the witnesses, the physical effects to the car, the dashboard was melted. Yep. Later, the windshield to the car just randomly shattered later. And then the road, as you mentioned, so the road was melted, and then not very long after that, Texas Department of Transportation came and removed that whole section.
Cleared it all out.
Yep, removed the section of the road.
Amazing how
repaved it,
fast they did that, but all the surrounding roads are still under construction.
Right, exactly.
Still, like I'm almost 50 and they're still under construction over there.
Yes. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And now, Colby, let's get into him a little bit because he was very young when this happened.
Correct.
Are you still in contact with Colby? Do you?
My dad is still in contact with Colby. And you know, he kept in touch and actually pretty close contact with all of the folks. Of course, Betty and Vicky have both passed, but he is still in contact with Colby.
Wow. And
Yep.
and how has his life come about from this?
Well, I mean, again, it changed him. You know, from he was a boy that loved to be outside, loved to, you know, run in the woods and do the things.
Yeah.
And then after this event, that just all changed. And then, you know, of course, physically, you know, the effects of this exposure changed him as well. And you know, for a lot of his life, he and he's still a very private person.
Yeah.
You know, and it's really for us as a family, you know, it's been more about, you know, making sure that they're all right.
Yeah.
And you know, and protecting them, their privacy as much as they want. And you know, it's tragic.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and like I said, these folks are changed forever.
Yeah, and that is the experience that I hear more and more and more. I've interviewed tons of people, and I don't know anybody that their experience started out like a song, where it was a great experience.
Right.
It starts out like a Disney movie, like first 5-10 minutes or something bad may happen. We're
Right,
going to change and evolve throughout the story, and we will end on a happy note. But so many people with experiences, it shakes them to the core.
Right.
Barbara.
Right.
Have you ever had an experience yourself?
Certainly never an experience like that.
Sure.
The only experience I've had was sort of just, you know, an unusual light in the sky that I knew for sure was not, you know, I'm a trained observer in terms of the night sky.
And physicist.
So, and I've spent a lot of time outdoors, a lot of time looking at the sky, a lot of time helping others learn about the night sky, do a lot of, you know, that type of work with astronomy. And, I did have, I was walking home at night, late at night, looking at the stars, and there was very, very high altitude, very fast moving red object that I crossed all the way across the sky.
Wow.
So, and, you know, that was it.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't anything, but it is one of those things like, I know all of the things that was not.
Yeah, precisely, which is
Yeah.
really the important thing, to know what it's not.
Right.
And that we, on this show, I mean, I explain to people all the time, I could probably sit down and talk with people about conspiracy theories all day. I prefer to get down to nitty-gritty and start breaking things apart and really demystify topics for people and try to make it to where it is explainable and palatable for everybody. And this is one of the topics right now that has finally been busted open in our country.
Right.
We finally have a dialogue going on it. It's no longer a point of ridicule the way it used to be. Even last year with the symposium being Friend or Foe 1.0, how did the media treat things? Now it's Friend or Foe 2.0. How is the military and the media treating things? You know, even the recent whistleblower testimony where they thanked the media for their hand-in-hand cooperation. And it was like, wow. Like since 47?
Yeah, right. Right.
But even then, you know, it's one of those, in 47, we were still in full trust of our government.
Sure.
We didn't have things like the Pentagon Papers yet showing us that we got into Vietnam illegally. We didn't have things like if Iran-Contra happened, our grandparents would have demanded heads.
Right.
They would have ridden people out of town and out of their jobs on a rail if that happened.
Right.
You know, and yeah, it's interesting to see that conversation now open to see the media using terms like UFO denier.
Right. And it is a huge shift. And again, even thinking about, how open can investigators be? I mean, MUFON is not my full-time job.
No,
right?
It's nobody's full-time job. Everybody's volunteer.
Right, exactly. So being able to be involved, be open about being involved.
That's right.
And push for more investigation, more support, more, and for particularly for cases like, the Cash Landrum case. It was still the giggle factor back then, right? Like any kind of suggestion that was a UFO that harmed those folks was, it can't be that. But maybe it was, and maybe it wasn't.
Sure.
I mean, at this point, we can't tell, and we don't know.
At that point, the government was doing a lot of things, trying to make nuclear-powered aircraft, all kinds of stuff.
Right. So it could have been, and so it's not really about that, but that giggle factor impacted how folks took them seriously or not.
How doctors took them seriously.
Absolutely. How doctors, which is why, it's important for the investigator to know, okay, these are the folks that I need to go to for these specialties. When these kinds of things happen, I need to put these people in touch with the folks who are going to take them seriously. Yeah. Right. And know how to follow up.
Absolutely. Right. And that is the two of the things I hold and talk about all the time about MUFON on this show is all volunteer.
Yep.
Believe it or not, folks, that is one of the most important things about MUFON, because as soon as you have somebody drawing a salary, that means you are beholden to who gives you the money.
Right.
It means your research is now beholden to who gives you the money.
Sure.
So the fact that it's all volunteer is a beautiful, amazing thing, because it really does leave that door blown wide open. You are not beholden to anyone about the data that you put out, and that's awesome, because I mean, good God, what was it, the head of Princeton that just retired? It was either Princeton or Caltech, because he had loaded six or seven studies that came out of the university. It came out that wasn't fully the case, but even the appearance of impropriety destroys those studies.
Right.
And destroys the fact of those studies.
Right.
To think that he did that for whoever was sponsoring those studies to make sure that data came out the way that they needed it to come out, which is all too often the case with studies.
Right. And so that's that, to your point. I mean, that is why, I've stayed involved with MUFON all of these years because of that, right? Yeah. And having a volunteer network as well, you can bring in so many more people. Yes. So you have that expertise that you need in all areas. If you're limited to, 4 or 5 people that are getting paid to do the thing, then you've only got those 4 or 5 people, right? But instead, we have a well-trained group of volunteers that can jump in and get to work.
And I can imagine even some contractors in the background that are volunteers, because of the fact that because they aren't getting money, they are not in violation of their agreements.
Right.
Which opens a whole door of other possibilities. The second thing that I talk about all the time is the forensic process.
Yes.
The fact that since 1969, it has been the intake process, the process of we receive your experience, we put it through the ringer, and if needed, we bring a STAR team out. If needed, we bring the ERT team out.
Right.
But all of those are separate to preserve the integrity of investigation and to preserve the integrity of the data.
Right. And the folks who volunteer to become field investigators, they go through a very rigorous training process.
I show it on air every time we talk about it. I don't have it with me, but it is 3 fingers thick, man. Yeah. It's 3 fingers thick.
Yeah, absolutely.
It goes deep into a lot of stuff.
Yep. And, and we're even thinking about, as MUFON is evolving and moving forward, and as the phenomena is evolving, what more do we need to do? What other
Yeah.
types of trainings do we need to provide for our field investigators and for our state directors and for all these folks that are doing these amazing things for MUFON?
Yeah.
What does MUFON then need to be doing to help keep them current and as up to date and,
Yeah.
and as informed as possible? I mean, we already do a lot, but
Yeah.
there's always more. There's always more that you
tons
can
more.
do.
Like, most people do not realize the first congressional panel that happened, the majority of questions came from either MUFON cases or were curated from MUFON.
Correct.
Um,
Right.
It was a lot. It was a huge amount. And my next question was actually going to be, because of the current climate and things that have changed, how will that be changing the way MUFON investigates? Will it be bringing about new forms of investigation or new channels being opened up for you guys?
Well, something that actually is a huge step forward for MUFON is we now have our own lab that is very well equipped to do all
Yes.
sorts of investigation, because that's been something over the years, and we've been working on developing this lab capability for quite a while. But finding in the past, finding labs that would do an analysis of trace samples of whatever types of analysis need to be done.
Yeah.
Are we going to get that sample back? Are we going to,
Which
are
is
we
all
gonna
too
get that-
often the case, where it's
Right.
like, sorry, got lost in shipping.
Right. I mean,
Randomly. It made it here, but it never made it back to you.
Right, and you may or may not get the analysis of said sample. So by having that as an asset for MUFON, again, all volunteer run, but we've been able to outfit this lab thanks to donations from folks. And we now have a really state-of-the-art way to deal with trace evidence, which is amazing. So I think that's going to be really important moving forward, because
Absolutely.
the more data-driven that we can be with investigations, the better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of the things I bring up regularly is the idea of how people are affected by their experience, especially physically affected. The work of Kathleen Barden specifically, going into how people are spiritually changed, how people come back and they are healed from things. They come back and can even help heal other people. That is really remarkable to think about. And even all the new physics that we are discovering, the concept of parallel dimension, all of these things. And for me, it's the idea of a magnet near a watch. I don't have to hold a really powerful one near there to affect and permanently affect the gears that are in there.
Sure.
And if you get around any high order radio signals, things like that, they can affect you.
Right.
So for me, it's the fact of vibrational technology that may be used in this to be able to cloak, hover, gravity defiance, things like that. That is very, very high order, high static field, things like that that can affect you for a long time.
And that was something that interested me and still interests me in trying to see, all right, looking back at historic cases in particular, from the reports that we have and from data that we have from some of those historic cases, can we start to glean trends in what has happened versus what is happening now? What kind of connections can we make? And we may not have all of the data that we need, but we have so much historic data that I think it's really important to start looking at that and start trying to connect the dots. Because, has there been a change in the type of technology that's visiting? Maybe there has.
Oh,
right?
sure.
And
sure.
And it would make sense. So can we see that? Can we see that in what's been reported, in how it's been affecting people, how it's been affecting, other types of trace evidence? And does that give us clues about technology?
Even the familiarized phenomena around it.
Right.
The idea that in the last many years, sightings of cryptids and UFOs going up, paranormal experiences and UFOs going up, experiencers experiencing paranormal events after.
Sure.
it's interesting to think how interconnected they may all be.
And I think that's important. It's an important thing to pay attention to the wide range of phenomena.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you I'm only going to look at this one little piece of it, you're probably going to be missing half of what's going on.
And even the idea of Grush in his testimony saying, non-human intelligence, it takes it out of the box.
Right.
The problem is it's been in a box for so long.
Sure.
All of these things have been wrapped into a box called Kleenex, when really they're all different types of tissue.
Right. There you go.
And like I've heard from so many experiencers, after their experience, it's like they've realized that they've been living their life in a box. And after their experience, I never knew this world was outside of this box that I lived in.
Right.
And they are connected with the world and with people in a totally different way. It's remarkable to see the change. So,
absolutely.
Thank you so much for all the work that you've done in the world of MUFON, and I'd love to have you on again and again to talk about updates and technology, because there's a whole world of technology that so many people are not aware that's coming out. I have a knowledge vault on my website full of declassified government documents, patents, all kinds of things. The fact that a year and a half ago, Lockheed Martin put out a patent for an F-16 nuclear reactor, or a nuclear reactor that fits inside of an F-16 platform, smaller than your car.
Right.
That allows for a lot of things in our skies.
Yeah,
that allows for a lot of things in our skies when people have been saying it would take a nuclear reactor to get this kind of energy. Well, we have them. We have them.
Right. And that's why it's important to, like I said, you got to pay attention to many things.
That's right.
Many things, and it's a lot. There's
myopic eyes see very little, Barbara.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Let everybody know where they can keep up with your work, where they can go to join in with MUFON, help out, where they can come and help you and help provide evidence.
Yeah, well, definitely MUFON.com. If you have a sighting, please report it. Please report it. That allows us to gather that information that we need to help. Your report may confirm somebody else's report, folks. I mean, even 20, 30 years down the line, report it. Absolutely. Yes, if it's something that happened a long time ago, go in and report it. Yeah. That is the first, if something's happening, that's the first thing I do is go in and check, okay, what else has been reported? I cannot wait until you guys start leveraging the world of AI with your database. Right. Oh my God, the things that are going to pop out are going to be phenomenal. So keep your ears tuned, folks. The world is changing around us every day with this topic. While you're online checking out everything from MUFON at MUFON.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. Like, follow, subscribe, share. That's where you can find the Curious Realm store. CuriousRealm.com/store is where you can buy all of the books from our authors and researchers that we have here on the show. Stay tuned after these commercial messages. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 from Covington, Kentucky, right after this. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile
of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky. We have with us right now Jim Lawrence. He is a UFO UAP investigator from New Brunswick, Canada. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. It was great to run into you. You've got some amazing cases here in the printout that you have been handing out to folks. How long have you been into UFO UAP research, Jim?
Well, if you want to go clear back, I got very interested in this subject when I was 12 years old. I grew up on a family farm, and my dad it was discussing an article. Near as I can tell, it was probably they had probably seen it in probably Men's True magazine. That's the only periodical I could think that was floating through the house at the time. And I was an avid reader from the time, even preschool. I remember trying to read Superman comics. I can hardly wait till I learn how to read till I can see what these things say. And so they were talking about this UFO case where the ladies, as much as I can remember of it, the lady had a UFO had stopped her car or something. She heard a little bit of telepathic messages. And my dad and the other farmer were discussing. My dad just said, well, I don't have any problem with the idea of life in outer space and on other planets. And it would just kind of hit me like a paradigm shift. Wow, I never thought of that before. That is interesting. And then from there, I've read every available thing on the subject I find. Probably to date, I've read probably between 5,000 to 10,000 books on.
Wow.
And, and at first, when reading and going through high school, I was fascinated with science fiction. I read a lot of that. And then by the time I got to grade 12, I said, okay, no more fiction, because truth is much stranger than fiction.
Yeah.
And so, and it didn't matter if I was reading true crime, spirituality. I researched acupuncture 5 years in probably 1970, 5 years before it was introduced into the U.S. And I remember I knew the mainstream medicine view on it.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, well, 3,000-year-old medicine versus 200-year-old medicine.
Yeah.
This is a no-brainer. But anyway, it was another 5 years before that even caught up. So that's kind of how I got into it. Yeah.
Yeah. And now, what brought you to actual field investigation into UFO?
Well, that was a long process. I've been reading everything I get my hands on. And keep in mind, I was 12 years old then. I'm 66 years old now. But I never told a single soul till 2 years ago that I was interested locally, that I was interested in this subject. Because I have my own business. I still work every day. And I didn't, I didn't want to,
affect your business.
I didn't want to affect my business. I felt and it didn't matter if I was for me, it could be spirituality, it could be psychics, it could be any of those subjects. But ufology was always my favorite, and still is my favorite. And so that's kind of what. So from there, for years I was reading these. What happened was, in our hometown, when I was about 24 years old, Stanton Friedman was coming to our town to speak. So I remember looking at the newspaper and saying to my wife, I don't care what people think. I'm going to go see that, because I was still worried about the stigma side.
Sure.
And I was worried about that till about 2 years ago. So anyway, so I'm standing in line. There's actually a fairly big crowd going this one evening, and I'm a little self-conscious, and I look over, hey, Fred, there's my accountant. Hey, how you doing? And hey, Sam, there's my electrician. Oh, I'm now more comfortable going.
Yeah.
And I'd already read many, many books on the subject, and I was blown away with Stanton about how normal he made it all sound and his depth of knowledge.
Yeah.
And so, and over the years, and keep in mind, I only live an hour away from his hometown. And so that was where I first got to know Stan. But I never really knew him until about probably on a personal basis until about 5 years before he passed away. So that's kind of where I got started. After that, about probably 15 years ago, my wife actually got for my birthday a cruise. And I thought, oh, well, this is self-serving. My wife loves cruises. He says, no, read it. But it says, and it was a UFO cruise. First one ever. She found it on Stanton's website. So I really got to know Stanton really well on this what's called UFO cruise. Since then, we've done probably 5 or 6 of those. And about that time, probably about a few years before that, there was a MUFON conference in Vegas. And I had business on Vegas that weekend. So I told my wife, I said, I was still worried about the stigma. And I said, I don't care what people think about it, but I'm going to go to that, because it was right there in that same time frame. And I was expecting people to, little propellers on their head, and weird people and so on. But I was blown away at the credibility of the people on the stage: astrophysicists, scientists, CEOs of hospitals, and but I did notice nobody under 50, because at that time it was a total career breaker.
Yeah.
And though, as you know, that's changed over time, particularly since 2017.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my background. Further into ufology, going to conferences and so on. It actually, about 4 or 5 years ago, my wife and daughter want to go shopping in another city. They want me to go with them. And for the weekend, I said, I hate shopping. I said, I come up with an idea. I think I'll just go to the airport, fly to Philadelphia, do a MUFON boot camp for the weekend, and chat with some like-minded people there.
Yeah.
And it was on a whim. And then, so I went to it, had a great time. On the way back, I think, I could be a field investigator for New Brunswick. And I have to go through the whole MUFON thing. I thought, well, nobody's doing it in New Brunswick. I can be a field investigator. I'll just do the MUFON later. I'll just start. There's nobody doing it, and I'll just kind of put the word out. So the cases started coming in once I started telling people what I was doing.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, incredible. And to know that, all of 2 years ago is when you kind of confronted this part of your life and brought it forward is incredible.
Yeah, and there's a funny thing about the stigma. And I've come to the conclusion that the stigma is 90% you and 10% them. There isn't as much stigma out there as most people think.
Sure.
What I found, and I see about 10 new customers working every week, and at the end we were kind of relaxed. I bring it up to them, and I get their reactions. And the reality is, when I have that little handout that I do, and I even use it there, and I'll hand it to them. So about roughly 10 to 15% say, "Wow, this is cool. I'm not into this, but my husband is, or my brother-in-law is."
Yep.
And then there's about roughly 30% who say, "Whoa, that is interesting. I never really thought about it. But you're an interesting character." And I said, okay. And then about 30%, "Oh, UFOs. No,
Nah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
What's on the football game tonight?" And then there's really only about 1 to 2% says, "You're not going to get me to buy into that conspiracy thing."
Yeah.
And then that's the time you better come up with another subject.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and that's what I've been bringing up to numerous people. We have believers, non-believers that listen to this show, mainly because a lot of what we do is try to demystify topics. Try to cut through the conspiracy, things like that. And I have quite a cadre of listeners that are not in the UFOs or alien camp.
Yep.
And even my father being one of them. And like I've asked him, it's like, here's the way I explain it. Were you okay with Iran-Contra? Were you okay with the Pentagon Papers? Because apparently Grush is saying something much larger money-wise has been shifting around the back doors since 1939.
Exactly.
So are you cool with them spending your money that way? Because let's just talk about the accountability if you're not cool with the technology or the concept of aliens, and worry about where the money went.
Yeah, the one I bring up the mainstream sometime is, okay, let's talk about conspiracy theories. Obviously, I think most people know that the CIA invented that term to help push off the questions that are being asked about the JFK assassination.
Yeah.
And of course, they come up with the term conspiracy theory. But most people in the general public now agree there was more than one shooter. Now, there was only one shooter for a number of years when it was kind of contained. So I always kind of use that analogy that, okay, so your ideas have changed, and that's kind of on the mainstream side before you get into this subject.
Yeah, most of the time I just go straight to the district attorney concept, and I'm like, if we don't have conspiracy theories, then we have a lot of district attorneys that need to not have a job.
That's right.
Because how are all these people convicted of conspiracy?
That's right. That's a good point.
They apparently had a conspiracy theory that they presented to the jury, and they bought it.
That's right.
So they are all conspiracy theorists, every one of them.
Yes.
But let's start cracking into a few of the cases that you have covered up there. I lived in Portland, Maine for many, many years. And,
cool.
That area right up there near Nova Scotia has numerous sightings, and especially USO sightings.
Yes, in Nova Scotia, because that's basically a water province. Halifax was there's a Shelburne naval base, and Halifax is a shipbuilding city.
Yeah.
And Chris Stiles has just brought out a new book about the Shag Harbor incident, and there's actually every year there's a Shag Harbor UFO Expo.
Oh, really?
And there's going to be one in sometime. Just Google Shag Harbor Expo there.
I am going to check that out.
And it's actually from this point on, right now we're in August. It's next month sometime.
Wow.
And I believe right now Nick Pope's going to be there. And let me see. They got a lineup. It's a weekend thing. It's a Saturday and a Sunday. And they got 2 or 3 other big names lined up. And I think Travis Walton's there this time too.
Oh, wow.
And Chris Stiles does a very, very good job in his presentation of the Shag Harbor crash. And and his findings are astounding.
Well, let's get into that a little bit. What was the Shag Harbor incident for all of our listeners that are not aware of it?
Well, okay, the Shag Harbor incident, it was for many years. It was first off, there was a crash in 1967, and a guy by the name of Laurie, who still there's a little kind of a very small UFO Shag Harbor museum. It's very, very small. It's only the room of a small size of a small bungalow. But he's about 80 some years old now, and he's actually the one who made the initial report to the RCMP, which is our national police.
Yep.
And so they all thought it was a downed airliner. So it got responded in normal terms, and it got into the public eye and into the investigation process as originally as a downed airliner. It became closer when all the fishermen went out to find it, and it obviously had it had yellow foam all around it, and it sunk below the water, and then it went out into the ocean. So over 40 years, Chris spent time investigating this. And so it became evident over time that it was actually a UFO, not an airliner. And so it became touted for many years as the most investigated by normal police event in the whole world. But as Chris was working on this case, and he wrote his first book on it, he kept hearing stories about something about two UFOs under the water, 2 alien beings on it trying to repair themselves. And he just thought it was a rumor. And then over time, actually what he actually found out, and he actually found some proof or indirect proof on the naval warship that was sitting over top that this actually did happen, but it wasn't Shag Harbor time. It was almost 10 years prior. So and it took him a long time to get this because these guys that he's interviewing has security clearance documents so anyway, that's his story. And he just brought out a book called I don't remember the name of it. If you Google on Amazon, Chris Stiles, and I think it's called Sweep 5 or something. And so the book just came out last month, and Chris is going around speaking about it. So that's out of our province. The interesting thing for the UFO people that Stanton Friedman was a resident in New Brunswick. And Fredericton, New Brunswick is our capital. And as most people know, the Stanton Friedman passed away about 5 years ago. Yeah. But he had actually decided to, 5 years prior to that he would donate his files to the provincial archives. And so that all worked out, and much to our sadness, Stanton Friedman passed away, still working. He retired 3 times, but he was still working, and he passed away in an airport, I think in Toronto, on his way back. And then so you got to remember that when he was sending all his files to the provincial archives. Now you got to remember, our provincial archives only do corporate and finance. So they were blown away when 9 cargo vans of files showed up.
Wow.
And it was so massive. Grant Cameron out of Winnipeg, a very respected ufologist, and flew back and helped the provincial archives categorize it and do this and do that and do that and so on. So that was phase one. Then I have a friend by the name of Hal Scarab who knew Stanton very, very well. And his background is military. He's written 22 books on the military. But I found out about it accidentally a couple of years ago that he actually did a book on UFOs. So I said, well, I better get his book. And I read it, and I found it interesting. But as it turned out, Stanton, when he passed away and everything went to the archives, Hal knew Stanton really well, so he was good friends with Stanton and the family, and he was in the military, and he was actually in intelligence for the Canadian Army, and he actually spent his last 5 years of his career handling intelligence in Afghanistan. So that was his military background, and then he was on the board of directors for our local Fredericton Museum, and so being on the board of directors, he just was interested because he did displays for the museum to do, and his forte is actually World War I and World War II displays. And then he told me, well, it was a volunteer position. Pretty soon, this guy quits or this guy, passes away, and suddenly he is the head of the board of directors. So he come up with this idea just prior to COVID. He knew his wife, so he went to his wife and said, what are you doing with all the other stuff that Stanton had that didn't go to archives? She was, it's still all in the basement. He said, what do you plan on doing with it? She said, well, I don't know. There was alien heads, and there was books that he did, and there was mementos he had. And
sure.
And she says, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. She says, this stuff's so weird. She says, I don't think people even buy it at a yard sale. She says, well, he says, well, how about we do this? He said, I'll take everything I want out of it, and we will do a couple rooms in our museum, 2 full rooms of Stanton Friedman stuff.
Epic.
And he says, and we'll run it for a year as commemoration to your, Stanton Friedman. We all love them. And then, when your daughters come back from the big city, they can stop in and look at it. They'll like it. Well, it turned out so well. It totally exceeded anything the university ever did, or the museum ever did. And so they didn't discontinue it after a year. They're moving into year 5, and there's no plans to ever discontinue it.
That is awesome to hear. And, just recently here in the last couple of years, Rice University has kind of done the same thing, starting up an archive of the anomalists. And my favorite thing is that it's being done by their religious studies department.
Yes, I watched a lot of their YouTube seminars.
Yeah. Yes. And how has, because of course the topic here in America and the attitude with our government is rapidly shifting in regards to UFO, UAP. How are things received in Canada?
I think it's pretty much the same. Like the Canadians know more about American news than the Americans know.
Yeah.
We joke around, maybe there's nothing else to do in Canada except watch the American news. So, and we're very Americanized. The only thing is that with Canada, we're on the outside looking into the U.S. So most Canadians are not right or left when it comes to politics. They know the American politics, but they're going to look at the man to vote. They're not going to look at the political stripes. So, I think we're pretty much equal on attitude and so on. On the record, the Canadian military and the Canadian police force don't really do much with the UFs. That's on the record. Though Indications has always said, well, it's funny how, we have a case and it's a big case. The U.S. seems to know more about it or as much about it than we do. So anyway, back to cases that I know more about.
Please.
You were asking earlier about some cases I've investigated. I've just kind of put the word out that I'm interested. Some people are coming to me, sometimes as customers. One of my favorite cases is these people are still living, and it's in my book. They're leaving the city of Fredericton, heading to back to St. John. And so I'm chatting with them. I'm talking to them about kitchens, and of course they know So then they suddenly, do you believe in UFOs? And so I could see what was coming, and I goes, no, I don't believe in UFOs. Belief constitutes faith. I know there's UFOs. And they go, oh, we got a story for you. And they both tell me this story. They're 70 years old, and they had left Fredericton, going back to St. John. They get by the Gagetown base. And he said, so what he was telling me, he says, first thing I noticed, we're driving, and I interrupt him. I said, I knew his kids were 25 and 30 years old and married. He had 2 boys. He'd already told me that. I said, do your kids believe in UFOs? Of course. They were in the back seat. So here we have 4 witnesses. The 2 boys are still living, and the husband and wife, and they're both standing there, the husband and wife. And he says, the first thing I noticed, we're driving along, all sound stopped. And then I look over to my left, and in behind the trees, about off the edge of the road, probably 100 feet away, there's literally a 3-story snow globe in behind the trees. 3 stories. And he says, the strange thing is, the light coming off it didn't look like any other light I've ever seen before or after. So he's saying, he says, we pulled over, we're looking at, I want to get out and go down and see what it's all about. And my wife won't let me out of the car. And she interrupts, of course you weren't getting out. You're going to leave me, and you disappear, and then I have to take the kids to the road, that sort of thing. And so she's interjecting into this story, which really adds confirmation that this is what they actually did see. And so I just found it, and I only know of all my research in the last 50 years, I only know of a couple other cases of a craft like that. And one was about roughly in the mid-50s in France. And so that was kind of an unusual sighting. Another one that's really interesting that I find is that we have a family friend. This was buried, and this is where I'm picking up a lot of the stories right now, is just a lot of cases I'm investigating right now is not so much current. They're 20, 25 years old. So this one's really interesting because there's a family friend who was best friends with my mother and father, and I knew him all the time he was growing up. So, and I'd heard a story that him and his wife had seen a UFO on a snowmobile. And so that's fine. And I'd been planning on, I knew where he lived, and I see him amongst the community. He's 82 years old, but he's just as sharp as a teenager. And so, I hadn't got around to it, and he happened to be at the local store, and we're good friends. He's a real jokey type guy, and and we're just chatting. And I said, what are you up to? And and then there's other people around. We know them all. And I said, Wayne, when I was a kid, I thought you were 100 years old then. Well, I got a big laugh, and that was fine. But I'm gauging the whole situation. And I'm seeing who's in the store, and when am I going to get a private motor? So he steps outside the store, and he's heading to his car. And he goes, hey, and I step out, and the door's closed. There's nobody else around. I said, hey, Wayne, I got a question for you. And he turns to me. I said, oh, well, what? And I says, tell me about the UFO you seen in 1967 over here by the Arnold Rockwell farm. And I said, you guys seen on the snowmobile. And he stopped right and I go, what, man, that was a long time ago. He goes, oh, yeah. So he told me the whole story, And so this is a case of 25, 30 years old, floating around the family. The immediate family knew about it. He said, when he was telling me the story, he goes, was you talking to my wife? And I goes, no, I heard the story from your daughter. Oh, okay. So that is actually in my book. That one. Wow. So that's just that. And so if you ask people, there's sometimes those stories in families that even if you're close to it, you may not even know about it.
Yeah. Precisely. Right. And, it's great to see so many people willing to come forward with their stories now. So many people who are emboldened with the current climate to come forward, share their experience, because as we've been saying with so many MUFON investigators, it's never too late to give your report. Frequently is the case that a report comes in 20, 30 years later and it confirms 2 other sightings that were already reported when it happened.
That's right.
So It's never too late to give your report to an investigator
right.
to follow up with things.
Absolutely.
Let everybody know where they can go to get your book, where they can go to join your social media, where they can go to keep up with all your research, and how to connect with you if they're in the New Brunswick area and have a sighting.
Well, on social media, I'm the chief administrator on this. It's called UFO NB. NB is for New Brunswick. And it's a closed group. You have to be invited to go on.
Okay.
And any articles that I do, or if I'm doing historical articles, I will put it on there first before I punch it out to the rest of the Facebooks.
All right.
And then on there, I do some slideshow presentations on the UFO subject in the Maritimes or around Canada, and I will be expanding that in the next year, and it will be on there. And if you're interested in a copy of this magazine, just contact me, and typically I'll just mail it out to you.
All right.
And so that's a couple ways to get a hold of me. And then occasionally I do public speaking at the Fredericton Museum too. To help support that museum.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time today.
Pleasure.
I
Nice
appreciate it, Jim. It's been great seeing you walk around and talk with folks about all your work. And thank you so much for making it out here to the MUFON Symposium.
It's been my pleasure.
Absolutely. While you were online checking out all of the amazing work of Jim Lawrence, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. Go find our YouTube channel, everything else. That's also where you can find CuriousRealm.com/store, where you can buy your copies of all of our guest books and other materials. Stay tuned through this commercial break. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 from Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our conclusion of day one of MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky. We have with us my amazing wife, Amy Jordan. How are you doing, baby?
Hi, how are you doing? I am doing great. I've had a fun day meeting lots of amazing people. How about you? How have your interviews gone?
We've had a couple of interviews today with vendors, things like that.
That's
it's been great. It's been nice to see all of the speakers arriving. The first couple days of this, just so you know, folks, are very internal. The entire first day, yesterday, even before pre-registration, is 7-8 hours of field investigator training.
That's right.
That is a huge component of this show, is the day-long field investigator training. This morning, there was a 2.5 hour meeting of all the state directors regarding things.
An early morning tour of a particularly paranormal location in the area, name of which not found. I'm sure I will post it. But I saw a bunch of people going out on a tour early morning. So there's some activities, but the in Convention Center Expo stuff is just getting started. So it's great that you were able to connect with the people that got here early.
Yeah, exactly. And I like being here early mainly because you get much more of an opportunity to walk around and chat with people before things get really hectic, before the crowd really gets here.
Yes.
You know, of course, things start off on Friday, but people have work, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So what has been your experience so far, Amy? This is actually your second
This is my
convention
second
like this
symposium.
to come to.
That's right. Yeah, last year I was here, and so today, during the times that Chris has been doing the interviews, I've been working the table and chatting with people about the podcast and getting them connected. I talked to quite a few people this is their first MUFON Symposium. This is the first time they were out. Some of them do help with investigations in their cities and states, but also Some people are just here, oh, I just figured this out. I've met a few people who have told me their experience stories. I've met a few people that have told me their stories of investigation. And then I've just met some people who are just interested and want to be part of the community. And I told them what I'll tell you guys, which is this is a really great sort of first festival if you want to get involved in the paranormal investigation, if only just because it's built so intensely on scientific investigation and really putting effort into finding knowledge and collecting that knowledge and then like comparing it across all sorts of different things. Like there's so many people that are working together to develop it. So it's just been really interesting to meet different people at different points in that experience, from the people calling with the experience to the people receiving the calls. Like I've met all sorts of different people who have come up and been interested about the podcast.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's always great to get out, get amongst the people. People ask me why I sponsor these events. They don't happen without sponsors. I could probably put my money behind a local political candidate. I'd prefer this. I believe in this much more.
Sure.
And yeah, it is an.
I support you using our money in that way.
It is.
I say out loud.
It is an interesting slice of the world, and as an experiencer myself, it can be hard to quantify that in your life. It can be hard to make the complete loop of understanding of A, what your experience is, B, what its place is in your life. So for me, events like this are very much being hip deep in the community, being there to hear people's experiences, seeing people swap their experiences. It's great. It's healing for a lot of people who are experiencers.
Yes. I've also spoken to people who have never experienced anything but are here because they feel that they are called to listen. They are called to receive the information. Different people, a few of the investigators that I chatted with, as well as the gentleman we spoke to earlier about the energy art that he was creating.
Yeah.
That they're really attuned to hearing from people and receiving what they have. And even though they themselves have not directly had an experience, they just feel like this is a community they want to be part of. They want to be part of supporting and being there for other people. So it's just really wonderful to meet different people that come at it from different ways, but who all sort of care. And that's another part of this festival that I really just think is an amazing part, is that it seems very much like just sweet, nice people. I was telling somebody, I said, there are places where you'll go and you'll tell your story and they'll make fun of you. This is not one of those places. You're safe here. So meet people, talk to them, know that you can at least let that bit of guard down. Yeah,
precisely, because it's hard.
Yeah.
With the modern conversation, it has gotten easier for people to share experience. There has been a great movement toward the paranormal and unknown, and it's been great to open the conversation and even to open family members' eyes to the experience that somebody may have in their family. Or I've said quite a few times recently on the show that probably about 10 years ago, you would have heard a lot of political discussion around holiday tables. Now, a lot of the discussion is, wow, crazy Uncle Bill wasn't so crazy. A lot of the roaring political debates that used to happen around family tables aren't happening anymore. But oddly enough, this conversation is. And the conversation about the unknown quantitatives in the universe is happening. So it's interesting to see that shift in mentality amongst regular everyday people.
Yeah, and the way that people are receiving the information makes it's become more commonplace to talk about, so that it's less of a hot button. You're not bringing up who the new mayoral candidate is and you make Aunt Susie mad. Instead, it's you talk about aliens and everybody's got an opinion and nobody's mad about your opinion. They just have their own. There are very few things in our world right now that don't have a right and wrong. And yet, just to bring it around to this symposium's theme, the theme for this year is friend or foe, meaning it is a further examination from a safe space that we are in to have the discussion, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? What's going to happen here? Now, last year, the topic was about how it's become more acceptable to have the conversations like we're discussing. And so because we are more open and more people are having these discussions, we can now go to where we usually go, which is this good or bad?
Well, yeah. And last year was very much about the media reaction to things. And this is Friend or Foe 2.0.
Yes.
Last year was Friend or Foe 1.0. Because that was the big question. That's we had our first UAP panels in Washington just before the event last year, and yeah, that was a big question of how the media has treated UFOs over the many years, how the news has treated UFOs, UAPs, and the rapid switch of the media. And I pointed it out numerous times on the show. The rapid use of the word UFO denier by the media.
Yeah.
Where at one point somebody called a UFO believer on the news would have been ridiculed.
Yeah.
Crazy man, wrecks his car seeing UFO. Because he believes would have been the story.
Yeah.
Now you have them using the rhetoric of UFO denier. Yeah. And it's interesting to see that change. And I say rhetoric, folks, because, well, it's the media. That's what they do. It's a rhetoric. I don't care who you're watching. It's following a paradigm of something. It's following a thought form. There are very few of them that give you the full-on Edward R. Murrow, these are the facts, just the facts, make up your own mind.
Yeah, we don't have that.
No, we very much have, this is what Mountain Dew says, so, make sure it matches the sponsors.
Sure.
And that can be great, but it can also be very troublesome, especially when you're talking about topics like this. And yeah, the idea of Friend or Foe 2.0 now is, okay, we have a lot of defense talk going on in these panels. We have, even in the contractor panels that just happened, the UAP whistleblower panels with Grush, there was quite a bit of talk about defense of our skies, quite a bit of talk about training ranges for the military being invaded. One of the many cases that they brought up numerous times is, of course, the famous Malmstrom Air Force Base incident where part of our nuclear arsenal was actively deactivated for moments when these craft were sighted. So, yes, there is very much the discussion going on right now of how do we interpret action. One of the things I have warned about regularly is personification, the idea of humanizing. Dr. Churchill at University of Dallas, the abnormal psychology professor that I had numerous times whenever we'd go watch the gorillas at the Dallas Zoo, things like that, would tell me, Chris, please be careful. Don't stop anthropomorphizing. You're anthropomorphizing. You are humanizing the actions of that gorilla. You have no idea why he picked up the stick. If you give an idea of why the gorilla picked up the stick, now you're putting actions on the gorilla, and you're assuming, well, this is why I would pick up a stick. And we have to be careful with that anthropomorphization whenever we're talking about possible life from somewhere else, even if it's robotic life from another dimension, another part of the universe, another parallel universe, a parallel Earth, what have you. The fact is, there is something there that we kind of have to approach cautiously, and we very much have to try not to anthropomorphize or assume what the motivations of this thing are.
I wish we could learn that about each other, to be totally honest with you. I hear what you're saying, and then I'm like, wouldn't it be great if we didn't just assume that we knew what each other were thinking, because we don't.
Well, no, and that's just it. You know, we are in a society right now where people are having the conversation on the way to the table. And that's a hard thing, believe me. You want to get your thoughts straight. You're on the way to have a dinner with somebody who maybe you've had an altercation or a misunderstanding with. How many times is it that you're literally rehearsing what you're saying before you ever get there, which means at that point that you have now answered questions on their behalf, which means that you laid the great foundation for a wall before you ever came to the table of discussion. You know, and we have to be careful of that too. That we don't start laying those bricks. You know, the beautiful thing about the term that Grush used of non-human intelligence is the fact of, if you say this craft is alien, just out the gate, you've now put it into a box. You've put that sighting and experience and encounter into a box of alien. Not possibly this, not possibly that, not maybe this possibility. Instead of leaving it open to 25, 30 possibilities, no, it is now in the box of alien. If it doesn't fit that, what is it now? And no different than the scientists who, on the other end, have been ignoring this question for so many years. As they said in the NASA panel, woefully, we have not been scientists. Our job is to explore the 3 to 5% anomaly, not to keep proving the known quantitative. When you keep proving the known quantitative, you end up in a paradigm, and you're no longer science. You're no longer Magellan saying, well, I know somebody said the world was flat, but I'm going to go over that ridge in the ocean and see what happens. Who's with me? You know? And that's what science is supposed to be. It's supposed to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Yeah.
Scarily enough sometimes, you know, even right now, there's Oppenheimer is in the movie theater, and not many people are aware of the truth of that second button. The first bomb was different than the second bomb that we built, and the second bomb was the hydrogen bomb. And when they went to push that button, one of the calculations said all the hydrogen in the atmosphere will ignite. So imagine being inside of this hydrogen-filled sphere that we know as Earth's atmosphere, and one dude in Nevada goes, boop, and all the hydrogen ignites. It would be the end of the world.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yep.
But we pushed the button.
Just to see.
Well, I mean, that's science,
Sure.
unfortunately. That's science. That is the risk that science takes, and the risk that it takes upon itself when done properly.
Yeah.
That was a big moment of examination that people have looked at for years and years. And we're right on that cusp right now. There is new technology. There are new things, new revelations, new concepts in science that are out there that really do prop up a lot of what UFO, UAP investigators have been saying for years.
So this weekend, what is the thing that you're looking forward to the most?
One of the things I'm looking for, I'm hoping to be able to grab David Paulides and have him over here to discuss his Missing 411 series. I bring that up regularly in the show because there are numerous places in the United States, prime example being the Pacific Northwest, where, of course, quite a few Bigfoot sightings happen, things like that. There's a regular number of people that just kind of go missing in state and federal parks. Never to be found, there one minute, not there the next.
Like gone, or like they
gone,
find
gone.
their body later?
No, gone.
Oh.
Gone. Poof.
Ooh.
Gone.
Yeah.
And there are places like the Pacific Northwest where it's still a full-on rainforest up there. There are a few planes every couple of years that go missing. Like, they have transponders, but the area is so thick they can't get to it. They can't get to the crashed airplane. So yeah, there's that has been one of the things that I bring up regularly when it comes to cryptids, cryptozoology, things like that. Even these kind of sightings, UFO, UAP sightings, there is a great part of our country that we have not explored, folks. The way I show that to people is feel free to Google it up. United States at Night from ISS. Last image is probably about 7 years old at this point. But when you look at that, you will see that about 70% of the United States is flat dark. Flat dark at night. There ain't a city there. There ain't nobody there. So when you're talking a good 60, 70% of our country being undeveloped, wild land still, many parts of it, like the Great East Thicket here in Texas, so thick you can't see 50, 60 feet past you because the trees and the vegetation are so thick. Yeah, we have a great realm of things that are just burgeoning in science right now that makes a lot of this study very, very exciting. Not just UFO, UAP, but cryptid studies, paranormal studies, the link between them, especially UFO and paranormal, things like that. The fact that some experiencers come back physically changed. And I don't mean like implant-wise. I mean like come back with the ability to heal through touch. Come back with psychic abilities. Come back with changes that are really strange and tapped into a new font of knowledge, it seems like. And the example I give is the fact of, yeah, we're dealing with very high vibration technologies. When you're talking about something like we can levitate things, I can hop onto Amazon and for $50 I could have a levitation device delivered to the doorstep by the time we get home Monday. Tiny little ultrasonic levitation device. Dial in the frequency, pop in a little pith ball, and it'll float in midair because of the repulsion of sound. Like, these are things you can buy in kits for $50, you know? But it's sound. It's frequency that makes that happen. Right. And it's very, very high frequency. So when you're talking about the energies of UFOs, the energies that it would take to produce the power that would happen with, that cloaking technology would happen with, things like that. You're talking about very high vibrational fields.
Yes.
Things like what they were playing with in the Philadelphia experiment.
Yes,
stuff like
our
that.
recent fave that we
where
deep diving.
Things start changing, weird things start happening.
Right.
Hutchison effect, for example, where at certain amplitudes and frequency ranges, solid objects become kind of liquid and start shimmying and shaking.
Yeah.
Levitation occurs, things like that. And yeah, much like when I worked broadcast, there was a big sign in front of the transmitter and the dish that said, "Don't come near here." Because like you're walking in front of that massive vibrational field. You know, it can affect you. So the fact of somebody being in a craft like that, having an experience with a craft like that, having an experience with a being like that, sure, can absolutely permanently shift the way, no different than using a magnet on a watch, and now the gears are magnetized, and the watch doesn't work. You know?
Yeah.
That piece of metal has been affected by this field permanently changed.
Yeah.
All it has to do is be near it. So very much the same thing with us. We are huge transmitters. That's all we are, especially our brain. It's just a big fat transducer. So
Well, it'll be interesting to see what you learn. Hopefully, when we get
Sure.
Mr. Politis on the show.
well, Stay tuned, folks. We will be having Raymond Szymanski on to talk about his 50 Shades of Gray's book. He is actively a former U.S. Air Force employee and has seen all kinds of interesting things at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. We'll be talking with him. Our good friend Mindy Toutfist is here. We'll be talking with Mindy over the next couple days. Our good friend Sev Talk is here presenting, so we'll have her. She was the MC last year. We'll also be having Map in Black on coming up soon. This guy is awesome. He's a cartographer here that actively makes a map of the United States featuring all of the cryptids, all of the haunted places, all of the UFO sightings. Absolutely awesome. So we'll be having him on as well. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning into our first day of coverage here at MUFON Symposium 2023 in Covington, Kentucky. We will be back tomorrow with our continuing coverage for day 2. Stay tuned, everybody. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. CuriousRealm.com/story is where you can go to share your story of the unexplained or paranormal. If you have been witness to a UFO, if you have been abducted, stop on by, share with us your story, your evidence. We will share it with our experts and try to get you some answers. Stay tuned, folks. When we come back, we will begin our day 2 coverage of MUFON Symposium right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 here in Covington, Kentucky. We have with us in this segment Linda Zimmerman. She is a UFO, UAP researcher. She has numerous books, including books on Civil War, bad science, and Hudson Valley UFOs, the best evidence. She's here presenting on animal reactions to UFOs. It's a remarkable topic because not many people realize that animals have incredible reactions to UFOs, kind of like they do with natural phenomena whenever earthquakes, things like that are happening. So how did you come into this realm of research, Linda?
Well, as I was interviewing people and hundreds of people in the Hudson Valley, so many times the story would start with, my dogs were barking like crazy, so I went outside to see what it was and saw the UFO, or the horses, the cattle. And it started as a joke. I was giving a lecture and I said, if it wasn't for animals alerting people, we'd miss half these sightings.
Sure.
And it was kind of like, the Newton apple falling on my head. Wait a minute, what does that mean? So I jumped both feet into that rabbit hole, so to speak.
Wow. and I guess it was UFO research that you were in before you started the
Correct.
Animal research. Like you were saying, it was very much the fact of, through your UFO research, you found that people were being alerted to the presence of something by their animals. How does the animal-human relationship play into encounters? When it comes to familiarity with encounters?
Well, in a sense, they're parallel many times,
Okay.
people's reactions, but often there isn't. I'm reminded of a case of this big German shepherd named Hans, very protective, and this woman and her friend are walking the dog. They see a dumbbell-shaped UFO over a playground, and they're kind of fascinated by it, but Big Hans is whimpering, trying to dig a hole in the ground to hide in. He's terrified. And they realized, maybe we shouldn't get closer to this. If Hans is hysterical, which they have never seen,
Wow.
we need to get out of here. So in that regard, I think we can take warnings from animals that maybe running up to something like that isn't the smartest thing.
Sure. And it's interesting the fact that, they listened to their animal before they followed their own instinct to go up and be curious about it. And there are numerous situations where people get very curious about things. I mean, Travis Walton is the first one that pops to mind, where
There's a good
his friends are
example.
like, hey, stop, man.
If only Travis had a dog with him.
And the rabbit holes that led down in their life.
Right.
Now, how frequently is it that, have you ever had any encounters where, I guess, animals are taken and brought back or are abducted with their owners?
There are cases where animals are taken and never brought back. Some dogs, there's a case where a bull was taken right out of a paddock in New Zealand. And they said the only way it could have gone was to be lifted. And they did see a UFO. In fact, this UFO, there was a ranch hand riding a horse, and he had his herding dogs. You know how energetic they are. He said all of a sudden all his dogs froze, and the horse froze, and then he realized he couldn't move either. They were all paralyzed for the duration that this craft was in the area, and then the craft took off and they could move again. And it wasn't for a few days before they realized the bull was missing, and it occurred at that same time. So I think they didn't see the bull being lifted, but I think we can probably put two and two together there.
Yeah. That's. The bulls don't have thumbs to open gates to let themselves out.
No, and as the rancher said, there were so many cows to keep him happy. There's no way that bull would have left on his own, if he could.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also the fact of when you're talking cattlemen, things like that. I mean, we heard David Paulides last night talking about the cases of elk disappearing, things like that in the Northwest America. Montana region, things like that. But when it comes to cattle, animals like that is somebody's living. They ain't hurting a cow on purpose. They ain't losing a cow on purpose.
Exactly.
Especially a bull that's there to help you breed more cows.
Right.
That is more than a prized animal.
Yes.
So now, amongst these cases, how frequently have you seen the fact of animals being changed? We hear a lot on this show from human experiencers and even folks like Sev Talk, Kathleen Martin from the Experiencer Resource Team, about not only about how lives are changed after an experience, but how people are physically changed. Sometimes, like the case they were talking about last night, where tuberculosis scars disappear. Things like that. Have you seen any cases where animals come back with similar qualities?
Well, certainly their behavior changes. Cows give less milk. Sometimes they stop giving milk.
Wow.
There's an unfortunate goat in France who, as they said, stopped doing the male goat. They slaughtered the goat eventually because he couldn't.
That's what you do when a goat hits that point. But just dogs who will hide under the bed for days or weeks. There was a case near where I live in New York where it was a Rottweiler, German Shepherd, Doberman mix. You can't get much more aggressive than that. Yeah.
And this UFO was hovering so close over the top of the house, they thought it was actually going to crush the house. Dog was terrified. For a year, the dog would not go out in the backyard alone. And this was that's
a big dog.
Alpha male, guard dog, would not step foot outside unless somebody was with him. So, and birds they stop singing. Cows and sheep don't want to stay in the paddock anymore. There's a residual, I think, effect that's left, and these animals have PTSD essentially.
Oh, absolutely. And I remember Terry Lovelace, whenever he came on the show, gave an example of a situation that happens with many, many experiencers, especially whenever they live out in the woods or are out in the woods, where nature ceases. Owls stop hooting that were hooting. Crickets stop singing. Everything just goes silent, like you're talking about. Like the birds stop singing. Dogs stop barking sometimes when they're an alert dog. How frequently do you hear of that situation where basically life around you stops?
Yes, those are some of the most chilling, I think.
Yeah, I've got goosebumps right now just thinking about it.
I think one of the most dramatic is from Brazil, Rio Pardo of Brazil. 3 businessmen were crocodile hunting at night, and they said, they say this infernal din was how they described of the jungle at night. Everything makes noise. A circular UFO came within 100 feet, dead silent. Absolutely everything stopped. Every bird, every insect. And one of the men was in the woods. He couldn't see the UFO. All he knew was that everything around him went silent, and he was terrified because what just happened?
Yeah. What made the whole forest go silent randomly?
Right.
Yeah.
So, but certainly, people have said during a sighting, whatever birds stop, just everything goes quiet. And
interestingly enough, I just posted an article all of a couple weeks ago talking about using electrostatic fields for soundproofing.
Huh. Okay.
And I was like, well, that's pretty much what we're talking about with any UFO, and that would explain the utter silence.
So you're shielded from it.
Yeah, and the fact of the high electrostatic field would basically stop all of that sound from the outside coming into the field.
Wow, I'm so glad I'm talking to you to learn
so
that.
just something to dig into with some of this, because it's interesting to see a lot of the technology that is being released right now as this world of disclosure comes upon us. That's one of the things I've said regularly on the show is like, keep your eyes out in the tech world right now. Because, yes, there has been apparently a large project of reverse engineering, and only way you get that money back is for it to either hit a battlefield or a shelf, one of the two. Now, when it comes to animals and UFO experiences, how frequently have you seen the case of, I guess, repeat experiences? Because frequently it's the case with human experiencers that once they've experienced, they experience numerous times after, especially if it's been a close encounter experience where they have been taken or they have had physical presence. Have you seen the same thing with animals?
For the owners who are having repeat experiences, the animals will, but a lot of the cases I've dealt with, it's a one-off, which doesn't mean it hasn't happened again, because there's not a lot of information on this out there. And unless I find the witnesses to speak to in person, you'll get these, little bits and pieces. But clearly for the poor animals who are part of somebody who maybe is having encounters, their immediate reaction, run and hide. Take off.
Well, and you have to consider it, especially most of the time whenever you have a pet. Doesn't matter what the pet is. There is a bond between owner and pet, and when you're going through PTSD, when you're going through a situation, they frequently want to be there to help you. Especially dogs, cats, things like that. That's one of the many reasons they are therapy animals. But when they're going through the same experience you have, that's got to be hard for the little critter, and it's got to be hard for the owner too. They're going through their own situation, much less being able to either recognize the fact that this has statically changed their animal, the same way it's changed
Right,
them.
right. And hopefully they have sympathy or empathy for the animal. For the
Yeah.
most part, I think people do. But it's difficult for them. It adds to their own stress because you're my guard dog.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be protecting me from this.
Yeah, I got you to alert.
Right. You're under the bed.
We have this arrangement. If I give you food, you alert
Right.
you alert me to danger.
Right,
That's
right.
thousands of years of arrangement that has been just kind of cut in half.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And what has been the most impactful case that you've come across? The one that sticks with you the most, and I guess reaches down and really pulls you by the gut.
Yeah. There was a case in Uruguay where this guard dog on a ranch, Topo the guard dog, a craft came over the ranch. It was a dairy farm. The dairy cattle are going crazy. The generator goes out because obviously there's electrostatic fields. The owner is feeling tingling. He's getting burns. He puts his arm up to block his eyes. He's getting burns. Topo goes running towards the craft. He's the only animal he's going to defend to the death, and unfortunately it was. Within 15 feet of the craft, he suddenly stops, sits down, throws his head back, and starts howling. Just howling and howling. The craft takes off. He stops howling, but he stops eating. He gets very lethargic. 3 days later, he goes back to the spot and lays down and dies. And they do an autopsy on him. And they said his organs had been so horribly internally heated, and the body fat on the inside had melted and gone through his skin.
Wow.
So poor Topo, he must have been in agony. He was paralyzed
Poor
in
thing.
spot. And was it intentional or was it a byproduct? They had to know. How can you not know you're frying this poor dog from the inside out?
Yeah.
And that I get choked up. I think of this poor dog. He's trying to protect his owner and his property, and it cost him his life.
Well, and that really brings to heart the entire concept of this symposium, Friend or Foe 2.0. When it was on last year, the friend or foe concept was friend or foe in the media. How has the media treated the UFO UAP topic? Have they been our friend or foe?
Right.
Have they said friend or foe as far as UFO UAP? And right now, the topic of friend or foe is how it is being treated by the government. And even the speech by David Politas last night about missing 411 and the animals being watched, the food supply being watched, things like that. Friend or foe?
Yeah.
Friend or foe?
Right.
And even this situation, I guess if you're an intergalactic animal lover, like you said, you can't know that your technology isn't going to do that. You can't not realize it's happening.
Exactly.
So, friend or foe. And the dog obviously did not think friend by his actions.
No. Whatever was alerting him, he saw a danger that he needed to go into protect mode.
Yeah.
So, that is the one that always chokes me up. But even the animals who are just hurt as a result or traumatized, they don't understand what's going on. Not that we understand what's going on, but for them, you can imagine their whole world is suddenly turned upside down.
Yeah.
And, so negligence at the very least and malice, I think we're leaning in the malice category.
Well, and I was going to ask a follow-up question. What's been the most redeeming story that you've heard out of all of these cases researching animals and UFO encounters?
That I have not looked at it that. I don't know that I've seen a redeeming case. There is a couple of cases where rectangular craft, which for some reason seem a little different, animals seem drawn to it, which may be good or bad. I don't know why they're being
like in a playful drawn way or in a defensive drawn way.
No, yeah, more in a I need to get close to this.
Yeah, like chasing a car.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Only it doesn't have wheels and it's hovering.
Yeah. But that
Right.
instinct to chase,
Yeah.
to go
There's
after
a
that.
handful of cases where the animals seem, but yet there was a case in Florida where the person felt euphoric. The animals, a cat and a dog, they were drawn towards this craft. They didn't reach it, which is probably a good thing, because in the ensuing days, the woman started feeling sick, nausea, hair falling out, radiation.
Yeah, very
signs.
Cash Landrum.
There you go. So was this vehicle trying to draw them to it for nefarious reasons, or was it something innocent, but yet had they gotten closer?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know that I could say there is a redeeming case where, they've done great things for this dog or cat.
Yeah, and that's just it. Once again, there are numerous cases with humans where they've been randomly healed of something, or they even come back with the ability to help heal people.
Exactly.
And that's what I was curious about. Were there cases like that with animals where, of course, their life has changed. On occasion, the physiology has changed to the worst.
Right. But that's an excellent point, something I hadn't considered. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see, I will have to look deeper into, did it
because there's got to be a good one.
I would hope.
There's got to be a good one. And, you morbidly laugh about it. But, we have to try to see if there's any good that comes of it. Even we talk about it regularly with Sev Talk about the Experiencer Resource Team and about how many people view their experience through the filter of life that they are living, be it addiction, abuse, things like that. And then as they get better in life, they view their encounter through a different lens and through a different filter and realize that it was not the abusive experience that they believed it was. Have you seen that in cases with involving animals and human contact as well?
I've seen it with humans, but given the nature of animals and trying to communicate, I haven't seen where they've viewed it better. But it reminds me of a case of a man who was having abduction experiences from a very young age, which were horrifying. But now that he's old, now he's on the other side of life, an older man, he looks at it as he believes he was healed during these sessions. And he said to me, it's like when you take a sick puppy to the vet. He said they're terrified. They don't know what you're doing to them, but it's for their
own good.
Bingo.
It's for their own good.
So that's the way he has now come to look at that experience.
And that's a beautiful cathartic way to look at it. Absolutely, especially if it's something that changed your life for the better and gave you a new open-minded, open-hearted way to view the world.
Right.
In your vast realm of experience investigating beyond the animal UFO connection, just UFO cases in general, Linda, friend or foe? Which camp would you fall in?
I would tend to be in the foe camp. Even when people seem to be helped by it and may get some new abilities, you're taken against your will. Things are done without your consent. That's kidnapping and assault.
Yeah. Yes.
So, even if they're trying to do the right thing, they have really bad bedside manner.
Yeah. We got to work on the approach.
Yes. So I would have to ghosts. Some things are clearly faux. Some things I think are clearly friend, but when you look at the entirety of it, from the people I've spoken to, it's in the negative. It's in the faux.
Well,
category.
and that's what I explain on the show regularly. Typically at this point is when I pointed all my guest books on the wall behind me, and out of all these books, it's pretty rare that it starts off with a song. Most of the stories start off like a Disney movie.
Yes.
It's not a good first 5 minutes.
Right.
For somebody involved, it is not a good first 5 minutes of the movie. The story changes as it goes along. Mm-hmm. Characters evolve.
Right.
But that first 5 minutes is typically pretty traumatic.
Yes.
And like you're saying, that lands it pretty well in the faux category when it is a traumatic experience to begin with. So, Linda, let everybody know where they can go to find your work, where they can go to, of course, other than our store, we'll be adding all of your books to our online store as well, but let them know where they can follow you and catch up with your work.
If you're interested in my UFO books, they're all on Amazon. And I have a podcast. It's called UFO Headquarters.
Great.
It's on Hudson River Radio, but, every podcast platform known to mankind. So you can listen to it there. You can get in touch with me if you have cases. I'd love to hear if people have animal reaction stories. So I'm out there. I'm on Facebook. I have Hudson Valley UFOs Facebook. I have an Animal Reactions Facebook page. So I can only do what I do when witnesses are willing to speak to me.
That's right.
I'm very grateful for the community we have who is willing to share.
Absolutely. That is the beautiful thing about right now at this point in humanity. We are hitting a huge catharsis with sharing and opening up and the hearings, everything going on. So it's absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for the time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
I can't wait to hear you speak and hear your presentation. While you are online, checking out everything from Linda Zimmerman, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousSRealm.com is the website. That's where you can like, subscribe, share. That is where you can submit your story. CuriousRealm.com/story is our experiencer page. If you have had an experience with UFOs, aliens, if you've had an encounter with cryptids or Bigfoot, feel free to give us your experience. You can leave your evidence, videos, audio. We'll use it on the show and present your evidence to our experts and see if we can get you some answers. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 right here in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is Curious 7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realms continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023, coming to you from Covington, Kentucky. Our guest in this segment is the amazing Earl Grey Anderson. He is the state director of MUFON in California. You were the field investigator of the year last year as well, correct?
Oh, thank you.
If I recall correctly,
it was
Symposium.
It was something like that.
Yeah.
Volunteer of the year, I think it was. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's something that a lot of people misunderstand and really don't understand is that there ain't a paid person in MUFON. Like it's all operating costs, and aside from that, everybody is a volunteer. Every field investigator, every state director that's here attending meetings, all volunteer. And that's really, really important to get across because there are so many others out there that are not in that way. And when you give to MUFON, like, this is what it's going to. It's going to field investigators. It's going to training processes, things like that. Even the new amazing MUFON University that Mindy Topfist is spearheading. I cannot wait for that to launch. I'm getting ready to go through field investigator training myself.
Good for you.
very excited for that. I'm in the Austin area. There are not a lot of us right there.
We need you. We need you.
Exactly. And, you're also on the Experiencer Resource Team, which I am hugely, hugely a fan of. We have Sev Talk on the show regularly. She's been coming on for years and years. And to know that team has come about and exists is fantastic. Let's get into that a little bit because MUFON, of course, is known as the scientific endeavor, has been since 1969. Really the first people to put forth a unified reporting system across everywhere. This is how we take a report. This is how we bring in evidence. Very scientific in that right. The Experiencer Resource Team hits a different side of the UFO gym, so to speak. So let's get into that a little bit, Earl, and how you came to MUFON to begin with.
I'd love to talk about that. And I'm so proud of the ERT. That's our little acronym. Mm-hmm. It was originally the Experiencer Research Team, right? MUFON is about research, and I think that we're the best in the world, as you were saying.
I would venture to say.
Volunteers.
Yep.
We're in this for love of the phenomenon. But we became the Experiencer Resource Team because that better explained exactly what we do. It served a very personal purpose in my own life because I had an experience with our visitors.
Yeah,
I'd been trying the sort of like the CE5 meditation contact thing, and I was kind of being flip about it. I was a new field investigator. It was about 8 years ago, and it worked maybe a little too well. Because I wound up having entities literally come through the wall.
Wow.
Which is scientifically inexplainable.
Earl. Wow.
And there was nobody to tell. Okay,
yeah.
Nobody, because it was about research, and I kind of told my state director about it. And he, God bless him, Jeff Krause, he's one of my dearest friends, and still, I consider him my original mentor. But he didn't have a background in the experiencer phenomenon. And when I told him that this had happened, he didn't really know what to say. I think that he felt uncomfortable with it. I felt uncomfortable. There was no place to go. There was no answers out there.
There's no nuts and bolts to it. It's not like going and taking a soil sample or reading or anything like that.
It's physical.
Yeah.
But it's also it's psychological as well.
And very spiritual in a lot of ways, especially when it comes to how you process experience. The numerous experiencers I've talked to, it's the fact of it steals their life in a different way, whether positive or negative at the beginning.
Dr. John Mack from Harvard, who was head of the psychology department and one of the first guys to take the experiencer phenomenon seriously, he came up with the term ontological shock for those who have had this. And it's a very specific form of PTSD that people who have experienced contact have. And what it means is that it's sort of like we have our idea of reality, and we've lived in this all of our lives with our concepts of it, and that is pulled out from under you like a rug.
Yeah.
And I know personally the way I felt. I felt completely ungrounded. I felt like lost in space.
Yeah.
In the movie 2001, where you see Frank Poole, his body is spinning around, and there's nothing to latch onto. That's how I felt. And how all experiencers feel, whether they've had a benevolent experience or something more malign.
Yeah.
And I felt confused. And there was no place to go.
Yeah, and even the fact of talking with family about it, it does a number on a lot of people.
There's
Earl.
a ridicule factor.
Yeah, Yeah, and I mean, even a loving wife, things like that. Like these things can drive wedges in families. The example I give all the time is Terry Lovelace.
Yeah,
like he and his EMT buddy. Like when you ride as an EMT with someone, that's like riding like a cop.
Yep.
Like that is your partner, man. You are in the trenches. You see things. And they both had that experience, and it drove a wedge between them to the point that they eventually never spoke again.
That happens.
You know, and it happens in families. It happens to a lot of people,
Sure
sadly,
does.
because it's hard to come forward. It can be hard to tell your experiential story.
Well, what happened for myself is that I talked with Peter Robbins about it, who's, you know, he had worked with Bud Hopkins, and he was helpful. But again, you know, I was a researcher myself, and but I knew about Kathleen Martin. I knew the Betty and Barney Hill history that she had. She was their niece. And I eventually contacted her. She was the head of the ERT at that time. And we had lunch together. It was actually at the very first Alien Con in Los Angeles.
Oh, wow.
We met for lunch, and I told her what had happened to me. And rather than eye-rolling or putting me under lights and a camera trying to find out, you know, lie detectors, she was a non-judgmental listener. And she had heard this story before, and she was able to give me answers, and I finally felt some grounding, you know, that I wasn't alone in this weird, strangest element to this phenomenon. And I'll say, you know, I mean, I don't think that our visitors are here to do air shows. They'll do them.
Oh, sure.
But they're here, you know, it's a personal phenomenon. I think that they're trying to actually change humanity at a very basic level, you know, because we're way up here technologically, but we're still acting like a band of
Children.
renegades.
Straight children.
Yeah.
Straight children with matches.
And the best way, I think what they do is that they hit you hard right up first, scares the hell out of you. But then people, what's very strange is that people start getting downloads of arcane information.
Yeah.
And it changes a person. And I think that they're trying to perhaps save humanity in this way. And it's one-on-one.
Yeah, and you know, it is very much the way it's been described to me by experiencers, the fact of the box is opened.
Yes. Pandora's box.
Yeah.
It can't be closed.
Well, it's the fact of you've been living in a box.
Yeah.
And you never realized it.
Exactly.
And the box is open now, and there is a whole world that you were not aware of.
And it could be this beautiful transformative thing.
Sure.
And that's what it became for me.
Yeah.
But it took that initial, that non-judgmental listener who, and she introduced me to other people that had been through the same thing. And after about an hour conversation, I mentioned to Kathleen, I said, you know, I might actually want to join the ERT. You know, I have a background in healthcare and psychology, and she, you know, maybe, you know, could I have like an interview or something? And she starts laughing, and she looks at me. She said, "What do you think we've been doing for the last hour?"
Yeah.
Shakes my hand, says, "Welcome to the ERT."
That's Kathleen.
Yeah, God love her.
She's an amazing individual, and one of those that I quote all the time on the show. That her aunt Betty Hill told her, like, honey, this, and at a young age, honey, this ever happens to you, you keep your mouth shut.
Oh yeah.
Don't you tell anybody. This will ruin your life.
Yeah.
You know?
It often does that. I mean, it certainly did that for the Hills.
Absolutely. And, you know, it was a much rougher time for experiencers. They were brave beyond belief to come out with their experience. And so much of their case is still, like, mind-numbing and jaw-dropping. When you start looking at DNA evidence off dresses and just the star system to begin with, and the fact that we didn't even know about it.
Yeah, Zeta Reticuli, I think. Yeah. The astronomer found exactly where they were coming from.
Yeah.
They were showed a star. Betty was showed a star map.
Yeah.
And the astronomer was able to figure out what stars she was looking at in this 3D sort of, holographic image. Back in 1961, they didn't
know what a hologram was.
Nope.
The Who wasn't even using lasers yet.
No, won't get fooled again.
That's right. But in all sincerity, when it comes to experience, your experience, Earl, what was your sensation like as the experience happened to you? Because like you said, this was an invited experience for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yet still a frightening one.
Yes, it was. I was very naive. I had read, the literature. I had read Bud Hopkins.
Sure.
I had read, I think, mostly... I think Turner, I had read her Carla Turner's book.
Okay.
But, just enough where I had a smattering and understanding of it. And what I was hoping for was I would meet, like, Valiant Thor or the tall...
Sure.
The tall Nordics, and that they would take me on a ride and show me, the answer to the cosmos.
Yeah.
And instead, what I got the little gray... I sound like the girl from Saturday Night Live, But anyway, but I got the... my wife always brings that up, and it's a laugh
Well,
for us.
there I was.
But it was like 4 of the little gray guys. I mean, they opened a hole in the wall and they came through. Right, there was no taking me away anywhere. They do house calls apparently, and that's what I got. They took blood, and they took blood, and they kept taking blood, and I'm trying to communicate with them, and they're non-communicative. They were not communicating back. So I started getting scared. I thought I was going to be like one of those cows that they find alongside the road, because they weren't giving me the calming message.
Exsanguinated.
Yeah, that's exsanguinated, exactly. But what I mean, they took, I think, energy and blood, and that blood is DNA. I mean, I mentioned to somebody they didn't take my DNA. It's like, well, what do you think blood is, Earl? Yeah. I had somebody that had written papers on cancer treatment and things like that, and so a serious person, it's like they took your DNA. They took a whole lot of it. And then they left the same way that they came in. They kept staring at me. The room was still flooded with light, but they were drawn backwards, almost as though like they were on ice skates, or I mean, I think they must have been floating like a millimeter off the floor or something. And they just stood there, and they pulled back. The wall closed back up again, and that was my experience. It scared. I went into fetal position. I mean, first of all, I screamed, I yelled, I shook my wife, who was dead to the world through the whole thing. She had her own experience.
Were you able to move or anything like that? No.
After they left, it still took about 5 minutes before I could move. And I'm a retired nurse right now. I was still working as a nurse then, and I took care of quadriplegics, and that's the one thing I don't want to be ever, But they rendered me quadriplegic for this, and I understand, I mean,
sure.
I would have fought back. I would. I mean, they looked quite fragile, actually. You could have broken their neck probably by grabbing them, and. But, I mean, they were all business. And the small grays, I think that they act robotic, and maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe they're biological robots that are churned out for a job,
Recently at the remote viewing conference, I was speaking with a pretty famous remote viewer, not to be named, who was telling me that he has remote viewed the fact that the grays, specifically, that yes, some of what we have is reverse engineered technology, but specifically given to us by them because they have bred themselves to a point, Earl, that they are no longer individual. Creativity does not exist in their culture. Well, it's also the fact of they have this amazing technology, but because they are of hive mind, they have no way to come up with new application for the technology. They've lost all creativity and individuality. So they're using us and giving us
As
the
that
technology
conduit.
as a conduit to come up with new uses for their own technology.
Well, that makes
no, it's like,
sense.
that is actually brilliantly simple
That
and
is.
amazing. And when you think about the concept of the grays and the idea that, yes, they are of hive mind most of the time, whenever you hear the stories, whenever you hear accounts of them, things like that, it really does make a lot of sense.
It does. Well, it did. My experience didn't end there. This seemed, what I started noticing was, first of all, I started experiencing synchronicity after synchronicity. Meaningful coincidences would happen. My intuition went through the roof. I was able to connect the dots from case to case. It made me a better field investigator is what it did.
Awesome.
It raised my consciousness level as well as my vibration. I mean, that's we hear that a lot. That's part of the trifecta of messages people are left with is raise your vibration. The other two is stop trashing the world and nuclear weapons will destroy you. Stop using them. But the other things, they call it the Valet Davis effect, where an experiencer is oftentimes left with gifts that we often attribute to the beings themselves. Maybe they're turning us into aliens, kind of,
Sure, sure.
And it's not a bad change. I mean, and it became this compassionate thing.
Were you intuitive before?
Not like that.
Not like that?
No. It seems like, I feel like they activated something that was there.
Well, and one of the topics I've been bringing up regularly on the show is the idea of, yes, people being affected by their experience, having long-lasting effects, whether they be health effects, whether they be a vibrational shift. And when you're talking about that kind of technology, even the kind of technology that it would take to open up a portal in a wall.
Yeah.
It's
real. I can tell you.
That is some high vibrational technology that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And much like if I took a earth magnet and stuck it here next to my mechanical watch, it doesn't have to touch it. It just has to be in the field of it for those cogs to become magnetized and to change and be affected permanently.
What a wonderful allegory. Absolutely. That's exactly what happened.
Anybody in the presence of that technology, the way you vibrate and the way your molecules move, they're going to change.
Yeah.
They're going to have a physical change to them.
Now, I think a lot of experiencers that they go through this horror. It's like a Buddhist monk will hit the new acolyte in the back with the blunt end of the sword. Yeah. It seems like they're going to be killed. It certainly hurts, but then that stops them in their tracks. And then they're finally able to stop thinking their old thoughts, and they're able to learn this new way of living. And it seemed like it was something similar that happened to me. But I think that some experiencers, they never get past that fight-flight reaction.
Fight, flight, or freeze. People forget the other F. The freeze.
You're right.
There's the freeze.
Deer in the headlights.
The deer in the headlights of what is going on. I don't know how to react. Yeah. And that is more than frequently the case with anything paranormal, is that the freeze takes over, and frequently you can't even process the situation, much less what you're seeing. You're lucky if you remember gross detail or fine detail instead of gross detail. Yeah. Now, as far as experiences, it seems very common that experiences run in familial lines.
Yes, they do.
That once somebody has contacted, other people in their family tend to be contacted. You actively just had that situation happen to you.
Yes.
Like within the last 24 hours.
Yes. Well, to start with my mother, she was in officialdom, and she actually worked in a deep underground base back in the 1950s.
A noodle in the alphabet soup.
Yes, and she and that when I was 5 years old, she thought I was safe, that I would forget, right? And she told me where she had worked, and she told me, the addendum to the conversation was, and oh, by the way, UFOs are real, son, and life in the universe isn't abstract. we've already met them. They're never going to tell the public. So my mom had an experience when she was a young girl with a intelligent Foo fighter, is what I think of it as. Where it waited for her. It came into their screened-in porch in Iowa, hovered over her sister, hovered in front of my mom. My mom was awake. Wow. And then it pushed its way back through the screened-in porch. And my mom got up and she ran after this. It waited for her in a cornfield, like 30 feet in the air. And when she there, hovered for a few seconds, and then popped like a soap bubble. Now, that was a contact experience. And this often happens with people. They experience differently than we do, and I think that they knew that my mom was going to be working in officialdom. She knew that she was going to be involved in all that. So that was the first contact experience that I know of in our family. There may have been more. So, and then I had my experience. I wondered, somebody last night asked me, so have anybody in your family, like your children or your grandchildren, have they seen a UFO or had an experience yet? And I had to answer, no, not yet. And I'm not sure why not. My son really wants to see a UFO. You know, he saw a drone on flash mode once, and he was all excited, and I had to burst his bubble.
Yeah,
you know?
I break a lot of hearts on social media, Earl.
Oh, me
I break
too.
a lot of hearts.
I hate it.
It breaks me up inside.
Well, I got a phone call from my son this morning. For him in Sacramento, it was 2:30 in the morning. For me here in Kentucky, it was 5:30 in the morning. I was getting ready to...
You're a good father to pick up the phone at 5:30
Oh, I thought it was probably a butt call, right? But I did pick it up anyway. And I was going to be, hosting the Experiencer Resource Team's workshop that we had, where people are asking questions and telling their stories. And so anyway, my son, he's on the other end, and he's all kind of breathless, saying, "Oh my God, Dad! Oh my God! I'm seeing one finally." My girlfriend and I, we were meditating, doing kind of a sky watch, and these two bright objects. I thought it was Venus at first, maybe another planet, but then they got brighter and came closer and closer. And he said, and it's still happening. They are spinning around each other. They're doing like a light show for me.
Wow.
And then he said that they pulled way back into the distance. And then they came back again, and then they're doing the same, and like the falling leaf motion that we see in these cases. And I was so happy to tell my son, you know what, kiddo, that was not a drone. That's not SpaceX. Congratulations.
Yeah.
May the circle be unbroken.
That's it. That's it. And like you were saying before the show, the fact of... these are very personal experiences. When you have a sighting like that, it's not like a mass sighting. Just before we came here, my wife's cousin called me up. Was like, "You're the only person I think I could tell this to." And told me about an experience that she had the night before in Massachusetts on her balcony. Seeing something come within 150 feet of her house, a huge orb.
Wow.
Disappear, come back.
Like my son.
I told her, I was like, you need to go on to MUFON.com immediately.
Yeah.
You need to put your sighting in. And honestly, folks, it's more about confirming somebody else's sighting than it is about confirming yours. And I think that that's really the important thing, is to understand that when you give your story, even I had a guest, Father James Cloud, comes on. He's an exorcist. He gave his account from like 1973.
Wow.
When he was a kid.
Oh my goodness.
It changed his life. It was something that he's never really been able to get out of his head, and he was like, I just decided it was time for me to tell my story.
Wow.
And apparently there were a couple other sightings nearby that happened. Like, all this stuff is cataloged by you guys, everything else, so it can all be cross-referenced by date, location, direction, all that kind of stuff. So it is never too late to give your sighting to MUFON.
I had one case that came in that was from the 1950s. It was two little boys at the time playing toboggan with a cardboard box down ice plant, down an embankment. And they're doing this, and they see this silver chromed, it looked like a missile, but it was hanging 7 feet off the ground. The back of it was just cut off straight, like you know, somebody had cut it with a laser saw or something. And they watched this thing, and they're waving at it. Okay, the kids are, they're kids. They're kids.
They're kids.
Look, oh wow, look, they're space people. They're waving at it. They go back up to the top of the hill, and they toboggan down again, and they watch this thing go to a 90-degree angle and shoot off. Well, this is a historic case. We're talking 1950s. You may not think that's relevant. 2 months later, I got another case that came in from San Diego. It was two old codgers my age, right? I'm 65, and proud of it. But they were riding their motorcycles up in this mountainous area, and they had the exact same experience. Same vehicle. This thing was silver. It was chromed. It looked like a missile. It looked like it had been cut off on the back. Wow. It was 7 feet off the ground. They stopped their motorcycles. They were standing there agog watching this thing.
Yeah.
Again, it went up to a 90-degree angle, and it shot off. Now, those are if not for that guy coming forward, 60 years later, telling his story, I would have no reference for that sighting that happened, now it's been 2 years ago, right? But this is why the historic cases are very important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They're
it's a continuum, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, even the fact out of the MUFON bookstore yesterday, I bought this book, Natural Phenomena, and it was. I'll have to show it to you. It's pretty epic.
Yeah,
man.
I want to see.
It's literally like a binder full of studies.
Oh.
I want ball
that.
lightning, things like that, like back to the 1890s, man.
Oh, yeah.
1700s.
Oh.
These reports.
Chris Auerbach wrote a wonderful book with Jacques Vallée, Wonders in the Sky, and it goes back to, brings up the Nuremberg sighting from, 1300s.
Yeah, the wood cuttings and everything else have been done of. The huge battle.
Yeah, this is no new phenomenon.
Yeah, well, and that's just it. Like whenever I talk about crop circles on my show, the example I give is whenever someone's like, they were proven to be fake. Well, some of them were proven to be fake by two dudes who said that they faked them. However, those go back to the 1500s, known as devil circles. And what's funny is in the 1500s, I think they were much more worried about not getting the Black Plague and actually living than to destroy half a field of crop for a prank.
Yeah.
Like you'd have been burned at the stake by the community if you did that.
Exactly. No. This isn't, our visitors' first rodeo. I don't think that this is the first time that they've tried to uplift, a civilization that was going in the wrong direction. And I think they've been here forever. I mean, Giorgio can sometimes, stretch a little bit, but on that we both agree. They've been here a long time.
Yeah. A couple more questions before we let you go. Number one, where do you fall in the camp of friend or foe?
Oh.
Earl.
I turn it back on ourselves. Our humanity is humanity friend or foe? Are we good or evil?
Yeah.
We fall somewhere in the middle, usually, right? I mean, we have our angels and our devils. You look at our history. You turn on the news.
Good actors, bad actors.
You'd think that we were all demons turning on the news. But, we have our Gandhis and we have our Hitlers, and I think that it may be the same thing in the greater cosmos.
Sure.
But I do have the feeling that the good guys are kind of overseeing things. And I think that, they probably diverted asteroids that could have destroyed us at certain points. So I think ultimately it's good. That's where I align with that. But it's not all, Reese's Pieces, right? I mean,
sure. Yeah.
I mean, there's some dark and scary stuff out there.
I say it regularly on the show. Despite where anybody comes to with their experience, paranormal, ET, UFO, cryptid, what have you, there's very few of those stories that start off with a song, Earl. They all more start off like a Disney movie. The first 5 minutes is not pleasant for somebody.
Yeah. Bambi's mom.
Yeah. It starts off with some kind of trauma.
Well, what I was saying earlier about the Shaolin monk, to get new acolytes' attention, will take the blunt end of the sword and have them get into position like they're going to be beheaded. It's part of the initiation process, and there's fear involved, and there's pain.
Yeah.
But that stops the person in their tracks, and then they're open to this transformation.
Even whenever you look at Masonic ritual, I'm a Knight of Columbus. Even whenever you look at our initiations, whenever you look at just about any initiation into a knowledge society, so to speak, there is some kind of either personal pain involved to get to that point, be it through ritualistic ingestion of something or like you're saying,
no pain, no gain, right?
I mean, even the fact of them knocking you in the head like Hiram Abiff, whenever you join, like, you're dead now, you'll be reborn into a new knowledge. And I think that's very much, at least what I've gathered of the experience or side of things with UFOs, that very much seems to be the message.
Yes.
Is that they eventually realize the fact that they are reborn and have a chance to do things in a totally different way now, that they've never been able to do it.
And I think that that's probably the gist of hopefully what I'm doing out there. Is I want to help people get past that fight, flight, and frozen that you were talking about. The 3 Fs. There's probably a fourth one, but we can't say it on it. But I think that's probably the gist of what I'm, because a lot of people get stuck in that fear phase, and they never get past it. But there's this whole world that will open up for you if you've gone through this. And just speaking personally, I mean, my son's sighting is so meaningful. It's
beautiful, man.
And I feel like
just to see your joy for him experiencing that is beautiful.
In Yiddish, they have the term cavelling, and I've been cavelling all morning.
That's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
One last question, because you did say that your experience was self-initiated. I've always been curious about the CE5 protocol. I've got the app. I've never been to a CE5 gathering. I've spoken to numerous people that have taken part in the CE5 protocols and been there and had experiences even. But where do you come down on the concept of CE5 experience and what it is that the ERT does? Have you guys seen an uptick in cases because of CE5?
I think so.
Have you seen?
There's been an uptick, and we're very, very busy. I mean, we'll
you
get
guys are
like
insanely
100
busy
cases
with
in a
ERT.
month.
It's
Dr. George Medich. I love the man. He is our fearless leader, and he doesn't get enough kudos out there. But he's usually kind of quiet, but he just a powerful guy, knowledgeable guy, knows more about the experience or phenomena than probably anybody out there, than Kathleen Martin, and he was Kathy's choice. And we were just talking about the CE5 thing this morning at the meeting. Somebody brought up Dr. Greer and all that. And our feel, George and I are pretty well aligned about this. That yes, it does work. Yes, you can meditate and you can draw them to yourself, and you can do it yourself. You don't have to go and pay thousands of dollars to do it. But it does work. I mean, I'm living testimony to the fact that it does work.
Well, and I guess one of the things that we talk about on the show regularly is the fact of charging an atmosphere, so to speak. The idea of are we possibly manifesting things because of our intent?
Yeah, well, you're bringing up my dearest buddy, Greg Bishop's idea of co-creation.
Yeah.
And I absolutely I see a lot of truth in that idea that that the manifestations that people have are oftentimes they induce themselves, but it's also coming from this other side.
Sure.
And it's sort of like where we meet with this other.
Well, and the example I give is remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
Quite literally, the whole concept that consciousness is non-local.
That is non-local. That's physics.
Can visit and view anything. Like my audience may be tired of it, but I bring up the 9th grade science concept all the time of we are all 90% empty space.
Yes, absolutely.
This is an agreed upon illusion by all means of
point
physics.
In the universe is connected with every other point in the universe. That was Ben Rich, who is head of Lockheed Skunk Works, what he said about ESP.
Well, even the root, the paper that Hal Puthoff put out that began the work of remote viewing was the fact that when scientists went home and thought about their experiment, that they were affecting their experiment in the lab.
Yeah, that's true.
So
you are not outside of the experience.
No different than
You're not looking
we're
at...
getting ready for a paranormal experience. We're getting hyped. Are we actively charging that location that we are going to?
Yeah, I believe so.
And I think even as an investigator, you have to come dispassionately to the points of datum and add them to your data set.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go in, and it's hard. It's hard to become dispassionate. It's hard to disconnect yourself from the moment, to disconnect yourself in a way from somebody's experience, to look at it from an outside point of view, even when you're an experiencer, Earl.
Mm-hmm.
I think that makes it even harder.
Yeah,
because you've got to drop your own bias.
You have to try, to your best ability to not bring in your own judgments and ideas.
Yeah,
because that can affect the results that you get.
Absolutely.
And what I tell a lot of my new field investigators is that just remember that if you poke at the phenomena, don't be surprised if it pokes back.
Yeah, it's a fully responsive phenomenon, and that is exactly what they're doing on Blind Frog Ranch, on Skinwalker Ranch. All that is.
But there's a beauty.
They're poking. They're poking.
Yeah, they are.
Interesting to see the pokes back that happens. So.
Being poked back. Absolutely.
Earl, thank you so much for coming on. It's great to finally sit down and talk to you like this. I've got to have you on the show regularly.
Yeah,
look there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to get involved. Let them know where they can go to contact the ERT if they are an experiencer.
Yes. If you go to MUFON.com, MUFON, it's a mutual UFO network. You'll be given a choice, 2 buttons that you can click on: report a UFO or report an entity. If the things that I've been talking about sound familiar to you, click on report an entity. You'll get a set of questions, and somebody like myself, or maybe even me, will get a hold of you. A non-judgmental listener who is well aware that this is a real thing will take you seriously, can put you in contact with a support group if you desire that. We have a list of vetted hypnotherapists if you have missing memories from missing time experience. And I highly recommend it because the ERT is just an amazingly educated, but yet magically just compassionate, wonderful, open group of people. And so that's how you can do it. And I recommend it. I wish that I had known about that.
Yeah.
I wish it had been available 8 years ago when I was so confused.
Yeah.
But it is there, and it's for you. It's for you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much once again for your time today during this very busy MUFON Symposium. It's
the
been
best
fantastic.
one ever. Yeah.
It's been fantastic. It's a great crowd.
Yeah.
While you're online checking out everything from Earl Grey and MUFON at MUFON.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can listen to the show. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, share. That's where you can find the store full of all the books from our guests. It's where you can find our experiencer page, CuriousRealm.com/story. If you're an experiencer, if you're a government whistleblower, if you have had an encounter with cryptids or aliens, give us your experience. We have a forum there where you can share your information, share your evidence as well, and we will present it to our professionals and see if we can get you answers for your case. Stay tuned through these commercial messages, folks. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of Day 2 of the MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 here in Covington, Kentucky. Our guest in this segment is Raymond Szymanski. He is the author of The 50 Shades of Grey, as well as Swamp Gas My Ass, and Alien Shades of Grey. He is a former Air Force employee who worked for the government for many years right down the road here at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, correct?
Yes, about an hour's drive north on I-75.
Wow. And what exactly did you do at Wright-Patterson? What was your job for so many years?
Well, I retired in 2011 as a senior scientist / senior engineer. So when you first start at Wright-Pat, you're taken under the wing of the senior people. So one of the things that I did was they would design circuits. I would lay out the circuit boards. I would load them with the components, and then the senior engineers would come along, and together we would test them. So it was a learning process.
Okay.
And some of those boards and designs eventually made their way into satellites, as an example. What
Sure.
type of satellites, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
So as you go along, you get more responsibility. And one of the longest running jobs I had was with the ADA Joint Program Office. Now, the ADA Joint Program Office was subsidized by the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. And the purpose of that was to develop a singular programming language for real-time embedded weapon systems.
Ooh.
So anything shipborne or tank-borne or airborne would be developed in a programming language. And the reason they wanted to do that is because they had done a survey and determined that there were hundreds of different languages and dialects being used to program all the little, microprocessors that were coming into the fore.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in order to financially make it cheaper, maybe to move people around from project to project, instead of having them to learn a new programming language or a dialect,
Yeah.
they could just all do ADA.
Yeah.
And so for 10 years, I worked for the ADA Joint Program Office developing test suites that would test the performance characteristics of some of the tools, the software tools used for ADA development.
Wow. Wow. And yeah, to know that they're all on the same programming language, make sure that there's no competition between components, things like that, that one component understands what the other component's doing.
Well, there would be a
that kind of
compatibility
stuff.
issue there, but imagine you've got a team that you've trained and they've all learned ADA, because learning a new programming language can be easy for some. So if you have a singular programming language and you say, well, we only need 3 programmers now, and we've got 10 on this missile program, let's move those free 7 up to maybe a tank program or some
Sure.
other program. So there's the keep the costs down, because the government is paying these people to learn ADA, and then if we have the same contractor or maybe the same group of contractors, we know and they know that we're going to use the singular programming language.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of advantages to doing that, and that was one of the largest jobs I did for a long span of my career, basically 25% of my career.
Wow. And yeah, I mean, Wright-Pat is a huge R&D facility. They do tons of weapons design, all kinds of things. And of course, is famed for possibly being one of the locations of alien technology, alien bodies.
Let's open that can of worms.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and open it, because it's quite literally been an interesting conversation over the last year and a half, just since the last MUFON Symposium, where it was friend or foe 1.0, how has the media treated UFOs, UAPs, things like that? And even to see the one thing I brought up on the show regularly, to see the media's rapid turn and use of the word UFO denier. Like, randomly, out of nowhere. It was like all these people who were once like, hey, look at Crazy Joe who's over there talking about his car stopped because of a UFO. Now we're using the term UFO denier suddenly. So it was funny to see that flip of the media, and it's been interesting to see the flip of our government, the flip of the Senate. One thing I've been bringing up to people is, yes, let's forget little green men. Let's talk about monetary accountability. Were you cool with Iran-Contra? Were you cool with the Pentagon Papers that showed that there were these shifty things that went along to make money happen and get weapons somewhere else? Apparently, this whistleblower has said that there is something much bigger than that going on since 1939 with your money in your government, dealing with UFOs and UFO technology and possible recovered aircraft, things like that. So
Who would be that whistleblower?
that Grush.
Oh,
Grush and the recent whistleblower testimonies that just happened. That was a big part of it. The fact of the money trails that lead through special projects, things like that, how things get compartmentalized so that oversight committees don't know where that money goes.
Now, let's go back to a point that you brought up earlier, the Wright-Pat UFO connection.
Yes.
And you talked about advanced technologies. Well, for my entire career, I worked as an employee of Air Force Research Labs. So the Air Force has, the labs used to be scattered. A lot of the consolidation has now happened at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They're leading edge. They're looking 30 years out and further. So could we have used some of the technology that was recovered in crash craft? It's definitely a possibility. Are we ready to release that? Do I know if they've done that? No, I don't know. Yeah. But there are stories that has happened. And let's touch upon the initial connection. Major Jesse Marcel, in a 1978 interview with Stanton Friedman, said, we recovered a crash craft, and those pieces went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Now, that was 1978.
Yeah.
I entered Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1973. That's 5 years before it went public. My mentor, the guy that was assigned to me and who I discuss extensively in my first book, 50 Shades of Grace, took me under his wing one day as we were going to a deserted hangar, going to a business building, which was on the other end of our building. And he said, have you heard about our aliens? So I'm a co-op student from the University of Detroit, and I don't know aliens from Jack. So I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, there was a crash out west, and they recovered the craft, and that craft now sits at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's being examined, and exploited. Well, it wasn't until 5 years later that Jesse Marcel and the world, through Stanton Friedman, let it be known that Wright-Pat had this distinct connection. How Al, who is my mentor, knew about this, I don't know, but I can say that Al went on to become a member of the Senior Executive Service. So at the time, he was a mid-level engineer. Now, the Senior Executive Service is the equivalent of a military general or an admiral. So the guy speaking to me about a alien crash craft connection 5 years before it came public went on to become a member of the Senior Executive Service. So I don't want to belabor the point, but again, this was somebody who went on to have a fabulous career.
Yeah.
It always bugged me. How did he know? And where did he get this information from? Was it a rumor that he just expanded upon, or he had a gut feel? I don't know. But there's been that long-standing connection between Wright-Patterson and, of course, the labs are there.
Yeah.
So in 1947, when that material was brought to Wright-Patterson, and we know it was because Jesse Marcel said it was, and the guy who was the chief of staff of the 8th Army Air Corps, where that stuff came to initially before it went to Wright-Pat. And he signed an affidavit, so we know it went to Wright-Pat. It went to the Materials Directorate, probably in a little briefcase. They opened it up and they said, tell us what you know about this. We'll come back in 6 months and give us a report. And then there was only one copy made. And that's what needs to be tracked down. Where did that singular report go on the official Roswell crash records? We know who did it. We know where it is somewhere.
Yeah.
But there's probably only one copy.
Man, that's just remarkable to think about. Because, I mean, the concept of the Roswell crash, the idea of the Roswell crash has, of course, haunted ufology for decades, and is just now coming to light in a lot of ways. Once again, with the whistleblower testimonies, with the idea that, yeah, there are secret programs that back engineer things, that look at things. Much like Philip Corso said long ago, like lasers, fiber optics, things like that, all came from that technology and was back engineered. And to know, one of the things I bring up on the show regularly is the fact of any computer you go out and buy is 10 years old at a minimum by any military spec. It is old technology. They've already had that and used it, and they're in a different realm of technology than what we have on our commercial shelves.
It depends on the technology you're talking about. Sometimes the military is ahead, sometimes industry is ahead, and commercial. But I'll lay a story on you and your listening audience. There was a gentleman by the name of Dr. Bill Edwards. Now, the world doesn't know Bill Edwards because what Bill Edwards did is he kind of brought the world into the solid state world, and he was the head of a division, I think it was called microelectronic circuits. And basically, when solid state first became a viable solution and was going to replace the vacuum tubes, inside Air Force Research Labs, Bill Edwards was running a program to help accelerate that. And one of the groups he was working with eventually became known as Texas Instruments. And as everybody knows, TI was one of the very first to develop the integrated circuit.
That's right.
And it was Bill Edwards' group in conjunction with commercial entities who helped bring them from hard soldered pieces of silicon and wire to putting TI in business, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, the story is that I used to play basketball recreationally at Wright Pat, and during our afternoon games, I would regularly go up against Bill Edwards. So I got to know him on the court, and he and I worked in the same building, only a floor apart. So after I retired and I was starting to develop my first book, I intercepted Bill Edwards at the gym. He's retired, I'm retired, so it's a little safety factor. And I wanted to revisit the mythology, we'll call it, of Colonel Corso and how he ceded the solid-state technology to Bell Labs and that it unstuck them from what they were doing. And at one point, they just couldn't get the doping right. It's doping is when you put like arsenic or something, and it enables the carriers.
Yeah.
So as the story goes, they discovered by back engineering that they were using the wrong dopant, and then once they got the right dopant, then the transistor was born.
Yeah.
Well, I took that story to Bill Edwards because if anybody would know that, Bill would, because he worked that from day one.
Pioneered the transistor.
So I asked him a direct question, putting my long-standing, jump shot
on the line,
which I used to, in your face, Bill.
Yeah.
I put that at risk, and I told that backstory to him, and I asked him point blank, what is your take on this story that it was reverse engineering of alien artifacts that got Bell Labs over the hump and got you guys, because I knew his story, into the integrated circuit thing? And he just shook his head and he said, there are gaps in my knowledge, but I know I've had access to all of those root papers, and I would tell you that it was just hard work and human ingenuity that got us to where we are today. I don't see that as part of the story.
Yeah.
So for me, and again, I that was the end of the conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, there were some, how's your health and that sort of thing, enjoying retirement. But here was a guy, and I'm sure you can look him up in all the papers he wrote, that he basically told me point blank, no, I really think it was just because he was part of that hard work and that ingenuity.
Yeah.
So I don't want to throw cold water on it. I don't want to say it's the definitive answer, but this is a source that now you have information from that you can't get to, and that I had an opportunity to chat with only because I knew him from the gym.
Yeah, because you had a personal relationship with him to begin with.
Yeah, and then I would see him, and I knew guys that worked for him, and we would cross paths in the building.
Well, and there's definitely that fact of, I can neither confirm nor deny that that's the case. Would have probably been the answer, were it the answer.
But he was open. He was open with me, and it was easily defensible.
Well,
and Bill was a straight shooter. He was a no nonsense guy.
Yep.
So for me, I took it at face value.
Well, and we have the conversation regularly when it comes to ancient sites, ancient aliens, things like that. That like we regularly dismiss the ingenuity of humanity, and they were hot on the trail of the transistor, and especially the miniaturization of the transistor from transistor radio to microchip. They were already on that path right up around that time. Miniaturization really helped that along, being able to throw thousands of transistors onto a chip.
Well, to bring the story to a close, a friend of mine, his name is Ray Rang. He was the historian from Air Force Research Labs after he retired. And Ray was a personal friend of mine. In fact, when he left staff, it was a promotion for me. He was leaving staff to go back to my home organization, and I was taking this place up on staff. So I was going to work indirectly for the head of Air Force Research Labs at the time, who was a general. It was called Wright Labs at the time. Mm-hmm. So Ray Rang was a personal friend. I had, again, retired, but I got a visitor pass to go back into the building where I knew Ray was working. I coordinated with him, and he is now writing all about the history of the Census Directorate where I worked, and they were having people come in and interviews and stories, and he's backfilling information he didn't have. He was going to write something for the archives. So I posed the same question to him. I said, now, I talked to Bill Edwards about this, and you're the historian, and I know you've got other insight. And I laid the story out about the transistors and everything else. And he goes, get out of my office. He literally, he didn't want to hear about aliens. He didn't care. He was just saying, Bill's story's my story. Get out of my office.
Yeah, like enough with that foolishness.
I have never spoken to Ray.
Coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 here in Covington, Kentucky. Our guest in this segment is Yvonne Smith. She is a hypnotist and author of the book Chosen. Hypnotherapist. Sorry, yes, not hypnotist. It is not a stage act.
No.
It is not a stage act. Let's get into the world of hypnotherapy real quick, because I don't know if a lot of people realize how deeply involved in this field, especially when it comes to experiencers, that it is. And the fact that MUFON actively has a whole realm of hypnotherapists that are licensed, that they work with, that are vetted in their field. So
yes.
How is it that you came to the work of hypnotherapy to begin with, Yvonne?
I've been doing this 32 years now, and when I went to see Bud Hopkins, who is considered the pioneer of abduction research, I became very interested in it, and it just seemed from there I wanted to read more about it because I was fascinated. And now after 3 decades, I feel that I was directed to do this. I was just, everything in my path just pointed to doing this.
Did you start off in the world of hypnotherapy or with social work, psychology? How did you come to hypnotherapy to begin with?
I was interested in hypnotherapy to work with cancer patients mainly, because I had a very close uncle who passed away from cancer at the age of 41.
Oh, wow.
So, so I took, I went to hypnotherapy college, and I thought, I'm gonna do this to help out the cancer patients, and then maybe work with a couple of abduction cases.
Sure.
And it just turned out to be the other way around. I mean, I've been specializing, like I said, over 3 decades, and I started out working with, other with people who have had cancer, going through the chemotherapy, and a lot of the, when I first started, losing weight and stopped smoking and things like that.
Yeah.
But as I met more and more people in the field, I began to receive referrals, people coming to me because they thought maybe something happened to them. And then it just seemed, that's what tells you, and it's still like that today, it's there is so much need for trained therapists.
Yeah.
And that's why now I'm going to be teaching my 3rd workshop for therapists who are interested in doing this.
Yeah, yeah. And hypnosis is a fantastic way to relieve trauma, to help people find trauma that they didn't even know existed. I know, I guess it was about a year and a half ago, I went through a session with Terry Lovelace.
Oh, I know Terry very well.
And I've never had a UFO UAP experience, and I guess I've had one, but not like, hey, look, there's a craft.
Sure.
Not an abduction experience. I've had a few paranormal experiences, but it was remarkable to just go into a state of hypnosis and find out that apparently I had another life as a field hand.
Oh, so you went back to another life, past life experience. That's a whole other...
It was pretty interesting, and it was pretty remarkable. I aired the entire thing live.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I recorded myself going through the experience and aired
Terry
the whole...
actually take you back purposely to another life, or did you just spontaneously go there?
We just went. He took me wherever I needed to go, and that is what came forth. It was pretty interesting.
Very.
And going back and looking at it, there wasn't any leading from him or anything like that, which is of course a lot of people's big concern whenever it comes to hypnotherapy, because it can be very easy to put suggestions into somebody's head. How do you, as a hypnotherapist, begin a session with somebody and start that process of really digging deep and cracking that nut?
Well, when they first contact me, now it's through email, mainly through my website. Sure. I will send them questionnaires, life history questionnaire, a second one to fill out, asking them specific, if they had a sighting and so forth. And there's things that I look for, where all the similarities, if they had experiences since childhood, or their families had experiences, their siblings, and if it looks like they have possibly could be an abductee experiencer, then I will do an initial consultation over Zoom, and then from there, when they're ready, they will book a first regression session. So it's a process they go through first. And I send out the information to make sure someone is ready. Because if something comes up that they're not ready for, like say some hidden memories about being taken, and they're not ready for it, it's too late. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
That's it. Yeah. And that can be very hard as a therapist to be there to help somebody, but at the same time have to carefully guide and find your way through that situation. How often has it been the case that somebody's come to you, let's say, for other sessions, and through those sessions you've come to find out that they are an experiencer? Has that ever been the case?
There's only been just a few, very few instances of that. If they thought, like I say, look for certain things, the history. And if they thought, was that a dream or did that really happen? And it turns out that they really didn't have anything, to point to an abduction. But because I vet them in the beginning and talk to them, answer their questions when they're filling out the questionnaire. I mean, there's plenty of time to go through everything. But so I say it's very, very few times when that's happened. And usually people who come to me for abduction, they've already been through years of traditional therapy for other issues, in their lives. So there's an area there that their therapist is not able to tap into. And in turn, I receive referrals from many therapists, many traditional therapists.
Yeah, and when you do receive a referral, how do you begin? You've got the questionnaire, everything else. How do you begin handling that person once the questionnaire is in, and begin actively crafting your session and the way that you pose questions to them?
You mean when you were actually in a session?
Yes. Yeah.
It just, I don't plan a session.
Okay.
I just take them back to, say, when they were 10 years old. And I let them decide.
Okay.
10 years old or something recent. And then once the process begins, I take them through the typical relaxation, and then we start going through the regression, so taking them back in time. And once they start talking, say something comes up, say they see a light or they see a strange craft or whatever it is, then I will start. I will start posing the questions as they're giving me the information.
Okay.
And you have to be, of course, you have to be very, very careful not to lead someone. Let them tell you what they're experiencing.
Okay. Give us an example of that, just so people are aware of non-leading questions.
Oh, if they say, there's, I think I see, or there's a really bright light. I really can't tell what's there. And I really can't see because it's so bright. And I will tell them, we'll look around and see if you can see the source of the light. Where's the light? Where's it coming from? Just things like that. Let them tell me that, oh my gosh, I see a craft, but I know it's not an airplane or, helicopter. Then I'll ask them to describe it. See, I don't describe it for them.
Sure.
Does it have lights? Does it have this? I let them describe it and tell me what they're experiencing.
And it sometimes that experience can, once again, be very visceral, even on the remembrance side. What have been some of the extreme cases that you've seen as far as reaction while under hypnosis?
I've had people, they cry, and that's mainly, that's very common. Because they'll relive the experience, they'll scream, they'll try to jump up off the couch.
Oh, wow.
But then, a trained therapist will pose the suggestions that, listen to my voice, you're safe, you're here, you're just letting yourself remember, So you don't let them go through that trauma again.
Yeah, because, that's the main thing, is that you're trying to help them release the trauma, not necessarily relive the trauma.
Right.
And that's a very fine line to walk, even as a regular therapist, much less as a hypnotherapist. And amongst the many cases that you've done, what have been a couple of the standout cases that you've had?
The very first case that I had of two brothers, so it was a double abduction. I presented it in my talk this morning. I think that case put it on the map for me that this is real. You know, these people aren't making this up. They were abducted as little children, and then they finally decided later on in years, as adults, to undergo the process. And there were many, many similarities. And you know, when I work with witnesses, multiple witnesses, I will interview them separately. And of course, I regress them separately, and I tell them not to talk to each other until we're completely done.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I have I wrote a book, The Coronado Incident, of a dozen people who were abducted on Coronado Island in San Diego. I was the MC of a UFO conference, and there was a dozen of my CERO members, my support group members, that were taken that weekend. So it took me a long time to write a book about that.
Wow. All 12 of them. That is remarkable. And have they all been through the hypnotic process? And
as I was writing the book, I was still doing sessions because there were so many of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And similar experience from all of them?
They saw each other on the craft.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting. It's the books are available on Amazon. In fact, I'm going to be putting out a second edition of Coronado pretty soon.
Okay.
So,
cool. Well, I will definitely have to keep a lookout for that one, because that sounds like a fascinating story, the fact of 12 people being abducted and being aware of each other's abduction. How frequently have you seen cases like that?
oh, it's often that you get multiple witness abductions. Maybe not as many as a dozen people, but like the Travis Walton case, who I know really well, he was 6 people.
Yeah.
And it's not unusual. You know, people think it is, but it's not unusual.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is one of the things that we discuss on the show regularly, is that there are numerous sightings that happen where one person there sees it and the rest do not.
Exactly. Yeah.
And, you know, I attribute that a lot to vibrational field, things like that. The idea of just kind of being in the zone.
They choose who is going to be able to see them. And they choose who's going to be able to photograph them, because not everybody can.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, precisely. I mean, you'd have to have some pretty specialized equipment to be able to catch things in that vibratory range.
Right.
It's just a different realm of physics that we're playing with. And have you seen any experiencers that have come back physically changed? Anything like that?
They're changed, yeah. They often they feel more spiritual because they've been touched by something that, you know, we didn't all grow up talking about this. We didn't learn like this in school. It was just, you know, something touched them, seeing and interacting with beings from wherever they're from. So they definitely come back changed.
Yeah.
You can't help it.
Yeah, yeah, precisely. Yeah, and not just mentally and spiritually changed, sometimes physically changed even. Scars being healed, all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah, they do healings.
It is remarkable.
They don't do healings on everybody, and who knows why they choose the people that they do healings on, but they actually do. But they do need us healthy and strong, and because they need our material. They need our DNA and blood and whatever else they need.
Yeah, yeah. And in all of your investigations, how many people have experienced and, I guess, not been able to tell their families? How many people have experienced with them families that you've seen?
Oh gosh,
where
that's very common, very widespread. They're not able to talk to family members, or the family members, sometimes if they've experienced something together, the one family member doesn't want to talk about it, so it makes it too real.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why I established my support group 31 years ago, because people were leaving my office and I was the only one they were talking to.
Well, and yeah, let's get into your support group a little bit, because I love the fact that there are so many contactee support groups that have started up, not just the experience or resource team with MUFON, but groups like yours. Whenever I have folks like Michael J.S. Carter on, things like that, who had their experience decades ago, 60s, 70s, it's not like maybe you would find a pull tab at your local library for a support group or at a community center where it's like, hey, have you seen this? Like, come meet us on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
It's not like it's the day of the internet where it's hop on, let me find some help. Let me find a group of like-minded individuals.
I mean, they might be able to now.
Yeah.
But when I started,
there
we
was
didn't
almost
have
nothing.
the internet.
Yeah, exactly.
We were just starting to email. And so everything was done by phone calls. And everything was done by, and it's still done in my practice by referrals mainly. And then, of course, people find me, on Facebook or whatever, but that's not what it was 32 years ago.
Yeah.
So, so I just found it to be very necessary to start the group, and we had about 6 people, but I had no idea that it was going to be 31 years later, no idea.
And how many people in your group now?
Well, not everybody attends every meeting, so we've had, a few hundred people go in and out.
Wow.
And the old ones that started with me, you don't see them for a while for whatever reason, and they come back. And we have lately, the last month or two, I mean, I've been so busy being contacted by new people that, again, there's a need for a support group and for therapy, just to get them through what, and make sense of what happened to them. So, in a way, I'm kind of glad the internet's there. The internet has, of course, made it more difficult because they can Photoshop, people can Photoshop things and all of that. So it's complicated matters as well, but at least for people being able to find a support group or a therapist, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, and much less stigmata than walking up to a doctor's door trying to get a referral or telling them your case and will you take my case, doctor?
Exactly.
Because there would be many doctors out there, many psychiatrists who would say, I would rather not take your money. I believe that your situation is not one that actually happened, and I'm not going to take your money doing that.
That's why a lot of people are afraid to talk to their, and even though they've been through their therapist or psychiatrist, whatever it is, they're kind of, they try to tiptoe into it, but they're afraid they're going to be put into a mental institution.
Absolutely.
But there's a lot of testing that goes on, so they could prove that these people aren't psychotic or have any kind of psychosis. But it's just that, it's just a very difficult thing for someone to try to bring up to their doctor or therapist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a sensitive thing to begin with. Sadly, the one thing I akin it to whenever I talk to people like Sev Talk, stuff like that, is people who have been sexually assaulted. There becomes a trauma there. There becomes a guilt there that you attach to yourself for some reason, and it can really do a lot of things in your life.
Of course.
There are numerous people who sans therapy move forward with their life, things like that, but a lot of people are not able to, and they keep that inside, and it affects so many different sides of their health, life, relationships.
Exactly. It's difficult. It does affect marriages, relationships. Very, very difficult. I've seen it over the years.
Yeah, and I'm honestly looking forward to the day that there is something about experiencers in the AMA journals, the psychiatric
absolutely.
journals,
Hopefully,
on how to treat, how to deal with it when it comes forward. I mean, no different than. When when allegations of child abuse, things like that used to be overlooked by psychiatrists.
Exactly.
You know, and then they found out, no, this is apparently an endemic problem and we need to do something about it. And I think we're finally getting to that point in a society with this topic.
We've made strides, but abduction is still a whole other issue. I mean, we've made strides with pilots coming forward, reporting what they saw.
Yeah.
But there's still, nobody's talking yet at a congressional hearing about abductions. But we've got to start somewhere.
We do.
So
we do. It opens the conversation and really puts the conversation outside of the box, which is what's necessary, is to not have walls on it.
Exactly.
Right now. The more walls we put on, I've said it numerous times since the whistleblower hearing, the idea of NHI, non-human intelligence, removes it from the box and the construct of alien.
Exactly.
Now, how frequent have you ever had a case where the encounters that somebody had were maybe not alien, where it was where they believe maybe it was time shift from the future or something like that, where it wasn't alien entity or craft?
No, I don't think the top of my head. Paranormal comes out, but paranormal and UFO experiences are intertwined.
They have become more and more intertwined, it seems. I belong to a lot of communities. I interview a lot of researchers. I attend a lot of conferences like this in different fields, from paranormal to remote viewing, cryptids.
Right.
And the worlds are melding. It's really interesting to see.
Yeah.
It is.
But I haven't come across, I don't think I've had hundreds of cases of what you had asked.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Anyway, do we...
I was just about to say, one last question before we let you go. What can people do to start their journey of healing, Yvonne? What can they do to begin getting over these traumas?
It's to reach out, reach out to a qualified therapist. They can go to my website. There's the questionnaires, the information's on there.
Yeah.
And, or go to the MUFON website. They could try to refer somebody. I'll try to refer somebody if they want somebody near their home. I do, since COVID, I've been doing Zoom sessions because even though everybody was on quarantine, the experiences were still there. Yeah. So I do in-person sessions as well as Zoom sessions.
Awesome. Well, look right there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find you. Let them know where they can go to keep up with your research. Right up there.
Okay. You could just go to my website, hypnotherapist.yvonnesmith.com. Send me an email. You can fill out the questionnaires and send them to me, and I'll contact you. And we go from there.
Awesome. Well, fantastic, Yvonne. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much for having me.
You bet. I'd love to have you on again and again, because this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart, as many experiencers as I know.
Yes.
It is remarkable the work that you guys do. So
Thank you for having me.
Keep doing it.
Thank you.
While you are online checking out all of the amazing work from Yvonne Smith, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes, all the interviews. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can also find our experiencer forum, CuriousRealm.com/story. Share your experience with the paranormal, cryptids, UFOs. If you're a government whistleblower, share your story with us. Share your evidence with us. We will present it to our guests and our experts and see if we can find answers for you. Stay tuned after these commercial breaks. We will be coming back with our final bit of Day 2 coverage here at MUFON Symposium 2023 in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our waning coverage of Day 2 of MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky. We have with us right now Terry lygne-kehl. She is a member of MUFON. She's a MUFON representative. What do you let the audience know exactly what you do with MUFON?
Okay. Well, let's see. I'm on the board of directors, and I am a former state director of Florida MUFON. I'm now living in Paris, Tennessee, and I'm the director of memberships, and I am also working with MUFON University as their consultant.
Awesome.
And so, I got my hands in a couple different fires.
a few fingers with pies going on. And, the reason I wanted to have you on is because of your heavy involvement with MUFON. I love all of the work that MUFON does, but you are also, you have a long lineage of contact within your family as well, which was a topic that we were talking about earlier, the idea that it seems that experiences tend to run in familial lines. It's really, really interesting.
And it is a very interesting subject. I don't pretend to be an expert on it because there are so many variables involved.
Yeah.
However, yes, there's been 70 years, and it started with my oldest brother, and he's much older than I am. He was from my mother's first marriage. So when he was 9 years old, and he's passed away, at 76, and that was a few years back. He had someone show up and literally speak to him, and he didn't even know who this person was, and say, at 9 o'clock tonight, and at this park, there is going to be a ship. Well, okay, and that was back in the 40s. Okay, and
wow.
And he, my first thought while he was sharing this with me was, oh my gosh, he's going to be abducted by a pedophile or something. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the first thing that comes to your mind in 2023. Or well, he told me this in 2020, and I thought, oh yeah. Well, he went to the park, and sure enough, this ship showed up, and he had this moment. And he doesn't know if he had missing time. He doesn't know what happened. But he said it was absolutely just like the man said. And I'm like, what man? Phil, why would you listen to that?
Interesting.
And he said, I don't even know why I listened. He said, somebody had seen a craft in our neighborhood while we kids were all playing. And the guy that was there said the craft will be at the park. As crazy as that sounds, that's what happened. So that was my brother Phil's experience. And then my mother, who owned a houseboat, used to like to rent her house out to this friend of hers that was a Canadian for 3 months out of every year. And she would get on her houseboat, she'd tool around in the Gulf of Mexico, and her husband would throw over anchor, and they would, hang out all these different little portacals all over, up and down the west coast of Florida, and even go into the dry Tortugas and stuff like that. They were both divers.
Okay.
And she said what shocked her was when they first started doing this, they were seeing these USOs shoot right up out of the water, not even making barely a ripple. She said they came up clean, and all of a sudden there it would be, and it would hover. She said they were green cylinders, and she said it was like nothing she could have ever even imagined. And then it would just hover and then just go, and she said it was gone so fast. They would both look at each other like, did we see that? What did we just see?
Yeah.
And for the longest time, they really didn't even know what they were looking at, because my mother wasn't into UFOs of any type.
Well, and especially, the traditional shape of a UFO is not a cylinder.
Right.
There are numerous sightings of them, but
green. And hovering over the water, coming out of the water. Okay, so this was all new to her back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Okay, and she did this through the 60s and the 70s. Now, I had my first experience with extraterrestrials in 1979, so I was in the 70s. My brother was in the 40s, my mom in the 60s, me in the 70s. And, I'm coming home from work one night and then hovered over a railroad track just outside of our area where my home was. I see this UFO, and it's just hovered there, and I'm thinking to myself, no way. Now here's what's interesting too. At this point, I didn't know about my brother's exposure. I did not know about my mother's exposure.
Okay.
That night, I had my experience. There were two crafts, one that was over the railroad tracks, but unbeknownst to me, there was also one landed to the right of me. And the one that had landed was the one that this big, huge blue light came out of. It was the most powerful light blue I'd ever seen. And back in 1979, we didn't have fiber optics or anything like that. So, here's this extraterrestrial standing in this light. And he was a tall white. Never heard of him, didn't know anything about him, didn't believe in him. I really believed all my life that extraterrestrial stuff and all that was comic book entertainment.
Sure.
So for me to actually see it, and being a Christian, I was like, you got to be kidding me, So I lived through the moment. I was taken aboard that one ship by that tall white. I saw two small grays who were assisting him on me. Had missing time. After it was all over, I'm giving you the quick Reader's Digest of a very long experience. And after it was all over and they had taken off, I stood there, not the same girl that went into the craft, but now I was begging them to stay or take me. And I'm like, now how do you go from being an unbeliever to being an instantaneous believer and devotee? And I'm like, why am I begging? I was literally standing there crying.
Wow.
And I thought, now this is really cool.
Were you afraid when your experience started?
I was very afraid.
Okay.
But the craft comforted me. And it was so beautiful, so powerful. And the blue light that was going across the one that was hovered over the railroad tracks, there was something in that blue light that was just so relaxing, or it was speaking to me somehow. Of course, at the time, I didn't realize that. I can look back now and understand it, but at the time, I became so curious. And so, here I am looking at it, and the fear did leave me, but when I saw the tall white, I was absolutely stunned. I mean, I didn't even know how to wrap my head around that. And fear was just a small part of that equation, But anyhow, when they left, here I am crying and begging. And then the cool part was I'm listening to David Paulides yesterday, okay, because he was one of our speakers here, our keynote speaker. I was blown away when he said that someone hadn't been taken simply because they had had a vasectomy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? What kind of craziness is that? Okay. You know why they didn't take me when I'm standing there crying and begging them to take me? I'd had a hysterectomy.
Wow.
It hit me while I was listening to David.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's why they didn't take me.
Unviable donor.
Yes.
Interesting.
And I'm thinking, oh my God. And the whole time I remember saying right out loud, I said, aren't I good enough? Why aren't you taking me? And I was begging them to take me, and they didn't take me. So now I know why.
Yeah.
Right here today, 2023, I finally figured it out thanks to David Paulides.
Well, and it's interesting the fact that you've been in this field for a long time.
Yeah.
Lynn.
Yeah.
Or Terry, and to know that you just now stumbled upon that realization.
Yeah.
And that goes to show, though, that don't stop exploring your experience.
Right.
Never stop exploring your experience and what it means, why it happened, why you weren't chosen. Things like that.
Exactly. And now I know I was chosen to have the experience.
Yeah.
And while I was on that craft, let me go back to the experience itself. While I was on that craft to the right that had landed with the tall white and the two grays, he looked down and spoke to me, the tall white, and through mental telepathy said, in a male voice, which is interesting, male voice, we will not harm you. We will not take you. And I thought, take me? Take me where? So he was telling me, right then and there, we're not taking you.
Yeah.
So what do? I'm begging and crying and pleading with him to take me. And I'm like, my head and my heart were like, what what are you saying? Shut up. Why are you begging them to take you? This is absurd. And now I know why they didn't.
Yeah.
And yet he had told me that right straight away. So I must have passed out on that table that they put me on in this all-white room. The walls were white, the floors were white, a very soft white glow. The ceiling was white, everything was white. Every bit of it wasn't furniture, it was a table. And it was glowing. It had a glow to it. And it's just all, to me, hard to wrap my head around even still to this day. It changed everything about who I was and how I felt and what I knew and what I believed. And now here I am at this age just finding out, it's still unveiling. I'm still getting it. It's crazy.
We were talking earlier about the concept of ontological shock and how that sets in and how I talk to a lot of experiencers, Terry, and beyond the world of UFO, UAP. Paranormal, cryptids, things like that.
Right, I've been there.
I don't know of a single one where it started out good.
Yeah, it's always so bizarre.
People come to terms with their experience. But I know very few experiencers where they were not either frozen in fear, frozen in indecision, frozen in disbelief.
Yes.
And where afterward it did not shake their foundation in some way, shape, or form.
No, it actually increased my faith, and it increased my understanding. It increased my knowledge base of what was going on. Although I didn't get it fully, I'm no expert on these subjects, but I didn't get it fully. I don't know why things happened the way they did. But this I do know. We are spiritual beings on a human journey. And this human journey here on this planet has many open doors. It really, really does. And depending on your life and your experiences, which door will open and how it will open. And because I've been an experiencer since I was 5 years old, not necessarily with extraterrestrials, but with the paranormal realm. And I've gone through a demonic time where I saw, full-bodied apparitions, that is not normal stuff. And it's very hard to live through that because it's so frightening and so mind-boggling.
One of the experiences I talk about regularly on the show was one of them that led me to a crisis of faith. I was a former seminarian, all kinds of things, taught theology studies, all kinds of stuff to youth, adults. But the day, and I saw a shadow person. It was weird. It was freaky.
Yeah.
But the day one grabbed me in my bed, Terry.
Okay, that would make a difference.
That was when my crisis came.
Yeah.
And I mean, hey, I had like full on religious experience. That is what led me into the seminary.
Yeah.
And thank God that the man who wore the collar that I went to after Mass and was like, Father, I just had this really weird thing happen in the middle of Mass. And I told him, I was not there.
Yeah.
I was somewhere else.
Right. They have ways of transporting us.
And fortunately, I had a very open-minded, open-hearted priest who was like, Chris, you should probably explore that. If you feel you were called by God, you should explore that. You should look into that. And if you need some help, you let me know.
What'd you do?
I explored entering the seminary, and I actively entered the seminary and studied to be a priest for a year and all kinds of things. It led me down a different road.
Yeah.
But that experience with the shadow person was a stealing of my faith in a totally different way. And I think it was because of the latent fear that was there, where it's not that I hadn't been told about, there's evil things stalking your soul around every corner.
Very true.
It's a different thing when something grabs you.
That's right.
And you can't move, you can't respond, you can't speak. That was a very, very, still to this day, visceral experience for me. And I've had numerous experiences of sleep paralysis.
Right.
It's the only one where something popped out of the wall and it grabbed me. And it changed me. It changed the paradigm in which I live, how I view the world, and how I interact.
Did it rob
with
your faith?
experiencers? No.
Good.
It made my faith stronger.
Good.
And that was even after telling the priest, like, hey man, I've got a sincere crisis of conscience here. Like,
Yes.
you are asking me to accept upon faith spectral evidence.
Right.
And when presented evidence of the spectral, you have no faith.
You have questions.
and that is a big
Right.
logical barrier for me to leap.
Absolutely. And
Not faith-wise, but
Yeah.
logically, I cannot reconcile that.
Right. Right.
And yeah, I still talk to my God. I still experience spirituality on a daily basis. I don't really go to a church a whole lot. I'll say that, but not open to the experience. I'm just called in a different way now.
Exactly. I don't think that there is a certain way that we all are called. Every one of us is different. Everything about our lives are unique to us. And we don't share that uniqueness with each other. Are we all created the same?
In a base way, sure.
In a base way.
Yeah, we've
Very
all
good.
got the same $13 of chemicals inside of us.
That's right. But mentally, spiritually, and physically, we are not all alike.
Absolutely not.
And I used to hear people say we were all created identical, and I thought, well, I wasn't.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with me?
Yeah.
But it was just me questioning that theology and what they were teaching, and I knew beyond any shadow of any doubt, I am definitely not like that person. And it's all our mental and spiritual life. You know, I might look like you with two eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but we all function very differently and at different levels.
Yep.
Yeah,
we all process reality through different filters.
Completely different.
And that is all experiential. I say it on the show regularly that is why two people in the same place, one person can witness and one person doesn't.
Right, exactly.
In the exact same situation.
In the exact same.
Why two people brought up in the same house. You talk to my brother.
Totally different.
We were both brought up by the same single mother who worked two jobs and went to college.
Yes. And you're nothing
we have
alike.
totally different experiences within that home.
Yes.
And that's just it. Now, with your experience, with your numerous experiences with ETs at this point, what was it like for you to find out from your mother and your brother that they'd had experiences that they had never told you about?
Right. Getting back to that, my mother, that night after I had seen in 1979 the craft and the extraterrestrials, and they had left, I stood in the middle of the road outside of my little Honda Civic with my head in my hands going, oh my God, I need to speak to somebody who loves me and somebody who knows me and knows I'm not nuts. Okay. Yeah. And I thought, who? Well, who else?
Mom.
My mom.
Mom.
So I thought it was like 2:30 at night because that's when this all started. And I didn't know about missing time, so I didn't know that I had missing time. So I get to her house, I knock on the door. Her husband comes and says, Terry, what are you doing here so early in the morning? I'm like, morning? You're sound asleep. It's 2:30 at night. He goes, Terry, it's 4 a.m. And I went, what?
Wow.
And I went, oh, he's so tired. He doesn't even know what time it is,
Poor old man.
And I thought it was him.
Wow.
I actually thought he was nuts. And nothing clued me in that it was 4 a.m. because, it's always your darkest hours before the light,
Yeah.
And so it was pretty dark out. And my mom heard me at the door and she goes, come on in, what's going on? And I go, Mom, pour the coffee. I got to tell you what happened to me. So she listens to the whole thing and she's sitting about as close to me as you are right now. And after I tell her my whole experience, she puts her hand on my knee and she's kind of doing this. And she says, it's okay, Tare. I've seen them too. I jumped off the couch, looked at her in the eyes. I was 27 years old, and I said to her these words, I am 27 years old, and you didn't prepare me for this? How could you do that to me? How could you not let me know? And she just was like shocked, like, what are you so
Wow.
upset about? And I'm like, are you kidding what I just went through? I just blew my mind.
Yeah.
I'm trying to deal with this, Mom. Why didn't you prepare me? And that's when she said, well, Tara, when I rent the house out, to her girlfriend up in Canada, and we go out on the houseboat, this is what happened. And she shared it with me. And I was trying to be kind and understanding, but I was so angry because I thought, geez, if I'd have had a clue that this stuff is even real, I might have been able to wrap my mind around it. I said, I just made a fool of myself, begging and screaming and crying for them to take me. And they didn't take me, and I don't know why they didn't take me. And she was like, whatever you do, don't share this with anybody. She was in management at Honeywell Aerospace. I had been working at Honeywell as a secretary along with my sister Chris. And my mom said, Terry, if anybody finds out what you're talking about here, they're going to label you an absolute kook case. And I'm like, okay, I'll never say anything. And I didn't until 29 years later. And I had like somewhat of a screen memory of it, but it almost disappeared in my thoughts. I never thought about it again. 29 years later, I'm sitting at home and boom, I hear an audible voice say, go to the computer, report your sighting. Like it just happened 29 years earlier. And just like that, I knew exactly what it was talking about. So I got up, I went to the computer, and, well, I don't even know how to do that. Report a UFO. Up comes MUFON, and the rest is history.
Wow. Wow. And what an incredible story of coming to work with MUFON. And not just that, but coming to the awareness of MUFON.
Right. I didn't know there was anything like this. And I want to say this. I am so grateful for MUFON, because where would you go to say, this happened to me?
Yeah.
And you can go to a lot of places, but nobody does what MUFON does.
That's right.
We are the boots on the ground. We investigate what happened. We are here to reassure you, to walk you through that experience, help you know what happened to you.
Yeah.
And you're not crazy.
Well,
this has happened to millions of others.
Exactly. And it's also the fact of, you've got the team in place to help respond as well to the victim side of it.
That's right.
Which is, I think, what has been ignored for a long, long time.
Yes.
There's been a few agencies, NICAP, things like that are still around, but MUFON, I think, has had the most cohesive intake
Absolutely.
of information
They're
since the day that they said, this is our process.
Right.
It has been the process.
Right.
There have been a couple things, tool-wise, technology-wise, that have been added to said process.
Right.
But it starts the same way all the time, every time. Starts with a witness report.
Right.
Goes
On
from
our
a witness.
CMS.
Goes from a witness report to, let's get an investigator there.
Yes.
Let's find physical evidence. Let's
Right.
look at pictures. Things like that. It's remarkable. It's great. It's great.
Is. It really is. And we have a passion here for helping.
Yep.
It really is what we're all about. We are the oldest and largest UFO reporting agency in the world. There are others, but they don't do anything.
And fully
They
volunteer.
just take your information and hang on to it.
Yeah.
We're using this for stats. We're learning so much about what's out there, what has happened to you, how it's happened to you. There are so many connections that we make with that person who reports. And most of the people who report want to be a part of us. So, they join and become members, and that's a wonderful thing. And, I love it because I'm meeting people like you.
Same.
I'm meeting people like all these other people that are here, speakers. I'm a speaker this year talking about my alien healing from 2012. And I'll be doing that tomorrow. So if anybody's out there listening to us and you want to hear all about that, come on down.
Yeah. Well, let's get into your alien healing real quick, because that is something that we've talked about regularly on the show. It's something that we've talked about with Kathleen Martin whenever we've had her on. The idea that when people come back, they seem to be physiologically changed.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're talking close encounter.
Yeah.
When you're talking abduction, when you're talking being present with the craft.
Right.
And
those are close encounters.
Yeah.
And they're life-changing.
Yeah.
Every facet of what you experience takes you deeper into the understanding, the knowledge, and sometimes the fears, but also the victory of it all. And you get comfortable with it after a while. If somebody showed up right now, with me, like tonight, or if I was alone, or even if I was a group of people, I'd be okay with that, because I understand things now that I never could have back in 1979. I have wrapped my mind around the entire concept of extraterrestrials are real.
Yeah.
They're created, but not in our image. We're created in the image of God.
Sure.
They're not. But
Yeah.
neither are horses or cats
Or angels.
or angels. Well, angels are pretty much in their image, even the fallen angels.
Sure.
But they can morph, they can change.
Yeah.
God's angels don't morph or change. They are who they are, but they can if he wanted them to. They can be there and then not there.
Sure.
I've seen that with
Yeah.
my own two eyes. My experiences have opened a myriad of other doors. And at my age now, I'm happy to walk through those doors, because we are spiritual beings on a human journey. And this humanity that we have, that we possess, I want to know everything about it. And I want to know how to pack my bags to go to the next level as well.
Yeah.
So I want to know what happens here. What do I need to understand here? What do I need to know? I need to reach out and understand all these different facets of what's happening on this realm.
Yep.
Because once we leave this realm, I know a lot of people believe in reincarnation, and I don't know if that's ever happened to me before. I just don't know about reincarnation. Maybe I've been here. People call me an old soul. I'm like, well, maybe. I don't know.
Energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only change form.
It can change form. And do I choose to come here? Like I was talking with, Ray Seismansky this afternoon.
Yeah.
And he says we choose to come here.
Sure.
This is our choice. And I do have some strange screen memories about that, about being on a ship and sinking and dying and watching the people that were dead as I was also dying.
Wow.
And I watched underwater animals eating them, they became a food source once dead.
Sure.
And I saw that before I died. And I'm like, now, how could a little girl of 3 years old remember something like that? And I'm like, well, maybe there is reincarnation. Maybe the Lord does allow us to revisit this. Perhaps maybe if we were wicked or somehow evil, or we have to come back. And but I don't see it in the scriptures, so I don't understand it. So I can't talk with any knowledge about that because I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. I listen to others and I consider what they share. Yeah. And I'm interested.
Yep.
But I'm no expert. So
it's hard to be an expert about just about anything spiritual
anymore.
It's hard because once again that is a personal journey for each individual person. There are some capital T universal truths. But aside from that, it's all so individual, much like the UFO UAP experience. It is such an individual experience for each person. There are similarities among stories. There are common themes.
Yeah, but the stories are all so individual with each person. And one person might experience 10 things while another just only one thing.
Yep.
And, I remember when I used to hear other people's stories, I'd go, that is so bizarre. And then one day I'm sitting at home going, so is my experience.
Yeah.
My experience is so stinking bizarre. I have a hard time relating to it. And then I thought, who am I to judge somebody else's experience when I haven't walked in their shoes? I don't know what they experienced. I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, you've had an experience with a shadow person that grabbed you. I've seen shadow people.
Yep.
They're blacker than black.
The first... one of my first actual memories, Terry, I was about 3-4 years old.
Yeah.
We lived in a trailer house over in East Houston. And we had a swing set between our property and the neighbor's property who I'd go help gather chicken eggs, things like that. And I remember looking out the back window one day and seeing a dark figure next to the swing set. who was beckoning to me.
Oh, wow. Did you tell your parents?
I don't know that I've ever told my mother or anything like that. I've told my brother about it. I've expressed the story numerous times on the show, but that is one of my most visceral memories.
Yeah.
From when I was a child.
Isn't that odd?
And, it's interesting to me that later one of my most visceral memories is also a dark shadow.
Yes.
You
So
know.
it was still with you, still beckoning you.
Could very well be.
Got tired of waiting
Could
and just
very well be.
grabbed you.
Who knows?
Yeah.
And but it's one of those, because of those experiences, I will forever believe the experiencer until proven otherwise.
Right. And that's where I finally came to, understand. Just listen.
Yeah.
Don't judge.
Yeah.
Don't try to figure their thing out. It's their thing to figure out, not yours. That's their walk, their life. Although many of us, like, I identify with you because I've seen what you've seen. And I have an opinion on then what that was. And I do believe it was something from a darker realm reaching out to you.
Could very well be.
And it may have very well been to pull you off course.
Yeah.
And maybe it did for a season, but then you were able to find yourself back to where you needed to be. You were smarter because of the experience, and you were able then now to know, if I see something like that again, I'll have a different attitude towards it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm okay now with so many things. If I saw a demon, I'd rebuke it and bind it.
Sure.
If I saw a full-bodied apparition of something, I'd rebuke it and bind it. Other people say, well, they like to play with those entities and all that and ask them questions. Not me.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
and
I want to go to the next level. I don't want to be in that lower realm where those things exist. And if they're coming at me, there's a reason.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to learn something.
And that is, I am not denying the work of Dr. Stephen Greer and CE5.
No. I've had CE5 experiences.
I know many people who have. I have yet to go to a group meeting or go to a
real.
gathering and see it in person. I would be very interested in that.
Well, we should do that sometime.
Absolutely. One of the topics that we talk about regularly on the show, Terry, is the idea that is our reticent belief. Kind of like the idea of the original work of Hal Puthoff in the world of remote viewing. And when the scientist goes home and he's thinking about his experiment, he is affecting the experiment.
Yeah.
In the lab, things are changing because of his thinking about it.
I know.
And I guess part of my curiosity is, are we helping manifest some of these things? Are we? But when a group of people is preparing their equipment, because hey, when I'm packing my gear and stuff, I am thinking about my show. I'm thinking about my setup. I'm thinking about if I forgot anything.
Right.
Last time, this time, what am I going to do different? All that stuff. So, in your preparation, are you actively charging the space that you're going to investigate?
I believe you are.
And
I believe it all plays into it.
I think CE5 is more and more showing that really is the case. That is the case. And I'm one that I hold hope of hopes that all are friend.
Real.
That all are friend.
Yeah.
None are foe.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But man, even the conversation of.
But then you would create that as well. See, there you go. Because I would never receive anything negative. And they know that about me.
Yeah.
It's more than consciousness. Okay?
Well, it's intent. It's intent.
There you go.
It's intent.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's so much more than that. And that's what I was trying to relay today in the Screen Memories panel that I was on. I don't use psychedelics to create the moment, like some people do.
Sure.
And I don't because those things can fog your understanding.
Absolutely.
I want to look at it with a clear, clean, wholesome mind. I want to understand it. I want to grow. And we create these intents. And when in my CE5 experiences, there would have been maybe 11 of us there. 5 of us saw.
The others
rest
didn't.
did not.
Exactly.
And I'm like,
exactly
now,
what I
how
talk
could
about
that
on the show all the time.
be? And so I'm thinking to myself, how can that be? And the other ones that saw with me saw exactly what I saw. We were all...
Were they previous experiencers?
Yes. They were all previous experiencers.
Everybody in the group was previous
Everybody
experiencers?
in the group came because they were...
Okay.
There were... I think there were... I take that back. 2 that were not, and they did not see.
Interesting, because that's
Yes.
one of the concepts that I hold is the fact
Right.
that, especially those who have been in close contact,
Yes. Yeah.
Terry, we're talking a different world of physics and a different world of technology.
Right.
The way I akin it is, if I hold a natural Earth magnet within an inch or 2 of my watch for a little while,
Yeah, something's going to
it
happen.
will not work.
That's right.
They will permanently be magnetized now.
Right.
Until I demagnetize it. I can use an opposite field and
Yes.
flip that magnet over and reverse that. But I didn't have to touch the magnet to the metal to make it magnetic.
No.
It only has to be in the presence
close.
of the field to be permanently changed
Yeah.
to magnetic.
Yes.
And I firmly believe that those who have had that extreme experience, that close encounter, that being in the craft, next to the craft, touching the craft, they are vibrationally changed. The same way that watch is, same way those gears
That's
become
right.
magnetic.
That's right.
We're talking about a whole new realm of physics here,
Yes,
man.
you are. And you're also talking about the fact that you've made a decision and a knowing, and now it's easy. It's having a deeper faith. You're having a faith in the fact that you know you've already walked through that.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's like people like Uri Geller who bend those spoons. Once you
I have
learn-
seen it happen.
Yeah.
I have seen it happen in front of my face.
Now, I've held a million forks and tried to bend them. I haven't gotten there yet, but once I have, never again would I doubt it. Never again would I have
Yeah.
an issue with it.
Yeah.
So it's very much like that. And in the CE5 encounter we had that night, we were all looking south. Everybody, we had all these chairs, we had fans out because we didn't want to have mosquitoes eating us to death, so we had the fans blowing on us to keep the mosquitoes off us. So we're all heading in that direction, looking over that way. All of a sudden, I'm standing there, and I heard this voice say to me, "Turn around." And I turned around, and when I did, I looked up, and here comes this craft. And first I thought it was an airplane, okay?
Sure.
So I'm looking at it, and then I'm like, oh, that's a little too fast. And then, boom, it dropped all the way down. Boom, went all the way up. I'm like, that's not a plane. It made an N. Boom, all the way back down. And I'm like, guys, turn around. You know, and this happened very quickly. And everybody turned around, but 5 of us saw
Wow.
very clearly, boom, 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 which would have killed a human being.
Yeah.
Could not have been one of ours.
Yeah.
No way. We don't have that technology. And if we do, man, I'm totally not aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that G5, though, would have killed a human.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there wasn't anything, any of us, no humans were on board that. And so then it started going here. Orion's belt in the night sky was right there, and it went right in and gone.
Wow.
And we're all going, can you see it? Can you see it? No, I think it disappeared. I don't see it. I don't see it. Well, keep looking. Is it over there? You know, and it went right in. And I said, that went right into Orion's belt. Now, I can't even tell you how many times people have told me that on CE5s, that when Orion's belt is visible like that, it just goes right into that belt.
Huh.
And I'm like, well, I never knew that. But
Interesting.
now I know it because I just watched it.
That is one of my favorite places to photograph in the night sky. So I will have to keep my eyes peeled. Terry, thank you so much for coming and taking the
Yes.
time to sit down. Your experiences are amazing. We've had a great time chatting over the last couple days. It's been great.
It is. It's fun.
Let everybody know how they can get involved, because once again, MUFON is a volunteer organization.
It
I
is.
cannot express that or emphasize that enough. As opposed to so many others that do this research, this is a fully volunteer thing.
It is.
Ain't nobody getting paid. And the funny thing is, when nobody's getting paid, pretty funny. They don't really follow paradigms from people that give them money. You know, it's kind of like the evening news where it's like, well, you know, I don't know if secret deodorant really jives with that story, so maybe we leave it out this segment.
Yeah, we're
you
all
know?
driven by our passions and our understandings, current understandings, which are always changing. But thank you so much for having me on. I've really enjoyed talking to you and meeting you and getting to know you and your beautiful wife.
Thank you.
This is
thank
awesome.
You. Absolutely. Let everybody here on the camera know where they can go to join MUFON, where they can go to become a field investigator, go for MUFON University when it launches. My God, I can't wait for that to launch.
I'm really looking forward to it.
How they can get involved with everything MUFON.
It's all in one place, MUFON.com. And right there will be our landing page, our main page, and there's drop-down boxes, join. And, you know, you have to go to MUFON University, you have to be a member. And then you also have to join to be a field investigator. And then we certify you, and you are certified. You do have a certification for going out, and we train you. We never let you go out on your own. We train you. You are then a part of MUFON University and move forward from there. And you can climb that ladder as high as you want to go. Yeah. And be, you know, a state director or maybe a chief investigator or a state section director. So, yeah, we'd love for you to join us. And if you want to reach out to me, if you've got any questions, I'm at DOM@MUFON.com. That's Director of Memberships, DOM@MUFON.com.
All right. Fantastic.
Thank
Carrie,
you so much.
Absolutely.
This has been so
absolutely.
wonderful.
I love all my MUFON involvement. It's so fantastic.
Thank you.
While you were online checking out everything from MUFON.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all of the episodes. That is where you can find all of the books from our guests. That's where you can find our experiencer form. If you're an experiencer of the paranormal, UFOs, cryptids, let us know. Give us your evidence. We will present it to our guests and experts and try to get you some answers. Stay with us through this next commercial break. We will have our last bit of coverage from MUFON. We'll be talking with Map in Black. Some really cool stuff when we come back from commercial break, folks. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7.
The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final segment of Day 2 coverage from MUFON Symposium 2023 here in Covington, Kentucky. Our guest is Jeff Craig. He is from Map in Black, and he's a cartographer. Number one, cartography is epic. The fact that there are still people out there practicing cartography is awesome. But your cartography work is absolutely amazing. Here is a map of the state of Kentucky, folks, and you can see there are numerous cryptids, all kinds of haunted locations, various enigma spots, things like that. And that is what this entire map of the whole United States is. I actively just took a picture of this map to send to David Paulides, because I don't know if you caught his presentation last night.
I did not, but I saw him earlier today, and I had to gift him a map.
Epic. That's awesome.
He is so awesome.
Well, and hopefully the one thing he notices is that right here in the United States, as you go down, like he showed last night, his stuff, maps. But this has the exact same lack that his map had.
Mm-hmm.
Where in this exact trough, he was like, there's nothing going on there, no anomalies, nothing like that. And you have almost the exact same data showing all kinds of sightings, haunted places, other mysterious locations, earthen mounds, everything. Like if you are into the paranormal, folks, I'm here to tell you, if you're a cryptid hunter or anything like that, you need one of these maps. It is absolutely awesome. How did you get into cartography to begin with?
In general, I got into cartography because I've always loved maps, and in college, I was an education major, and my roommate even called me Mr. Maps because I just put maps on the wall. There was something about the visual aspect of a map. Growing up in the 70s and 80s, we were on road trips with the family, and I had the Rand McNally Road Atlas.
Yeah.
Following along. So paper maps always just maybe the physical touch of the map and following along and looking at the maps and wondering what else is out there. I think that really just piqued my imagination.
Yeah.
Looking at maps of the Arctic when I was a kid fascinated me. Uncharted territory. What was there? Why don't we have more on the map in those areas? Well, there's not much there, but I wondered what was there, and I wanted to go, and I wanted to see that for myself. So in college, I took some geography courses as an education major, and then my senior year, I realized you could actually major in geography. I thought geography was just memorizing state capitals or flags. Geography is a social science. It can be a physical science depending on what you're doing with it, what you're mapping, what you're studying. Geography is the study of spatial data, spatial analysis. Geography looks for patterns, and they use maps, they use data, they use statistics. Maps are just a tool, and so I realized senior year I could really study this more, so I went straight into grad school in geography, master's in geography at the University of Cincinnati, my undergrad from Miami of Ohio, and did a 2-year geography master's, and you take a little bit of cartography, map making. They were in quarters at the time. They've now switched to semesters, but my first quarter, I took a manual cartography class, how to make a map with the old-fashioned tools that they used.
Wow.
Black ink pens, Koh-i-Noor was the name of the company. The tools that you would use to write letters. And I don't really remember it all because it was 1 quarter. It was 10 weeks. But they wanted you to have an appreciation of that, of how it used to be done. Because a lot of the terminology in cartography goes back to having to use ink and paper. So then I went on to the computer cartography stuff that we're all doing today. And I was lucky enough to get a job out of grad school working for a local company that made street maps. So I would go around the country field checking maps and then coming back home and drawing them up on the computer, maps for cities, for chambers of commerce, everywhere from Des Moines, Iowa to Sarasota, Florida to cities in Virginia and all across mostly the eastern U.S.
Travel maps, things like that. What to do locally.
It was
like that.
Very detailed street map, but it was the map that the chamber gave out for free. It was the number one requested item at the time when paper maps were still a thing. Mid-2000s come along, paper maps tank as Garmin's and GPS comes along. And then in another 5 years after that, cell phones.
You're all replaced by automated vehicles now.
We were replaced. My paper maps were replaced. The company tanked, and I was able to transition to the local energy company who have maps that they need of all their utilities.
Wow.
Gas and electric. And those are all done online. So I was able to transition to that. But I still love the paper maps. And when I got into wanting to map the paranormal, I thought about, do I do a paper map or do I make it available digitally?
Virtually,
virtually, digitally. The digital map would be great. This was still early on, 2005, 6, 7, when I was doing the first map of Ohio with my haunted spots, my cryptid sightings, my UFOs. And I really wanted a paper map once so you could just spread it out and see it. And I did want to see if there were patterns. You know, are there patterns to where the haunted spots are versus the UFO sightings versus cryptids and Bigfoot sightings and other anomalies, ancient American earthworks that Ohio has a lot of, Serpent Mound and Miamisburg Mound, which is an 80-foot tall mound. Is there a pattern? Perhaps. I could not map everything that I think I needed to on the map. I didn't put every haunted spot. I didn't put every Bigfoot sighting because the map would just be illegible.
It would be huge.
It would be huge.
We show the map from the Bigfoot Research Organization regularly on the show, and and typically in the aspect of, so you think that we've discovered all of America and that we've settled it. Well, here's a map of the United States at night. Like, here's a shot of the U.S. at night from the ISS. There's a lot of black there.
The black.
There's a lot of non-light.
Yes.
And it's funny how when you overlay the BFRO map on top of that, it's almost identical where the sightings are and where there's no light.
Right.
You know,
Right.
It's pretty remarkable.
When I was doing Map in Black too, so I did the Ohio map first with the paranormal activity. People wanted other states, so I decided to map the whole country. Took 10 years of research to map this Map in Black for the whole country and parts of Canada, and exhaustive amount of time to do that. I didn't think I'd get done. I would stop and go so many times over the years, and raising kids and getting them off to college, which happened in the late 2010s, 2019, and then the pandemic hit. I was almost done with the map. My job went remote, no extra social activities because of the pandemic. I was able to concentrate and finish the Map in Black. So a lot of people are like, well, the pandemic was awful. I agree, but it got me to finish the map. So.
You know, I had quite a few projects that I X'd off my list, and it was really nice because they were things that, like this, had been haunting me for years, where it was like, man, when I get the bandwidth and I get the time to sit down and do it, it's gonna be awesome. And I treasure that time I had because now we're all back to our busy lives,
the madness of the world. And how have you seen the world of aside from technology, things like that, have you seen a rebirth in paper map loving?
I have. For these maps specifically, I don't know in general if I've seen a rebirth of the love of paper maps, but when people see my maps, they're like, oh, I love maps, and this is great. And I just think if you're trying to look at a phone and find out where these things are, it just doesn't display the same way.
Yeah.
So you unfold the map, and you can get a idea of the surroundings. And you see other places nearby, and I think that's important to have that connection.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Not so hyper-focused on that one spot.
Well, yeah, and especially whenever you're doing online research. I have recently, in the last year or so, moved to a digital tablet.
Nice.
I no longer carry a tablet with me. That is for entertainment. Everything else, work, all that, it's done on this. It is distraction-free. I don't get distracted by social media randomly. I don't like, oh, look, this thing popped up. Let me rabbit hole on it.
Exactly.
So the idea of, hey, if you were trying to do some in-depth local research, trying to see even directionally where things line up, does something follow a certain ley line across the United States? Yep. This is an easy way to be able to do it, A, distraction-free, and B, where it's compiled.
Yep.
I mean, you have everything from the U.S. Air Force bases on there.
I do.
To once again, Native American sites, Bigfoot sighting sites, everything.
Petroglyphs. I have telescopes, just because where are we putting our telescopes to look out into the universe?
Yeah, and where can you go find a publicly accessible telescope?
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, you can... Hey, if you get a hold of the right people, you can rent time on a telescope and go hang out and see stuff that's absolutely amazing. So.
I highly recommend it. Cincinnati, where I am, has one. That's one of the older ones. You'd think, why does Cincinnati have one? It's in the middle of an area with light pollution. It's still cool to see stuff.
You would be surprised what you can get. I'm a backyard astronomer and take a lot of backyard astronomy photography.
Nice.
The pictures that I have of the Orion Nebula, people are like, where did you get that? And I'm like, from my backyard in Cedar Park, Texas. They're like, isn't that light polluted? And I've got a neighbor's garage light about 15 feet away. But you'd be surprised what you can catch. You'd be surprised what you can see. And that was all from a friend of mine who was
saw some of my moon shots. It was like, dude, you got a group of lenses and a camera. Like, if you just go and point it at Orion's belt, you'd be surprised what you get on a long exposure.
Yeah.
And I did that.
Yep.
And my mind was blown. And I was like, oh my God. Like, it's telescope time, Jack.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have been rabbit holing on that and having so much fun, and actively just recently got a fold-out map of the galaxy, like all of the constellations,
Yes,
things
I've seen
like
those.
that,
Yep.
to show my son, because I'm busy teaching him that. And it is such a useful tool for teaching kids, for carrying on that kind of stuff. He loves maps. He loves them.
Excellent.
So
Glad to hear.
It's interesting to pass that along and to see how that can be passed along. How have you used this to? I mean, obviously you have a love of the paranormal.
Sure.
Otherwise, what brought you to want to gather all of that together to begin with? Because that is, once again, a decade-long daunting task, Jeff.
I watched a movie I'm sure all of your viewers have probably heard of, called The Mothman Prophecies. And I watched that in about 2004. A friend suggested we rent it on DVD. We may have even gone to Blockbuster Video to pick it up.
Right.
I don't remember, but I'd seen the movie in the video store. I saw that it starred Richard Gere, and so I was not really that interested. I had no idea it was a movie about a cryptid, a strange creature. I thought it was an interesting name, but I never really gave it a second look until my buddy said we should watch this. So kudos, Brian Davenport, if you're out there listening. He helped get me on this path. So we watched the movie. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, check it out. It's also a book. It was a book first by lygne-kehl. And it talks about a strange creature that was seen in and around Point Pleasant, West Virginia in the late 60s. Obviously a long time ago, but it was a very big story at the time, and it had some big ramifications, and it just really spiked my interest. So here I am in Cincinnati, just a couple hours downriver from where this happened, down the Ohio River. I'm like, why hadn't I ever heard of this before? Well, one, I grew up in Chicago, and two, it happened 50 years ago, so that's why I hadn't heard of it. It opened my eyes. I'm like, what else am I not knowing about?
Yeah.
Why didn't I know about this? This is crazy. This strange creature was seen all over the region by hundreds and hundreds of people. Law enforcement gave alibis, sworn affidavits that they saw this creature.
Yeah.
You know, they're putting their job on the line. This isn't just some off sighting by one person. This was a pattern over a period of time. Other weird things going on, UFOs, men in black, lots of strange happenings at the time that I learned about later that really isn't covered in the movie too much. It is a little bit, but so the movie's Hollywoodized, of course, but still a good introduction for me and got me on this path where I'm like wanting to discover what else is out there and being a map guy anyways. I'm like, I got to put this on a map. I got to see if, what's going on. Is there a pattern? So that's what got me on that whole journey. Granted, it happened in West Virginia. It was right on the border of Ohio. Being in Ohio, I focused on Ohio, mapped Ohio first with a little bit of West Virginia in there. The way you do a border around Ohio, you're going to get a good portion of West Virginia in there with the Mothman sightings. So that was what started me on this whole journey. And I'm like, well, if I like this, maybe other people do too. So let me get the map looking good, and I'll put it out there. I reached out to some people. Like, hey, do you want to help sponsor this? I'll give you a free little blip on the map, a little ad, so to speak. And then started trying to sell it. And then I found a local bookstore called Half Price Books, which I know you have in Texas.
Love Half Price Books.
And they got on the bandwagon about a year later, and they started selling it just in Ohio, because it was just an Ohio map at the time. And that, I mean, there's like 15 stores all across Ohio in our big cities.
Awesome.
Ohio has Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati, and all those big cities have like 4 stores in each spot. So it really helped distribute the map.
That is awesome.
Then I kept looking for other places. The Serpent Mound gift shop sells it, and other places. So people really helped get the word out by offering it at their store. And I love the independent bookstores. I love getting it into those places.
Yep.
When I did Map in Black in 2020, I had really gotten to know how to kind of get the maps out to places. And, of course, Half Price Books, being nationwide, was on with getting it into their stores across the country. 122 stores. Wow. I think half of them are in Texas.
Yeah, there's a good 40 in Texas.
So that's well covered. And then I just, the Mothman Museum carries it now with the national version, Map in Black. And so, apparently people love paper maps because it's selling great. I've sold 50,000 maps. Wow. Mostly of the Hidden Ohio because that's what's been out longest. But going on 10,000 map in black for the whole country here.
That is incredible,
in 3
man.
years. Yeah.
Congratulations. That is a huge individual accomplishment.
Well, thank you. I love that people embrace it. I am so tickled. To this day, every individual map I mail out, if someone orders it from me, I look at their name, I look at their city, I'm like, I am so happy that this person found me, and they want the map, and I'm honored and humbled, to be honest.
That is really cool. One question I would have is updates?
I've already updated Map in Black once. It came out in 2020. I sold 5,000 copies, which was my print run. Yeah. I made a few minor tweaks because I didn't like the way a few things looked. Like my symbol for Ancient American Earthworks was a big orange circle with kind of like your ring, actually. It almost looked like the sun. To me, it made it look like the map had measles.
Okay.
So the second edition now that's out, that says 2022 at the top, has a new logo, a new symbol for the earthworks that I think fits better. You're always tweaking it. Sure. There was a typo or two on the first map that got through that I had fixed on the second edition. The Ohio map is in the 4th edition. Okay. I've updated that 4 times over the years in the 15 years it's been out.
And have you reached out to any researchers of note to get their feedback on it? Maybe get some additional spots, things like that.
I do reach out. Ohio has some people that are Bigfoot researchers. Don Keating was actually a guy I reached out to at the very beginning. And he was helpful way back in 2005 and 6 when I was doing the research. There's a UFO group in Ohio called the Round Town UFO Society. Okay. And we found each other in doing the research on the map. They found me, actually. I'm not really sure how, but perhaps that's a story for another time.
Resourceful people, my friend.
Yes, they knew I was doing the map somehow. And they're like, you have to have this UFO sighting. And it's one of the first classic UFO encounters that they said happened in outside of Circleville, Ohio, which has a nickname of Round Town. So that's why the UFO Society is called the Round Town UFO Society. Okay. It was a classic encounter, that classic kind of UFO disc-shaped object. A farmer saw one night at 2 a.m. He didn't tell people for like 10 years because he didn't want people to think like he was crazy, which is unfortunately something I think that happens a lot.
All too frequent.
Yeah. So, but later on he shared it, and so that's how I find some of these things on the map.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Have you ever had an experience yourself, Jeff?
I have not had a real concrete experience. When I was at Moonville Tunnel, which is one of my favorite haunted spots in Ohio, I was taking some friends there actually on our way to the Mothman Festival. Okay. And we stopped at Moonville, which is this abandoned railroad tunnel, a brick tunnel, very beautiful, in the middle of what is now Zaleski State Forest in southeastern Ohio. People who don't know Ohio real well might think of it as a big urban, suburban kind of state. A good deal of the country is very rural, and southeastern Ohio is the foothills of Appalachia. Yeah. So here we are in the foothills of Appalachia, and there's this old railroad tunnel, brick tunnel. It says Moonville on it. It's such a cool name to begin with. Like, how can it not be haunted with the name Moonville? That was the name of the settlement. It's on the old USGS topo maps. They put a tunnel through the hills of the Appalachian foothills here for the railroad to take the iron and coal out of the hills, and it then became abandoned when more inexpensive resources were found elsewhere. So the tunnel remains, and ghost story goes that the lantern man fell off the train and was decapitated. The lantern man held the lantern on the train back when they needed
signaling
needed
additional cars, things like that.
Yep, exactly. So he fell off, was decapitated. So the story goes that he's still out there looking for his head, carrying his lantern. So we're there. Nothing happens that night, but my friend Janet was taking photos with a camera with film in it.
Okay.
So weeks later, she messages me and says, "Did you have a flashlight?" And I said, "No." So next time I saw her, she had the film developed, and there was a light in the background behind me, and it was getting dark. It was not dark yet, but it was getting dark, and here's this light behind me.
Interesting.
No explanation. Is it the lantern man? Who knows?
Could be.
You don't see a figure, you don't see a person, you don't see a lantern, but you just see this bright white light. Is it a blip in the film?
Yeah.
You know, that's what the logical mind wants to say.
Sure.
But it doesn't look like a blip. It looks like a light.
Wow.
So that's the closest
Remarkable.
I've been to anything.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's been other weird things that have gone in my life that aren't ghost related, but just weird synchronicities that pop up. I'm sure we all have them if we look for them.
Yeah.
And there's ones there that kind of blow my mind, like the odds of certain things happening just don't seem right. And that's really what a coincidence is just the odds are not in favor of that thing. That thing should not happen.
Yeah.
Could it happen? Yes. Are the odds
good for it? No.
So low with some of the things that have gone on that make me wonder about some things out there that just aren't logical. And do I have the answers? No. Will I ever have the answers? Probably not, and that's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the concepts we talk about regularly on the show is the idea of even you going to the spot that is your favorite haunted spot. Like, are you possibly charging that location before you get there? Are you actively putting yourself in a mindset to be more receptive to an experience?
I've been there many times to Moonville, and I wanted to show these friends the spot on our way to the Mothman Fest, so I like that idea.
Yeah, the idea that, you know, we regularly have conversations on the way to the table in the world, and that utterly affects the way we have that conversation, you know, because, when you ask the questions, you typically hear the answer in your head, too. So, we have to be careful. Preconceived notions going into places.
For sure.
And, you know, what we put out there. But you have put out some amazing work, dude. I cannot wait to see what you keep releasing.
Oh, appreciate it.
Because this is incredible. The fact that you went through the effort to compile this massive amount of data is incredible. I don't know a cryptid researcher or paranormal researcher out there that should be without this. Let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of Map in Black, where they can go to follow you, where they can go to get everything from Map in Black and Jeff Craig.
Yeah, go to mapinblack.com to order the national version, this Map in Black here. You can follow Map in Black on Instagram or Facebook. And if you are in Ohio and just want the Ohio map, I do have a different website for that, and that's CelticMaps.com.
Awesome.
And, of course, if it's at a store, I'd love that you would support the store and just get it there, whether it's half-price books, or if you don't have it at your favorite bookseller or gift shop, you can certainly ask them to carry it, and I would love to have them have it there. It helps them, it helps me, and it helps you.
Absolutely.
And I love the small independent businesses especially, so find your local little family-owned bookstore and see if they want to carry it.
And this is a great way, folks. Like, if your kids are into cryptid stuff like that, but do not groove on geography, this right here, dude, this could not be a better teaching tool for kids that, like, geography just ain't their jam.
Learn your states.
You can teach them right here.
Very detailed base map.
It's
every
awesome.
national park, every state, every national forest. The Ohio map has very detailed base maps, more detailed than the Ohio road map, the highway map you get for free there at the rest stops and stuff. Yeah.
Well,
so
Jeff, thank you so much for taking the time, coming on.
You're
I
welcome.
greatly appreciate it. While you were online checking out all of the amazing work from Jeff Craig and mapinblack.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That's where you can find all of our coverage from live events such as MUFON Symposium, other events like Texas UFO Con, International Remote Viewing Association, etc. That is also where you can follow, like, subscribe to the show, and where you can find our curiousrealm.com/story page, where you can share your experience of the paranormal or extraterrestrial, and we will share your story and evidence with our researchers to try to get you some answers. That ends our coverage for day 2 of MUFON Symposium 2023 here in Covington, Kentucky. Stay tuned, everybody. After this commercial break, we'll be upcoming with our day 3 coverage and our final coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com, and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final day of coverage here at MUFON Symposium 2023 in Covington, Kentucky. We have with us as our first guest today, Irina Scott. She has an indomitable reputation in the world of UFO, UAP study, and is the co-author of the new book, Beyond a Reasonable Doubt, The Pascagoula Alien Abduction. I am so excited for the fact that this amazing case has just really popped back to the forefront of the UFO UAP field. Familiarize our audience a little bit, Irina, with your career and things that you have done in the field.
Well, my career is I've always been in science, and I was I worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency in satellite photography. And I also worked for the, I forget what it's called now, the charting center. I forget the name.
Yeah.
And I have a PhD in veterinary medicine from a veterinary school. I was a professor for a while.
Okay.
And toxicologist. So my career has been just in science.
Spanning, but within the world of science, within the world of scientific investigation, things like that, how did you come to the world of UFO UAP study, Irina?
Well, it started when I was a very tiny child. My sister and I, long before we heard of UFOs, had something flying around our room, and it behaved in a strange way.
Oh.
And it was like the room was dark. There was no storm going on. And it flew around like it knew where things were. The room was dark, but it knew where the furniture was, and it knew where the walls were. It didn't bump into anything. And it got close to us. And it also went up and circled a chandelier. And we both woke up at the same time when the thing was in there. We had no idea how it got in. And then we both became terrified at the same time and ran out of the room.
Wow. And is this a situation that y'all talked about throughout your life? Was it something that y'all just kind of ignored, as is so often the case?
At that time, people didn't talk about UFOs, but we didn't know it was a UFO. We never heard of UFOs, so we talked about it. And then we had a real long close encounter later when we were older that we didn't talk about. I was working for the DIA in satellite photography, so identifying aircraft, so I didn't exactly go around talking about it then.
Wow. And what was that like for you, the second experience?
They were both, the first one was just terrifying, even though I didn't know why I was scared. The second one, somebody tried to kill us during the sighting.
What?
And we're still confused about what went on. Why?
What was the situation that happened?
Well, we were on vacation. Last thing on our minds were UFOs. And we were heading out of Boston. And we were watching airplanes go into this small airport. There was this little, it wasn't a little, but something flying below where the airplanes were. It was just a steady white light and not blinking like airplane lights.
Yeah.
And we were arguing about what it was. And then we passed the woods, and there was a big ball of something almost on the ground. And the inside of the car turned green. And then we went on. And my sister, I was sort of arguing with her and saying this thing that we were seeing wasn't anything. And she started yelling at me to pull over because she said it was going to cross over the freeway.
Yeah.
And so finally, after she yelled enough, I did. And it did. And I changed my mind. It had a little red light and a little green light on both ends that didn't blink, and 7 big picture windows. And we argued, we looked at it for a while and thought, are these panels or windows? And we thought they were windows. It was nothing like a blimp, and I've got videos of blimps with lighted sides. It was nothing like that. And so I was in the DIA working in photography, and I had a Polaroid camera it was back a long time ago. I had a Polaroid camera with high-speed film, and so I found the film and got the camera loaded, and I thought this would just be an amazing picture because it'd prove UFOs exist. I could get the stereo and everything. And so this truck driver pulled over in front of us, came back, and asked what I was doing. And I pointed at it, and he turned the opposite way and said, I don't see anything. Then he turned to me again and said, what are you doing? And I pointed, this big thing was right there. And he turned the opposite way and said, I don't see anything. And then he kind of gestured like I was crazy and went back to his truck. And so, anyway, by that time, my sister had said in her later write-up that the thing seemed to get in a different place. And I didn't notice that, but it was. It was real close when I started talking to the truck driver, and it was a long ways away. But I still thought I could get a picture. And so I climbed a little hill to get off the freeway and took some pictures. And I didn't understand them at first, but later I was able to publish them in scientific literature. But I came back to the car, and we decided to go to another intersection, turn the car around, come back. And so this truck driver got right behind me and started chasing me. And he bore his bright lights down in my car so that I couldn't even see. And if I changed lanes, he changed lanes. If I slowed down or sped up, so did he. And finally, I decided, I thought he was going to kill us. I said goodbye to my sister.
Yeah.
And finally I decided what to do would be to go in the left-hand lane and find an exit and just all of a sudden swerve out, which is very dangerous and somebody coming up.
Yeah.
But I did it, and I think I got rid of him. And so we went back and followed it a while, but we couldn't catch up with it again. Very close.
Incredible. How did that experience, A, change you personally? B, did it change your mind scientifically on the topic?
No, because I'd had childhood sightings, which I finally found out what UFOs were.
Sure.
But I kept quiet about it.
Yeah.
I was in the UFO closet for a long time.
And that is understandable. With the modern conversation going on, a lot of people are coming out of that closet, Irina, and it's fantastic to see that their stories are being listened to. I have told no less than one handful of people over the last month and a half, go to MUFON. Go to MUFON, give them your report. I saw it 20 years ago. That doesn't matter. Like, your report 20 years later can confirm reports that happened when it happened.
Well, you don't expect to find too much, but like I had written up the next day the whole thing, except I hadn't put in the times. But like Bud Hopkins, an investigator, asked me, do you have missing time? And I said, I don't know. And so anyway, just last year, my sister found a letter she'd written to my mother that very day. And so we had 2 write-ups, and she gave the time on hers.
Awesome. And how were your pictures received? You said that you published them.
Yeah.
How were they received by the scientific community when you published them?
Well, at that time I didn't say UFO, I said UAP. I mean, that was back a ways, so I didn't, but it was accepted and published.
Wow, that's remarkable. That is actually very interesting that it was even published in scientific journal and all that. Yeah. Now,
I could just see one light when I saw it with my eyes, but the Polaroid camera picked up 2 lights, and they weren't in synchrony. And so I said, this craft or whatever it is emitting light that's not in the visible spectrum.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that we talk about regularly on the show, is that we as humans see a very narrow band of the actual spectrum electromagnetic wise. Like, you know, when you start looking at animals like even geese and some birds actively see magnetic fields to be able to guide themselves. So there's a whole panoply of spectrum out there that we are just shifted from by being in the middle, you know, and it's remarkable to see a lot of the science really turning that way in the world of UFO UAP research.
Which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into how you got involved with the Pascagoula investigation.
Well, how I got involved was two ways. One was way back in October of 1973 when the Pascagoula happened, but I didn't know it. My mother called. She was in Ohio and I was in Missouri, which is 600 miles away. She said, "Did you hear that noise?" And I told her, "You must be crazy, you know."
It's 600 miles away. What noise?
And so I, really ribbed her and everything. And then she's a real skeptic. And several days later, she said there was just a huge UFO wave there, that people were hiding in their basements and keeping their kids in and everything, just like a war.
Wow.
And so I didn't pay too much attention to it for a number of years. And then one day I was in the library and I thought, maybe I can find the date of when she called. And I didn't expect to, because I didn't even remember when it was, but I thought it was October 73. I went in, pulled up a couple papers, and I found a newspaper article about it so I could date it. And it turned out that was the same date as the Pascagoula abduction. And I had the help of some geologists at Ohio and wrote up a paper on that in the scientific journal. But then just several years ago, I was publishing under Philip Mano, and the Pascagoula event happened in Mississippi, where they have an accent.
Yeah.
And he has an English accent, and so he wanted somebody from the United States to interview people.
Sure.
And so that's the second way I got in.
Wow. And what did you find out through those interviews? Let's get into a little bit of the case and some of the experience of Calvin Parker and Charlie.
Should I go into what happened to him?
Oh, please.
Okay. What happened was they were just two normal people. They had no interest in UFO. I think Charlie had told his son that UFOs don't exist. And they were just nothing, no interest or anything. And they, after their day of work, they decided to go fishing. And it was getting dark, and they were out on a pier fishing. And Calvin had a new car, and they'd pulled up to this beat-up old place with a no trespassing sign. And they had to walk a long ways through weeds and debris to get there. And he was afraid the police were going to get him. And he told Charles that if they did, he could go to jail because it was his idea to fish there.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, they were out fishing, and they saw this blue light. And they both thought, it's the police. And then this blue light came real fast. It looked like an object, and it was levitating. It wasn't on the ground. And two things came out that had arms and a head and stuff like people, and grabbed Charles, and one grabbed Calvin, and took him in to the craft. And what they remembered is that they were sort of scanned. That Charles had it was real bright inside, and they couldn't see anything, but this thing like an eye came out and looked at him and then circled around him. And Calvin said this thing like a deck of cards. Now you'd probably say like an iPhone came. It was like giving the impression that they were being scanned.
Sure.
And of course they were absolutely terrified because they thought they got injections and they couldn't move. They were paralyzed. And so then they were released and put back, and the thing went away. And so that was the basic event.
Yeah, I remember in the hypnosis tapes, them referring to hearing an injection.
Yeah.
Hearing the sound of something injecting them, and then they weren't able to move. And things went awry from there. From that point, it came. This is very much where a lot of the stories of probing, things like that, came from. And how many cases have there been of people being taken in this way, Irina?
There's some cases, but this was a really good one because there were 2 witnesses, and they reported immediately. A lot of the literature, somebody will just be hypnotized and remember it, not remember it consciously, remember it years later and not talk about it. Well, they reported it immediately. One of them wanted to report it, one of them didn't.
Yes. Yeah. Calvin kept his story to himself until literally just recently, within the last couple of years, as he's gotten older and kind of ailing in health a little, has decided that he needed to come forward and confirm Charlie's story, because Charlie went public almost immediately.
Yeah.
And Calvin was like, I want none of that. He was a very young man, just beginning his career. He didn't really want any of that, I guess, at the time, what would really be infamy.
Well,
so
he was 18, and, he didn't want to go through life with everybody pointing at him.
So
that's the crazy person.
Well, and that's just it. Like, we've had Kathleen Martin on the show numerous times, the niece of Betty and Barney Hill, and even she said her aunt told her at a very young age, like when she was a teen, this ever happens to you, you tell nobody. This will ruin your life. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what Calvin was afraid of, that it would ruin his life, especially in a small town like Pascagoula. In rural communities,
shipyard worker.
When you're a shipyard worker, and how did that affect the rest of Calvin's life up until the point of releasing his story?
Well, they did. Calvin didn't want to report it, and Charlie did, and so finally, Charlie tried the Air Force, the Kessler Air Force Base, and they said, no way. And they told him to call the sheriff's department. Well, the sheriffs did an excellent investigation, just really good, considering, nobody investigated that. They questioned him separately, then they put him in a room together and questioned him, and then the man left and left him alone. And they had a hidden tape recorder, because the police didn't want, them to be hoaxing and make, look awful.
Yeah, trying to catch them confirming a story together before they tell it.
Yeah, like they would be laughing and saying, we were... Yeah. Well, they were both terrified, and it showed very much in that secret tape. And so that showed that they believed that happened, that they were being honest. And so... then a number of people went investigated, and they took him later to Kessler Air Force Base, and they were questioned by doctors and all kinds of things. And everybody thought they were sincere, besides which they had the tape. But Charlie, he had been in the military, and he'd been in life-death situations, and he thought he could hold up to the harassment.
Yeah, he'd been to war.
But Calvin... he didn't want to spend his life being a freak.
Yeah.
And so he didn't want to say anything. And he didn't until just a few years ago.
Yeah. And after speaking with him how has coming out with his story changed him?
Well, I think it changed him for the better. I think he was holding it in all those years.
Yeah.
And finally he said something. And he was expecting a real bad reception. And I think they went to a funeral. And he always disguised his name. Well, he used visiting hours or something. He put his real name on. And people recognized him, because he would have been world famous.
Yeah.
And the people, instead of harassing him, expressed interest and concern. And I think that helped him. And then his wife and Philip Mantle both said, come out and say something. And it's improved his life and his wife's life, too.
That's fantastic, and that's really great and healing to hear for anybody out there that has had an experience, whether it's to the extent that Charlie and Calvin had one, or even just a sighting, Irina, like the ones that you had. They leave people in a state of stasis. You know, it rocks your world. You don't really know whether to believe yourself. It's hard. Just about any experience with the paranormal, cryptids. I've talked to all kinds of people that have these experiences, and it is typically not fight, not flight. It's freeze.
Yeah.
They freeze, and from that point on, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to process the information. They don't know how to integrate their experience into their life. And that can affect people in a lot of ways.
Oh, Calvin had a nervous breakdown and was hospitalized shortly afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And it's it can be hard to even talk about that, you know, and to see the fact that he has come out so honestly about his experience and is sharing it is fantastic, especially in the climate that we're in right now. Sharing these experiences and the stories means a whole lot more than it used to. It's really brought a lot of people out who are experiencers, who have seen something, have been touched by something in many occasions. So it's fantastic and has really widened the world of UFO, UAP research.
Well, I think if there's more witnesses, like there were two of them, like my sister and I, there were two of us.
Yeah.
When we went screaming to our parents, they said, we were lying, that wasn't true. But we hadn't even been talking to each other, and we both saw it, So it was true. We weren't dreaming.
Yeah, exactly. You were, and that was very much the same thing as the one, and I will still to this day just say UFO. I will not say alien. It was not a craft. It was not, from what I could tell, a solid object. It was an amorphous black blob that changed shape and moved through the sky, blocking things out. I saw it. My friend saw it. As did my other friend whose house we were at, as well as the autistic neighbor.
Wow.
And the next year, and granted, it was New Year's Eve. We'd had a few drinks, whatever. When we got together the next New Year's Eve at my buddy's house, and the neighbor that we went to high school with saw us, he was like, "Hey, guys, what's going on? You think we'll see a thing in the sky again this year?" And it was like,
yeah.
Wow, we weren't drunk.
Yeah.
Like, this gentleman had the phone numbers to all the public phones at the high schools locally memorized and would call them up at lunch, and like a memory like a hawk. He did not lose information once it went into his head. So it was the fact of like, wow, Ari saw that. We did not imagine that. My friend just wrote a story about it. But that's even been something that, by example, we've sat down and talked about it maybe twice since it happened. And that was almost 20 years ago that it happened, Irina. It's never driven a wedge between us like it has with so many people. But it's one of those, until recently, we may have separately told people stories, but whenever we've sat down for a drink and hung out, it's never been a topic of conversation between us, that night of experience, and what it may have done to either one of us, just how we think, how we believe. Once you have an experience, it changes you.
Yes,
it changes you.
You become more open-minded.
Absolutely, and that is exactly how it has been put to me by people who've had near-death experience, people who've had astral projection experience, things like that. Even UFO, UAP encounters. It's the way it's been put to me is I didn't realize I was living in a box. And that there was a whole world outside of that box that I'm connected to that's there.
That you
Nobody ever told me I was in a box. And now there's no box anymore, and it's wild. And it is amazing. It really does open your mind, open your heart to a lot of new things. What are you looking at next, Irina?
Well, this took place in a public place, unlike most abductions, and there were a whole lot of other witnesses. And so we interviewed a lot of witnesses, and a lot of people had reported that day to the police. So anyway, what am I going to do? Yeah. I have another book coming up.
Awesome.
It's about it's called Aliens and Armageddon.
Okay.
And it's about how, maybe it's the end of the world, and maybe they want to influence us so we don't kill each other and things like that.
Okay. So, and one of the questions I've been asking many of the researchers, because the theme of this year is friend or foe. Yeah. Last year, it's friend or foe 2.0. Last year was friend or foe, and it was very much how has the media treated the UFO, UAP topic over the last 50 years since Roswell, things like that. And do they see it as friend or foe? Why the crazy switch suddenly to even using the term UFO denier?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, 5 years ago, you'd have been calling him Crazy Bob.
Yeah.
Now, this dude who didn't believe Bob is a UFO denier suddenly. And that switch, and now it's very much, how is the government looking at it? How is the populace looking at it? Are we looking at it as friend or foe? And the government is very much, at least right now, in the foe category. It seems like they are very worried about training ranges. They're very worried about public airspace, things like that. So where do you fall? Do you fall in the friend or foe category ultimately, Irina?
Both. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
They're just, it happened. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I don't understand it. And that's it.
Yeah.
I had poltergeist experience right after the UFO sighting with my sister, too.
Really?
So, the whole conglomeration was pretty confusing, especially if I was working for the DIA, and I had this real high security clearance, CSI, that it's been in the news and everything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and what was your poltergeist experience, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I came back to Washington, D.C., and it was late at night. I was supposed to bring back 2 coworkers from the DIA, and I don't know what happened, but I didn't get them. They were mad at me. But I could hear somebody walking around my room at night after dark, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I had a clock with an alarm, but it was very hard to set because the little knob was off, and it went off at 1:30. And I got up and thought it was morning. Then I realized it wasn't, and got scared to death and put a chair against the door and everything. And then my alarm went off at 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, I think 5:30. Just set exactly, precisely, which I couldn't do.
Wow.
And then I'd never heard of poltergeist. I was just sitting there thinking, am I going to lose my job if I went crazy? And then my toothbrush just flung across the room and hit the wall. And then everything went to normal, and, I went to work. And I wasn't
Any other
crazy.
instances after that? That was just an isolated instance?
It was right after the UFO sighting.
Wow. That's interesting because, many is the case that a UFO experiencer does experience other things that are paranormal, be it cryptid sightings, poltergeist activity, ghost sightings. It's a phenomenal topic, the idea that these worlds cross over as far as these topics. And it's been interesting to see that really coming to the forefront as well. Dr. Scott, thank you so much for taking the time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
We met last night, and it was such a pleasure to sit and talk with you, and I'm so glad that we got to have you on the show. I can't wait to have Philip Mantle on in a few weeks, actually.
Great.
So it's going to be awesome. Look there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find your work, where they can go to keep up with you, and all of your research.
Here's my book. It's with Philip Mantle. It's on Amazon.com. And I have a website, irinascott.com.
Okay.
And you can just punch any of the books, and it goes right to Amazon. And
Awesome.
you can find it.
Awesome. That's so fantastic. Once again, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. While you are online checking out everything at irenascott.com, make sure to stop on by curiousrealm.com. That is where you can like, follow, and subscribe to the show. That is where you can find our bookstore, curiousrealm.com/store, where you can find not only Beyond Reasonable Doubt, the Pascagoula alien abduction, but all of the books by our guests, as well as equipment that we talk about on the show, things like that. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks, everybody. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the final day here at MUFON Symposium 2023 in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com, and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Day 3 of MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky. We are very, very happy to welcome Thiago Cicchetti. From Brazil. From MUFON, Brazil. A, how was your trip in? Was it good?
It was fantastic.
Great. Awesome. B, how did you get into ufology to begin with? Because, of course, there is a rich, long history of UFOs and UFO sightings in Brazil.
Yes, I always say that I was born with ufology in my blood. Somehow, I when I was a kid, I just liked to read comic books, superhero comic books, and the UFO magazines. Since I started to read. And I started to research when I was 19 years old, and I never stopped. It's almost 30 years.
Wow. Awesome. And how did you first become involved with MUFON?
Oh, it was almost 10 years ago. A.J. Jiver is an editor of the Revista UFO magazine who passed away last year. And I am his co-editor of the magazine, and he invited me to be his assistant, MUFON assistant in Brazil.
Oh, wow.
And then when he never left the MUFON, but became emeritus on MUFON, and I got national director in MUFON in Brazil.
Awesome. And how has that experience been for you?
Fantastic. Learned so much with Bob, with Steve Hughes, with Dave McDonald. So for me, it's the way so I can learn and trying to teach people in Brazil that want to become a MUFON associate or a MUFON member or a MUFON field investigator.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, a rich, long history of UFOs and ufology in Brazil. Let's get into a few recent cases, recent sightings that have happened in the area.
Yeah, we had in 2022, 2023, we had a UFO wave in Brazil. Several pilots of different air companies saw and recorded by phone UFOs in the skies of 4 states: Rio Grande do Sul, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Santa Catarina.
Oh, wow.
They saw UFOs. And they recorded that conversation with the tower in the ground. And the tower said, "Oh, we cannot see nothing. And sometimes we can see it as you." And the pilot said, "Well, that's not another airplane in the area. And we cannot see it."
Oh, wow.
We cannot see it, but we can see it on your radar. And one of the film that was made shows a huge ball of light make a movement that no airplane can do it, nor nothing can do it. The Starlink is impossible to do that. And we investigated, and the Brazilian Air Force investigated because they were making a training exercise, then same area in same days, but in different routes. And they investigated the conclusions. We don't know what it was.
Wow. And that has been here recently in the whistleblower testimony that just happened with Grush here in the United States. The whole theme of this year is Friend or Foe 2.0, and very much our government, at least in the last few hearings, has definitely taken the foe aspect and said, like, this is a threat to our training ranges. This is a threat to civilian aircraft. We need to find out what is going on in our skies. And if that is the impetus for UFO investigation, awesome. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. Like, hey, if we have to use that end to bring UFO and UAP research to the forefront, okay.
Okay.
I'm great with that. But I guess how does the Brazilian military feel about the UAP threat?
Yeah.
Do they see it as a threat?
They don't see it as a threat because the Brazilian military doesn't pay much attention for that.
Okay.
We have reports, and the pilot, he has the right or not to report what he see. If he reports, he has to make a testimony and investigation of the episode. But they prefer not to do it because they can ruin his career.
Yeah.
And but the military did well. In Brazil, we have a lot of problems, and the UFO is not a problem that they want to get involved in.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. We have much more pressing issues going on.
Yes.
that is absolutely true.
So, but we know that they got testimonies from pilots. We know that they do not investigate, but they keep the secret of the files. We have several cases, important cases in Brazil, that they keep the files secret. And we in Brazil, we are pushing them to reveal, to disclosure these cases, these documents.
Yeah.
Because we have the right to know.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, number one, you are paying for the documents to be made. So, yeah, I mean, that's very much the way that we look at it here in the States, is the fact of that is our information. Much like anything from NASA, you can go online, you can find it. It's all there because we are paying for that through our tax dollars.
The same thing.
And very much the same situation. Do you guys in Brazil find more reports coming from cities or country?
Cities.
Cities?
Yeah, cities. Large cities. But 95% can be explained. And the most interesting cases come from the inner country of Brazil. That remote areas.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like, when you start getting people who, like, they are near an airport, and there's plenty of land in Brazil that is undeveloped, very rural. And when you start getting reports from there.
And for them, that see a strange light in the sky, it's normal. Happen every day. And when you go there and ask, well, did you see something strange? No, I just see a car flying.
Yeah.
Car flying.
Yeah.
Car doesn't fly. Oh, it's the size of a car. It's a big light. The
You
shape
see
of a
them all
car.
the time. Nothing strange, though.
Why don't? Well, so every day is there. So they even report it because it's routine.
Wow. And that's just, and that's what I mean by long and storied history, because these stories have gone back for generations in many of these villages, and sightings have gone back for generations.
Yes. Brazil has a history of UFO sightings. We can associate it, our culture, with the Indians' culture in Brazil, native culture, with sighting of UFOs, the sight of not human beings, because they are in their culture. We have the gold mother. It's a ball of light. They came out of the lagoons and rivers and chase the people.
Oh.
A gold mother.
Interesting.
What is that?
Interesting.
It's a ball of light.
Yeah.
So it is in the culture of Brazil, in the folklore of Brazil.
Yeah, and that's USO. That's underwater submerged object.
It's perfect.
So yeah.
So we have this. Since Brazil was discovered, and so far, as far as I know, Brazil has more than 1,000 of sightings every year.
Wow.
We can explain the most of them.
Oh,
but
sure.
1,000 of sightings, something
that's a lot. That's a lot.
It is.
And once again, to cull through that information, to go through vet witnesses, things like that. What is some of your process with that when it comes to taking in a witness statement and really vetting the person as far as, can we believe their statement to move an investigation forward?
Yeah, first, I got this reporting I got from CMS MUFON, and I got from my personal social web and the social links media. And when I got from email, I asked them to go to MUFON website, report it. I take care of it. But there are so many reports that I cannot take it. And Brazil is big.
Yeah.
The reports came from Acre State, is in north of Brazil, in the south of Brazil. And I tried to get help from another ufologist in Brazil. I got this report, can you check for me? And they go and check for me. But it's very difficult.
Yeah. How many investigators do you have in Brazil?
MUFON? Just me.
What?
Just me. MUFON, just me. But we have the Revista UFO magazine.
Yeah,
I have many friends, ufologists that help me.
Sure. There's a large network of ufologists.
I do have a network.
But wow, you are the sole MUFON representative in Brazil.
I told Dave that Brazil is going to win the prize of the best national.
If that's not the best volunteer, I don't know what is, Thiago. You got a whole country.
Yeah,
man.
The language is the great barrier. And, of course, the dollar and the real comparison, the money... dollar is much expensive to do a real, the Brazilian real. But I'm trying to get more people involved, and I'm thinking I'm going to get it. At least 2, 3, 4 more people. They're going to help a lot.
Yeah. Well, and especially in a country like Brazil, where you have numerous regional dialects, there's kind of a mother language, but numerous regional dialects of language, things like that. It makes it much harder to carry on an investigation across the country.
Brazil, we all speak Portuguese. The dialect is not just accent. It's the same here in the United States. Okay. Texas have an accent. Florida has an accent. But we have also we have the Indian people.
Yes, exactly.
They speak their language. Some speak Portuguese, of course, but they speak their language. And it's very difficult to get there because they live in a reservation that no one can go there without permission.
Yep.
So we cannot go there in the research. We have to ask the federal police in Brazil to go there. And they have many sightings.
Wow.
But it's normal for them.
Yeah. Once again, for them, it's not strange. Which is strange for us.
Yes.
That it's such a point of normalcy and been happening so long for them that it's just normalized. Now, there have been some wild reports coming out of Peru lately, Thiago. Face peelers, wild stuff, like to the point that the military has gotten involved. Have there ever been any cases similar to that in Brazil where aliens have come into a village or anything like that?
Yeah, we had that in 1977, the plate operation, where many UFOs have been attacked people. Sucking their blood, the iron from that blood, because the people that got shot by being of light, they lost iron from the blood, so they got anemia.
Wow.
It was 97.7. And the Brazilian Air Force investigated. 2 teams of official militaries investigated from 77 to 78 and then stopped it. And as far as we know, the United States came and tried and kept the investigation until 1982. And but recently we had a few cases that happened in the boundary of Brazil and Peru, that aliens and spaceships are carrying Indians in Brazil and Peru, and now we have this in Peru. But this area between Brazil, Peru, Colombia is an area, very, very dangerous area, because there are drug dealers. We have miners, illegal miners, excavation. We have people that steal Indians to get the organs. So it's very... That's what I think.
Grave and tomb robbing, all kinds of things.
So that's, in my opinion, that's why the military are there in Peru, because the situation is getting out of control.
Yeah.
But you have to investigate it.
Yeah.
People saw beings flying with boots like Iron Man.
Yeah.
What technology is that?
Yeah, exactly. And even the attacks that have been reported.
Yes.
Really fantastical, but these people went to the hospital with those actual injuries. So, Yeah.
That's why they have to investigate. In Brazil, we had many years ago, not so many, 4 or 5 years ago, we had a case that 3 Indians were hunting in the jungle and they saw a UFO. And they shot at the UFO. And the UFO just shoot a laser beam in the Indian, and the Indian just fell out. And the two other Indians ran away. And then they come back to rescue the other one. And the other one was unconscious and got disease and got lazy for days.
Wow.
It happened in Brazil.
Wow.
So there are still strange things happen in Brazil right now. And we cannot, and we don't know the most part of it.
And do most of these really strange cases like that happen more in the rural areas than in the city?
Much more.
Interesting.
In the remote areas, because, north of Brazil is big. It's in the middle of, it's a jungle.
Yeah.
The rainforest. And you have a city, the nearby city is 200, 300 kilometers far away.
Yeah.
So to get information there, you have to take a boat. You cannot get by car or airplane. You have to take a boat or helicopter.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. The people take a boat or a helicopter to go to nearby, police station or federal police station we have been attacked by...
Yeah.
They would not do that.
Yeah,
they try to defend themselves.
Well, and also the fact of when you're living rurally and in the country, especially in a country like Brazil, like you got better things to do than to take a day-long trip one way.
2 days.
To go report something like you got crops to tend, you got animals to tend. You're more worried about surviving and living than you are about making it to a MUFON headquarters to do a report.
That's it. And it's amazing because when you go there to investigate, and when I travel on vacation with my family, we got the northeast of Brazil, and I always ask the people that live there, have you seen something, a flying saucer? No, I never saw a flying saucer. I saw a light the size of a bus passing by. It's normal.
Yeah.
And if you dig, you'll find it. If you ask, they're gonna say to you, I never see, but my mother saw, my brother saw, my sister saw, my father saw, my grandmother.
Yeah.
Everybody saw something.
And once again, very generational in the rural areas of the country. And kind of like I bring up all the time with crop circles. Sure, there have been many that have been proven to be fake. But the ones from the 1500s that are reported, like, they had better things to do than to destroy half a crop of wheat. Like they were worried about not dying from the Black Plague and eating and staying warm. When you get reports from people out in the middle of the rural making a false report,
of course,
and destroying crop to say, like, look, this thing came and killed my crops. As opposed to somebody in the city who may be looking for their 5 minutes of fame or maybe looking for some attention.
You were talking about crop cycle. We never had a crop cycle in Brazil since 2008. 2008 we had we had a crop cycle. We call in Brazil agroglyphos.
Okay.
The same crop cycle. And we had in 2008, 2011, 2012, 2014. I think the last one was 2017.
Oh, wow. So not too long ago then.
No, not too long.
Yeah.
Some people trying to do the same and easily solve it. But this that happened in Ipuaçu, we never got the solution. And we asked people, if you do that, do again. But you have to do at night.
Yeah.
Without any noise.
No lights.
Yeah. No stepping grass.
Mm-hmm.
The grass must be folded, not broken.
Yeah. And even when you start getting...
Nobody could do that.
Yeah, precisely. And when
is human construction. Okay, do it.
Yeah. Feel free.
Where the person that did it?
Yeah.
Oh, I did it. Okay.
And that's just it. The verifiable crop circles, they have They have blown nodules like they have been microwaved in a microwave oven. They have genetic change to the crop, all kinds of things. The soil has changed.
Let's sterilize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do that. If you do that,
yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
nobody never appeared. Oh, that two old guys back in the 80s, the 70s.
Exactly.
I was using
a board and a rope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
And you can do some really cool things. Don't get me wrong, with a stick in the ground and
yes.
measured out rope to get different size circles. It's not rocket math to do that.
Yes.
But once again, the characteristics of a true crop circle and what happens to the crop and the ground underneath it and magnetic fields, things like that, you ain't faking that. You ain't faking that.
That's right. That's right. And we had in Brazil, and I think when people said, "Oh, so a human construction," okay. So do it.
Yeah.
Or
repeat it.
Repeat it. Yeah.
Yeah. And now, what are you looking for the future of research in Brazil?
Well, I'm not saying I'm not optimistic or skeptics, but I think Brazil, what happened in Brazil is going to follow what happened in the rest of the world. Mainly in the United States. If the United States open the files, we're going to be a very pressure in Brazil, to open the files. But we are working as a commission of Brazilian ufologists, which I'm president. We are trying through the laws. We have a Freedom of Information Act. We have the kind of law in Brazil as well. Through that, we are trying to get the documents from the Virginia case. And I think that once we get the first report through that law, it's gonna be an open gate.
Yeah.
We just have to have one success.
Yep.
If we have one success, the gate's open.
That's it.
So the future depends on it.
Yeah.
Because the military can always say, we don't have it. And if the government agree with the military,
yeah,
we have no escape.
Well, and that's just it. December 17th, 2017 was it here in the United States when Lou Elizondo first went on CNN and said, check out these two videos, folks.
That's it.
Whether you like Lou Elizondo, whether you trust his career, his creds, even if you trust or distrust the two videos, because, of course, like the NASA panel kind of ripped apart the Go Fast video pretty well. With the trigonometry and look, everything we need is right here on the screen. The azimuth of the camera, the distance, it's a 40-foot object going 40 miles an hour.
Yes.
It was great to see that. But there's a huge amount of anomaly, 3 to 5% range. That's a big amount. The analogy I make all the time is I would never pay somebody for 95% of a wall.
Really?
I don't think I would have passed chemistry if I came in and said, here's a 95% remainder. Well, where's the other 5%?
Yes.
Did it go to solution, gas?
Yes.
Where's your math?
That's
and that's just it. It's great to see science finally stepping forward, saying we have been horribly, I guess the way that they put it was, we have been irresponsible with our responsibility. We have been confirming what we know and ignoring the 4 to 5% anomaly, which is our job to look at.
That's it.
Science.
That's it.
So.
The science. We have sites that just now I disagree with what Avloab said. Okay, but check it out.
Yeah,
check it out.
Well, at least explore the hypothesis.
Yes. Science is hypothesis.
Well, and that was honestly what I loved most about, and a lot of people have a problem with the NHI, the non-human intelligence that Grush referred to in his testimony. I personally love the concept because as soon as you say it's alien, you've put it in a box no different than the scientists who said it's not alien.
That's it.
We've got a researcher right over here, Dr. Michael Masters, that we should be talking to today. His whole concept is it may be time shifted. We may be looking at people from the future who are coming back trying to fix a problem. We may be looking at people from an adjunct Earth in another dimension, in a parallel reality.
Maybe we have all of this.
Every bit of it. Exactly. So to say it's just extraterrestrial is very minimalizing.
That's why they changed the UFO to UAP.
Yeah.
They changed it because our mind, UFO, extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
It's not.
Precisely.
It's unidentified.
Precisely. It became very much Kleenex.
Yes,
where
that's it.
It's just a catch-all term for everything that's in a box that you wipe your nose with. You know,
it's like the copy machine in Brazil we call Xerox.
Yeah,
the machine is built by that's Xerox.
Yeah,
in Brazil we call Xerox.
Yeah.
The same, all the machines, all the Xerox.
Doesn't matter who. It's a Xerox machine.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And we tend to do that. And yes, UFO became a catch-all bin for various phenomena. I mean, even right here, I got a great book from the MUFON Library, Strange Phenomenon.
Great.
Dude, these things go back to the 1700s. Talking about ball lightning, things like that.
Jacques Vallejo, the Magonia.
Yeah.
His book was the science from many, many years ago.
Yeah, yeah. So these are things that we've been looking into since science became science. And we are just now getting to a point of burgeoning on some answers. And it's really exciting. It's really great to see. And I will pray for you daily, Thiago, the fact that you are the lone MUFON investigator in Brazil. Wow.
I have more. I have a help from Fernanda from MUFON Canada. She's Brazilian, but living in Canada. She's helped me. But I get more people in Brazil.
That's it. That's it. Exactly. And let everybody know where they can go to get a hold of you if they are in Brazil. We have quite a few listeners in that area, things like that. So let them know where they can go to get a hold of you, if they need to give a report, where they can go to volunteer, where they can go to help out. They can
go to MUFON website, MUFON, and you can. The MUFON website is now so good that if you are in Brazil, if you put you at MUFON site, translate to Portuguese automatically.
Epic.
So you can see it. You can find me there. You can find me in my social media, Thiago Cicchetti, and can send me an email. No problem at all. I'm going to answer it. I just want you report it officially at MUFON because it's the best way to investigate.
That's right.
There's a database.
That's it. That's it. They have had a unified intake process since 1969.
And all the questions that are going to ask are in the formulary of the CMS. So it's easier.
Exactly. It's a very forensic process.
Keep in touch with me on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, YouTube, everything.
I will definitely be following and keeping up with things. Thank you so much for your time today during this very busy symposium. While you are online checking out all of the work of MUFON Brazil and Thiago, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is the website. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, share. That's where you can find our experiencer page, CuriousRealm.com/story. If you have a story of extraterrestrial or UFO UAP experience, if you have had an encounter with cryptids, if you have had an encounter with the paranormal, let us know. Share your pictures, videos, audio with us, and we will present it to our investigators and researchers to see if we can get you some answers. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We'll be right back with our continuing final day of coverage here at MUFON Symposium 2023, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit truehempscience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is truehempscience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our continuing coverage of Day 3 of MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky. We have with us our amazing friend, Sev Talk, who is one of the leads of the MUFON Experiencer Resource Team, an experiencer herself. So how have you been enjoying MUFON Symposium this year, Sev?
It's wonderful. Not only am I learning a lot knowledge-wise, 3D-wise, but there's some connections that are being made with people that on a really high spiritual level.
It's been great.
I feel like I'm buzzing.
Yeah, the energy around the last couple days has really been intensely awesome. Mm-hmm. It really has been. Hearing people swap and share stories, swap and share data, talking after the speakers, things like that. It's
and
been
the connections that you're making with the people around.
absolutely.
Here.
It's been fantastic.
It's like from the heart.
Yeah.
It's really beautiful.
It's great, and that is one of the things that I love about this community is it is so beautifully accepting of people, their stories, their experience, because that is where it starts with MUFON, is with an experiencer report. With tell us about your experience. How did your experience come to you, Sev?
Which one?
Your first experience.
When I was 10.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that was my first experience, but it's my first conscious experience from 10 to 12. And I was living in a suburb of D.C., Washington, D.C. And at night, I would find myself outside looking up, and there would be a spaceship coming. And each time it came from a different direction. And it happened so many times that I lost count. And it would come, and it would hover right over my head, and it was so big that I couldn't see the stars. And I was so happy, so happy, so happy, so happy, because it was like I was seeing a relative.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And
Interesting.
then it would land, and stairs would descend, and this being would come down, and he looked more human than not, had dark hair, a dark outfit.
Mm-hmm.
His ears were just slightly elongated, but not like Spock. And he was checking up on me.
Interesting. And that was the first conscious visit that you remember. You had numerous visits through your childhood.
Yes. That's the first one I remember.
Yeah. Now, how did it go for you from experience like that to the opposite side of the experiencer coin, where fear came into it?
Yeah, that's such a good question, because I didn't fear that being.
Yeah, exactly.
And after he visited me for 2 years, there was a final visit, and this time it was with a bunch of other kids. And we were watching him go away, and we were really sad, because we knew we weren't going to see him anymore. And I heard in my head, okay, it's time to do your work. And as a 12-year-old, I had no idea what that meant. And when I would pop back into my bedroom, I was really confused, because my bedroom and my life there felt fake. And my relationship with my space brother felt real. And then I would just tell myself, just forget about it and just get dressed and go to 5th grade.
Yeah,
and
just
try
move
and be
on.
normal.
How'd that work out for you?
Oh, well, it caused decades of unhappiness and issues and problems.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that is the experiencer story that I hear very frequently, is that the trying to push the experience away tends to lead people down a different path.
Yeah. So to answer your question, how did it flip from being a pleasant experience to one where I was fearful? The first time I was afraid, really, was the first time I saw a gray.
Okay.
Because they can be scary, because they don't, the shorter ones, the littlest ones, they don't emit emotion. So that's scary for us.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. To
And
not.
so that's when my fear started.
Okay.
But I've lost that fear. I see now they were helping me.
Okay. Yeah, and we've talked about that numerous times on the show, the catharsis that you went through and the point of peace that you came to with your experience. And I think that is such an important reason why you are a part of the Experiencer Resource Team. Let's get into the ERT a little bit and their involvement with MUFON cases.
Well, the ERT stands for the Experiencer Resource Team, and there's about 70, 75 of us around the world, and we deal only with people who've made direct contact with an ET or non-human intelligence. And it's really amazing work.
Yeah.
Because we are privileged enough to get the information that the ETs are giving these people, and information, scientific information, information about the hybridization program, information about self-empowerment and spirituality, information about mankind's possible fate. and also information on how to strengthen your psi abilities or your psychic abilities. And so we are privy to this amazing information, and this information is coming to help us individually and to help mankind.
Yeah, and the numerous messages that have been received by experiencers, it's interesting to see the many unified messages that are out there. Everybody gets a different experience, but so many of the messages that they come back with are unified in their source. Where do you guys, as the Experiencer Resource Team, begin with gathering that information with somebody? How do you begin making them comfortable enough to share that very intricate and detailed information about what an ET may have shared with them?
Well, those of us who are in the ERT are experienced. We're specialized in dealing with this. And the person goes to the MUFON.com, someone who's made ET contact, and clicks on this red button in the upper right-hand corner, and then fills out a questionnaire. And then our director, Dr. George Medich, gets the questionnaire, and then he assigns it to someone. And then when I get a case, I email the person introducing myself, commenting on their story, asking them a few questions, and then when they respond, then I take it a little further and ask them if they want to talk.
Okay.
And they almost always want to talk via Zoom or telephone.
Okay. And now, y'all had a huge panel the other morning with the ERT. How did that go?
It was wonderful. Oh my gosh, I'm still glowing from it. Yeah, the room was packed, and I gave a talk, and then we had Yvonne Smith and Earl Grey and Dr. George Medich on a panel, and we had a Q&A for an hour and a half, and it was fantastic. Fantastic. Wow. And I shared stories about 3 ERT cases that I investigated from North Carolina, because I live in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And one of them really sticks out to me. It's by a young lady who was shown an image by the Greys. She was shown an image of Earth from a distance. And on Earth were these little points of like twinkling lights, white light. And they were all connected by a grid. And the Greys told her, every time a human being has a spiritual awakening, they twinkle, and we can see them.
Interesting.
Because their vibration rises so high that it goes above the lower vibratory energy that surrounds Earth, and then they can see them. And they say that it's important for us to so-called awaken, or to raise our frequency and our vibration, to help each other and to help mankind.
Wow.
And to also one day reconnect with our galactic brothers and sisters. That's the whole point of why they're communicating with us, so we can re-enter that whole world.
Yeah, precisely.
Because we live in a neighborhood and we don't realize it.
Yep. And the example I've been giving on the show this weekend is so many experiencers have told me that after their experience, it was like they were pulled out of a box. And they never realized that they were living life inside of this box before. It was such a limited view of what was outside of that box until they were removed from it. And it opened them up to a whole new world of possibilities, a whole new way to live life, a whole new way to connect with the world around them.
Yes, it broadens your perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it also strengthens your psychic abilities. You become more intuitive. And when you become more intuitive, it's easier to make decisions. It's easier to make the right decisions. It's easier to meet the right people. It's easier to be successful and happier and healthier and all of that.
Yeah.
When you're able to plug into this high frequency information that floats around us and then use it to your individual benefit and to our collective benefit.
Yeah. Precisely, and understanding your place within that system. You know, I consider it kind of like a molecule myself, and being an atom.
That's a good analogy.
If I remove myself, that molecule is totally different now. It's totally different.
I like it.
And we are very much the same way. We attract and repel each other and build beautiful things together. You know, but unless it's a cooperation between 2 parts of hydrogen and 1 part of oxygen, we have zero ocean. There has to be a cooperation between those things and an agreement.
And alignment.
That this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to make water now. You know, if we invited carbon into the mix, we'd have sugar pretty quick. You know, like so. Yeah, we have to consider what we are surrounding ourselves by, and even experiencers, what you are surrounding yourself by and letting yourself be influenced by, because there are numerous people out there, sadly, Sev, who want to try to make people's revelatory experiences negative. I saw that a couple times, and I'm not too partial to it. I don't understand where that comes from. I find that a hard mentality to accept.
Fear.
Yeah,
Just
I think
afraid
so.
of the truth.
Yeah. And you know, we've talked about that so many times, not only being afraid of the truth, but that want of confirmation that we have in society and personally, you know, of even when you're an experiencer, just to find another experiencer to confirm the fact that you're not crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
That's so important.
and that is why I recommend everybody. Like, I have a very good friend and guest who comes on the show, Father James Cloud. He witnessed something in 1973 in Michigan when he was a kid, and just recently made his MUFON report, like within the last year.
That is happening a lot. We're getting a lot of historic cases from 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Because of the congressional hearings. And so now people are like, oh, I'm going to contact you because now it's on TV. And
a lot of the stigma has been dropped. A lot of the stigma has been dropped, and it's been beautiful to see that, and beautiful to see the number of people that are coming forward with their experiences. You know, I mean, even we had Irina Scott on earlier talking about the Pascagoula case. It wasn't until the last couple of years that Calvin Parker came forward with his side of the story. You know, that's been since like 1973 and affected his life, all kinds of things. So, yeah, the conversation has changed people's approach to it and changed people's acceptance of even what has happened in their own life. So,
yes. And it's a wonderful thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Because this is a very historic moment.
Yeah.
And so what are we going to do with it?
And
which way are we going to go?
That's really the big tater question, you know, because now we got a potato and it's baked and it's kind of hot. What are we going to do with it now, you know? And with everything happening in the field of research right now, with the science literally changing, it's remarkable to see just since the first congressional hearings, the path of technology that has come out. Things like the Lockheed Martin nuclear reactor that fits inside of an F-16, stuff like that, where it's like, curious. They've said for years it would take the power of a nuclear reactor to make physics happen like that. Well, we have it. So yeah, last year was the big question, friend or foe 1.0. How has the media treated things? And now it's friend or foe 2.0. How are we treating it? How are we accepting it in society? And how is the government putting a lens of focus on things? And they definitely in the last hearings came out with the fact of, yes, we have some concerning issues with our training airspace. We have some concerning issues with civilian airspace, things like that. Where do you fall in the question of friend or foe, Sev?
Oh, friend. Friend. They've been friends to me.
Yeah.
So I can just speak from my own personal experience, but they've changed my life for the better.
Well, and that's even after your fearful experience, and going through and processing that yourself with the help of good folks like Kathleen Barden and everything else to come to a point of realization that you were viewing that through a very specific lens in your life.
Yeah, because I used to think they were foes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So I completely changed.
Well, you came back with physical marks on your body, things like that.
That's what did it. That's what I needed to wake up.
Wow.
Because I was in denial for 40 years over everything that happened to me. Every mark I had on my body, I would just either ignore or try and explain away. The lights, I could feel beings in my room touching me, everything. I just ignored everything. But those X's made me say to myself, oh no, I cannot ignore this, which means everything that's been happening to me for 40 years is real. And it's like, what? How can I deal with that? And so I went into this existential crisis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know who we were as a human collective. I didn't know who we were and what we were doing. Where did we come from? And why am I talking to aliens in the middle of the night? And I didn't know anything.
Oh, yeah. And it's enough to shake your whole world foundation. It's enough to either strengthen or destroy your faith in higher powers, other things.
And then you have no one to talk to about it. And then you're trying to go to work and, trying to be a good mother, trying to be a good father. You're just trying to be a good person. But in the same time, in the back of your head, you're like freaking out.
Yeah.
And it's a private freak out, which is the worst.
Yeah. It's not one that you can share over coffee with a friend, things like that. And unfortunately now you have the network of friends to be able to share that with. Yeah. You have a network of people, other experiencers that you can go to and talk about your experience, even if something else pops up that may be bugging you about it. And that's a beautiful thing. That's what I love about the ERTs, the fact that, yes, MUFON is about the nuts and bolts. They're about the science of UFO, UAP study. But it starts with a statement, and it starts with an experience. And until proven otherwise, they will follow the trail of your experience. And if it comes to the point of, we think you need to talk to somebody on the experience or resource team, that is where they send you. If it's the part of, we think that there's enough from your witness statement and there's enough other evidence that corroborates that we think we need to send a STAR team out to get soil samples, radiological samples, things like that. There are different branches of MUFON that are there not only for the intake process, but for the sifting of that information and how to disseminate that information and treat each case individually. It's great.
Also in the ERT, we're very different from field investigators in that we're not really investigating.
No.
And we're not determining whether someone's abduction is real or not.
Nope.
That is not our role. Our role is to listen.
That's right.
And offer guidance. And if you need some extra help from a regression therapist or a psychologist.
A Bud Hopkins or someone like that.
We have vetted people that we can suggest to you.
Yeah, good folks
so
like
that's all.
Yvonne Smith.
Yeah, so if anyone's afraid of telling us about our ET contact because they think we're going to prove them wrong, we do not do that.
Yeah.
We do not judge.
Yeah. That is the beautiful, beautiful thing is I have, amongst the community that is here, that is MUFON, I have not seen a single point of judgment amongst any person from MUFON about anybody's story, about anybody's encounter, about anybody's sighting.
Yeah.
And that is the beautiful thing.
And it's refreshing because there's so much judgment in our society. It's nothing but judgment.
Yeah.
It's how we're controlled.
Oh, absolutely. And it keeps us, we've had the conversation so many times, Sev, how it keeps us in a state of discombobulation, not only personally, but as a society. The infrared ultraviolet concept of us versus them, the tribalism of things. And we have definitely followed that rabbit hole here in America over the last many years of an us versus them mentality. And even right now amongst the UFO UAP community to see some of the us versus them mentality that's going on, like the crazy people that are threatening NASA scientists just before a NASA panel. and emailing them and harassing them and, oh, you've been hiding this for years. It's like, that's funny. I've been a NASA scientist for 5 years. What do you mean I've been a part of this lie my whole life? Like, no, that's not the case. And they even addressed that at the beginning of their panel. The fact of like, hey, you know, emailing scientists and harassing them about being involved with the topic doesn't help get scientists involved with the topic.
Well, that's what Avi Loeb was saying.
Yeah.
Good. Avi Loeb was a speaker here yesterday, and he was saying that he gets a lot of criticism from fellow scientists.
I will bet he does. And once
he's a threat.
Oh,
to
yeah.
them.
Yeah. Most definitely.
He thinks it various reasons, one being jealousy, and the other, those scientists may be thinking that he's going to outdo them, and then maybe they're not going to be as important as they think they are, or maybe all the work they're doing is wrong, and it just keeps going.
That is the source of a lot of it, Sev, is the fact of people with commas and letters behind their name have written books. They've contributed to curricula, all this. And it's the fact that they're entrenched professors. What's the last 20 years of my career? If this proves all of that wrong.
Right.
But
isn't that what being a scientist is all about?
Exactly what the NASA panel said.
You have to change your mind as a scientist.
I have said it for so long on this show. I don't think I would ever pay for 95 to 97% of a wall. Because there's a 3 to 5% ratio of anomaly. Science is only looking at what they've already proved. So you're giving me 75% of a wall, dude. Like I paid you for a full wall. You're telling me that 95% is a full wall.
Yeah.
Like I don't think
that's a good way to
I don't
put it.
think I would have passed chemistry with a 5% remainder in the equation. Did it go to gas, solid, solution? What happened to it?
Oh, you're
what happened
back
to it?
memories.
You know,
Yeah.
We wouldn't have passed chemistry, Sev. It wouldn't have happened because we couldn't prove the 3 to 5% remainder. and that's exactly what, I forget the nice lady scientist who said it, but she was like, we have been woefully disregarding our duties as scientists. Our duties as scientists is not to continue proving the known quantitative. It is to find out what that 3 to 5% remainder is.
And that was a lady?
Yeah. Oh, it was beautiful. It was beautiful to watch. Like, oh, my heart just burst open when I heard it. It was like, thank you, God. Because quite literally, even the concept of Grush in his testimony, using the idea of NHI, it expands the definition.
I could not believe he said that.
It was beautiful.
I was so happy.
It was so beautiful. Same.
So,
Same.
in case
why were you so happy, Seth? Please.
We're talking about in the recent congressional hearing, Grush, the whistleblower, and there was a Congresswoman Luna from Florida who asked him, "Why do you use NHI instead of ET?" NHI, non-human intelligence.
Yeah.
And he said, well, because I just want to remain open-minded about where these beings are from, because maybe they're not off-planet. Maybe they live in another dimension that we don't know about, and they're on planet, and they're bilocating. And my head exploded. I was like, I cannot believe he just
I
said
literally
that
jumped
to
up and
Congress
cheered. I
and to the
literally
world.
jumped up and clapped in my living room by myself.
It was amazing.
It was beautiful.
So I thought, okay, people are going to be talking about this. This is going to be big. No one said a word. I feel like I'm the only one that talks about it.
The only word I've heard is people who were ticked off that he didn't use the term extraterrestrial. Literally. Yeah.
Well,
people who were seeing it.
He's not denying their existence.
No. What he's doing is opening a beautiful portal of investigation and exploration on the topic.
Unbelievable.
Because as soon as you say ET, no different than using, and we've had the conversation before, using the word UFO out of context. No, let's leave it to exactly what that definition. It is an object in the sky flying that you don't know what it is.
Right.
We don't have to immediately jump to it being alien.
Right.
We don't. That is unscientific to immediately jump to it being alien. And by him taking that NHI term and pulling it out of the box, opens up a whole new panoply of investigation, whole new panoply of science to look at, because as soon as you say we're looking at aliens, you've put the topic inside of a box no different than every scientist who said it wasn't science.
Right.
You've just put it inside of a container. You're
yes.
guilty of the exact same thing. You have diminutized what we can look at and how we can study it. Because now it only has to be alien.
Yeah, and he completely...
He blew the doors
yeah,
off that. It was awesome because, yeah,
So
I have
now I'm
held...
waiting to hear more about
I have held for the longest time that, yes, much like the work of extratemporeal model, that is exactly what this book is about, is the idea that in the model, Dr. Masters posits that UFOs and aliens are our future human descendants coming back through time to visit and study their own hominin evolutionary past. Absolutely. Totally a possibility. Could utterly be us come back and see what we did to jack things up and how can we fix it. It could be us from a parallel Earth. All of these are still extraterrestrial. They are still outside of this Earth. So they still fit inside of the extraterrestrial definition. Unfortunately, our minds have taken extraterrestrial to the point of Kleenex and Xerox, where everything in a box that you wipe stuff down with is a Kleenex. No, it's a tissue. It's this, it's that. It's for different purposes.
Yeah.
It's not just called a Kleenex. And we've been using UFO and extraterrestrial as Kleenex for way too long.
That's a very good point.
Way too long. It's become a catch-all bin, and unfortunately that has stymied a lot of the science with it being a catch-all bin, because how can you get a niche scientist? How can you get somebody involved in this field if it's just a catch-all? You know?
Right. It's hard. It's a battle, and a lot of people don't want to engage in that battle.
Yeah.
Like what Avi Loeb is doing, he's in a battle.
Oh,
And
God,
the
I
fact
want
that
to
he's
interview
doing
that
it-
man
yeah.
so bad. So bad. Because even the idea of a Muamua being just a passing probe.
That was
once
brave.
again,
That
it
was brave
doesn't
to say
have to
that.
be a critter in a machine. It could be a probe that goes by and gathering stuff. Is that any less intelligent than any one of our automated drones?
Yes. Right.
You know? No, absolutely not. We use automated drones to go get information all the time on
Yeah,
this
but
planet.
our drones look like, child's play compared to Oumuamua.
Oumuamua was very much like, it looked just like a big rock.
Yeah.
And, the funny thing is, you don't need things to be aerodynamic to float in zero gravity in space. There's no air for resistance. So, yeah, if you want a Borg cube to fly through the air in space, you could do it. There's no drag. There's no drag. So the odd shape and everything else, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That could be just what it looks like after years and years. That could be what it was constructed for in that way to begin with, so that it doesn't attract attention. One of the interesting concepts I came across at the Remote Viewing Association conference, a very, very well-known remote viewer was telling me that, yes, there is a reverse engineering program, absolutely, but it's not necessarily what we think. It's the fact that the Greys, being the hive mind that they are, have evolved themselves past the point of emotion.
Why do you say hive mind?
Well, because that tends to be a lot of the story that you hear is that
they're robotic?
that they're kind of
But bees are amazing and hives are glorious.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the thing. In that search for their own perfection, they genetically engineered out creativity, individuality, things like that, to be part of that hive mind. This is my task. This is what I accomplish. I am a drone bee. I go out and I do this.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Okay. Along with that, there was a belief that there's different types of Greys.
Oh, sure.
Tall, medium, and short. So
Absolutely.
the tall with the most sentience,
Absolutely.
and the little one being the robotic one, which is the one you're talking
Yes.
about. Okay.
Exactly. And the idea is that because of this, they have this amazing realm of technology, but they have no more creativity, Seb. So they don't know how to future apply their technology. They don't know how to make something new out of it.
The Greys?
Yeah.
Oh,
the
I
little
don't
Greys.
know. I don't know about the little Greys.
the little
are just
Greys.
robots.
Well, but that's just
So
it.
the tall Greys have sentience to them.
Sure.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
maybe they
It
know
was-
what
it-
they're doing.
Sure. But it was an interesting concept, the idea of they are using us and our creativity to help them find new application for their technology.
Yes, that's
because they have engineered themselves to this point of a perfect race where they don't need competition, they don't need creativity. It's
and they told
not
me,
what they're about.
They told me the reason the hybridization program is going on with the humans and the Greys is because the Greys did lose their ability to be sympathetic and empathetic.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's get into the hybridization program real quick. We haven't really touched on that this episode, and I really should have, because I think there was somebody here that I interviewed that touch pointed on that in their presentation. Let's get into the concept of seeding society and seeding humanity with alien.
Okay, so I had a remarkable experience in Roswell a few years ago with my ex-partner. It was a shared experience. And I was given information about the hybridization program. A few years prior to that, I had an experience where I was shown a baby in a tube, floating in a tube.
Wow.
It was floating towards the top of the tube, and I was in this dark room, and I'm looking at this tube. Felt like it was glowing, and the baby's eyes were open, and they were the bluest eyes I have ever seen in my life. And I knew it was a boy, even though I couldn't see that physically. And I sensed behind me something, so I turned around, and there were 3 Greys, tall, medium, and short. And they were really nice. And they said, "Oh, take your time. We're just going to stay back here. Just don't be in a hurry." So I turned back around, and I'm looking at this baby, and I'm very confused. I felt nothing for the baby. I'm like, what is going on? And then, ding, I find myself in my room. So in Roswell, had this experience, made contact. They reminded me of that baby in the tube, and then they gave me information about the hybridization program. And they said that millions of people are involved, and they have billions of embryos, and they're picking humans, for the most part, that are empathetic, sympathetic, wear their heart on their sleeve, and have strong psychic abilities. And these embryos will be used to reseed the earth if we annihilate ourselves. And they said, we're on that path, but it's not destined. This was a few years ago. They said, you're on that path, but you can change things. Now I'm wondering, is it too late? Is what's happening with the Maui? What's going on in Maui just hurts me so much. I can't. Maui is my most favorite place on earth. And Maui is considered the heart chakra of the world.
Yeah.
And it's on fire.
Yeah.
And even though people think, and I don't know, maybe it could be true. I have no theories. They're saying it was intentionally done and all that. But we cannot ignore the fact that Maui was dry. Now, how on earth can Maui, a lush island in the middle of the ocean, be dry?
Be drought dry.
And that's because of us.
Yeah. Well, and also very much so. A lot of the areas that caught fire were invasive grasses that were brought in for decoration, things like that aren't used to living on a volcano. Aren't used to that kind of climate, things like that. So yeah.
Other information that was given to an experiencer, she was shown an oil rig, and she was told every time you take oil out of earth, you are taking her blood.
Yep.
And she needs her blood.
That's interesting, because I've been trying to find, and I'm trying to remember the researcher's name, but a long time ago, there was a full-on hypothesis to the fact that oil is a full-on renewable resource. Not that we should be burning it, but that it's like the blood of the earth. That's like saying that when you take a quart of blood from me, that I'm not going to make a quart of blood.
Right.
And it is interesting to see. There was a scientific article that was just released a couple weeks ago that I posted, where apparently our draw of groundwater from certain parts of the earth has changed the spin of the earth. Things like that. Granted,
the damage we're doing.
We are going through a massive change in the solar system to begin with. Polar ice caps on Mars are melting, things like that. There's a crazy solar cycle that we've never recorded burgeoning on us as we speak. But we definitely contribute to those cycles, and we have a full-on chance to stop that contribution.
Well, Well, there's energy to everything.
Absolutely.
And so the energy of Earth radiates out into the cosmos, and it affects the other planets, the other star systems, the other beings there.
Sure.
And so we're like the bad boys of the galaxy. We're the troublemakers. We're the bad kids.
Why do we have to be the class clowns, Sev?
Yeah.
The distraction to ourselves and others.
Because we're in denial of the truth. As long as we do that, we're going to be troublemakers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And how do we begin that shift?
It's
Sev?
begun.
And I believe it's begun as well.
MUFON, these symposiums, Drush, even Congress is part of the awakening, believe it or not.
Oh, no, absolutely. And that is what I have been telling everybody who's been vehemently against and thinks that it's some sort of plot, all of it. It's like, man, the important thing is the conversation that has been opened.
Are you talking about some people thinking there are no ETs, there are no spaceships, they're making it up to try and deflect our attention from something else that's going on right now?
Yeah. That and even the idea of Project Bluebeam. There's never been a document found about Project Bluebeam or anything like that, but there has been floated for a long time the idea of Project Bluebeam, and that they will use technology, holograms, things like that to full-on fake an alien invasion, which will catalyze the religious right, thinking that it's the end of the world and bring about a whole means of control. A whole means of, we got to get a wrangle on this, folks.
Yeah, like a staged invasion that's going to go bad.
Yeah. And lead a bunch of people down a rabbit hole believing that something's happening that's not.
Exactly.
To cause a conflict.
A huge lie.
To cause a conflict that will let them be able to tie everything down and go, looks like we need to bootlace this up, folks.
Yeah, now we're going to go into another war with the cosmos.
Yeah. And that's been floated for a long time. I even had somebody...
Yeah.
I'll tell you off air, but I had somebody very, very deep involved with the UFO field many years ago. It was right up around the time that I asked you to come on the show the first time, Sev. About 5-6 years ago, that told me they no longer come on shows. They no longer do public appearances and speak. Too many of their friends have vanished or been hurt mysteriously. They fear for their family. And they fear for the fact that Project Bluebeam is alive and well, and that is where things are leading. This was 5 years ago, and that has stuck with me since. And I watch and I look, and I see some things happening that are pretty close. And could very easily precipice us to that point if we, as the populace at large, are not careful, and if we don't open our minds and our hearts to the truth and the reality. A lot of people could very easily be led down that razor's edge, sadly.
Yeah, well, I don't want to go backwards.
Me neither.
I'm hoping we don't go backwards.
Me neither. I hope we take huge, big leaps forward, like giant moon-sized leaps.
And you're part of that, your show.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Seth. That means a lot to me.
important.
Even being here and being a part of this community in the way that I am a part of this community means a lot to me, because I like being able to, as you know, demystify things. I like to be able to have hard conversations that a lot of people don't like to have. So many people want to softball pitch these things or take it down their turn of what they believe. I try to remove my personal belief from it and look at it from all facets of the gym.
That's wonderful.
Which is what we have to do. It's kind of like being in debate class. You got to be willing to accept the argument of the person on the other side of the debate to strengthen your own argument. Like we said earlier, to bring it back to the beginning of the conversation. It's the fact of this either steals your faith in something or it steals it. It either makes it firmer or it takes it away from you when the experience happens. And it takes a lot for you to keep that faith, for you to keep positive about things. And, MUFON is there to help, folks. That is exactly what people like Sev are here for. That is exactly what the Experiencer Resource Team is here for. Once again, to be that non-judgmental ear to the experiencer. And I want to thank you for all of the work that you do.
Thank you.
I know I've told you for so long, but you are one of the most amazing advocates that MUFON could have.
Oh, my goodness.
It is so beautiful to see somebody with your experiences and the experiences you've had, the changes you've had in your life, to be able to come to experiencers and lead them down that road. It's beautiful, and thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and always let everybody know where they can go to keep up with your work, where they can go to take your workshops, because you do amazing spiritual workshops, things like that. Let them, shameless self-promotion time as always, Seb.
Well, I have a book, You Have the Right to Talk to Aliens, which is on Amazon, and my website is planetsev.com, and I'm on YouTube, Alien Spirit, and Facebook and Instagram. I'm real easy to find.
Absolutely, and more than connectable. You, I don't think, even whenever I first contacted you, it was within a few minutes that you responded to me. You are more than affable when it comes to connecting with people and talking with people about their experience. So thank you once again for everything that you do, Sev. While you are online checking out everything from Sev Talk at her website as well as at MUFON.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can go to find all the episodes, to like, follow, subscribe, share. That is where you can go to find our links to MUFON. That's where you can go and find our experiencer form as well. If you have been an experiencer of the paranormal, ETs, UFOs, let us know your experience. Give us your evidence. We will present it to our experts like Sev and get you some answers. Stay tuned through this commercial break, folks. We will be right back with our final bit of coverage from MUFON Symposium 2023 in Covington, Kentucky, right after this. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com, and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies.
Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final bit of coverage here with the Curious Realm at MUFON Symposium 2023. We have with us our new guest and good friend, Mindy Topfest. She is the author of Dying to Meet Them, a story of near-death experience that led to UFO experience. How have you been doing?
Doing good. I've been having a great time here at the symposium.
Tell us a few of the things that you got to sit in on and check out. I know you were part of the state directors meeting because you're actively the state director for Oklahoma. So how did that go?
I actually I spoke there about the MUFON University that we're launching here in the next couple of weeks. We finally have everything together.
A couple weeks? It's that close?
Yes, it's that close. We'll be using our new Form 30 where we actually work our UFO investigation. So we've completely reworked that to include things that we can do now, our new capabilities to be able to check flight radar and to be able to check the media reports and everything. Yeah. That's right at our fingertips now, where it wasn't whenever MUFON was initially formed back in 69. So now we're bringing it up to current standards, and now with the university, we're teaching to that new form and incorporating all of that and teaching new people how to look up that kind of information and document it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I myself have quite a few things for my backyard astronomy, things like that, where I can track the sun and the moon back Lord knows how far. I can just put in a date, and it'll show me where the position of the sun and moon was on that day where I'm at. Pretty cool stuff.
Well, and it's helpful for people that are having active sightings. So if you see something in the sky, you can bring up these apps. You can go to Weather Underground. You can go to Heavens Above. You can go to any kind of satellite
Google Sky Map, what have you.
Yes, exactly.
To see.
And rule out just right on the spot. Oh, okay, well, that's flight number whatever. Or, well, that's actually Betelgeuse that's twinkling at me. And then it helps cut down the false identifications and really zeroes in on the truly strange and anomalous.
Yeah, precisely. Because that's kind of one of the things that I do whenever I go to a targeted individual's house, things like that. The first thing they always want is frequencies. And my first thing is always, let's pull out the gas meter.
Right.
Let's pull out the radon detector. Let's start getting rid of known quantitatives until we leave the anomaly, And now we will investigate that.
That's exactly it. That's why you're going to be a great MUFON investigator.
I'm hoping to be a member of the STAR team. We'll see if we make it that far.
Definitely.
I've definitely got a lot of toys that I can bring to the table, let's just say. But let's get into that a little bit. How does somebody go about becoming a MUFON investigator?
Well, they become a member. Membership's about $60 a year for a basic membership, and they have other levels. You can be enhanced. So if you get the enhanced membership, you get access to MUFON television and all the great stuff that Ron James is doing over there. And I believe the symposium would be up on there, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get copies of the symposium feed, all the speeches, everything else. Somebody was just asking me about how to access that earlier.
I'm going to be accessing that when I get home. I haven't had a chance really to sit in on any of the speakers.
And that's what I was asking you and Sev about the other day. Like, hey, if you want to come on and tell us a little bit behind the scenes, what else went on behind doors? Because frequently I'm out here gathering interviews and chasing people, and I frequently don't get to step inside the doors. I'll step in the back and check out 5-10 minutes of something while I'm waiting for a speaker and then come back. So that I had a chance to at least hear everybody talk a little, especially if I have them on the show. But, I don't, like whenever I'm doing Texas Bigfoot Conference, like, I'm on the other side of the wall, man. I don't get to hear all the talks.
I know. Isn't it awful? And then we go home, and then we spend another, several hours being able to actually listen to everybody that we've been talking to behind the scenes.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it because I know our Oklahoma State meeting this month will actually focus on the symposium and highlighting the different speakers and everything. So I always enjoy going back and reviewing and taking notes and being able to share that even with a greater audience through our Oklahoma meeting.
I really can't wait to hear the entire presentation from Avi Loeb. I got to hear part of it.
Yes.
And it was awesome. It was fantastic. And to hear his opinions on what's going on right now are
absolutely
really
well,
really
and then some of the senators that joined us and all the exciting things that are going on within the government right now and all the things that MUFON's doing with the government right now with briefing them and the things that A10 is bringing to the table. I mean, we've got some exciting things going on.
It's remarkable, some of the exciting things going on, and a lot of the strides that have been made just over the last couple years. Like we mentioned earlier, that not many people realize that a lot of the questions that came in that first Senate panel were curated from MUFON cases. Were curated from MUFON questions for the scientists.
And Dave is working his tail off. He's back and forth to D.C. all the time and briefing them and sharing information that we have here of what we've been seeing and coming into our database and just some of the history that needs clarification. And so these guys are listening and they're bringing that to the table. To the greater Congress and everything to bring that to the public. So I know that some people were not so happy with the recent hearings and stuff, but it's going to be baby steps. We're getting there.
Yeah. I challenge them this. Feel free to go watch more congressional hearings on other things, and I guarantee you'll be much more ticked about those than you are about this.
Yes, yes.
Because this is amazing and awesome that it even hit the floor of Congress to begin with.
Right.
Period.
Well, and I'll tell you, we have been seeing a surge in membership since then. And you had asked about becoming a field investigator. So if someone wants to be a field investigator, we need field investigators because the cases are many and the workers are few.
Yeah.
Even with 600 around the world, we are still being overloaded.
Poor Thiago. I had him on earlier, and I was like, you are the sole contact in Brazil?
I know.
One of the largest swaths of sightings in the world. I was like, I will pray for you daily, Thiago.
I'll tell you.
The daunting task in front of you.
One of the really cool things that came out of behind the doors meetings for the state director meeting with MUFON University, we are going to be able to, we're looking into right now, feeding in a software where all of that will now be translated into any language. And so
awesome.
If you're in Brazil, if you're in China, we'll have Spanish, we'll have Mandarin, we'll have, French Canadian.
Yeah.
And the French are really kind of heading that up because there's a big translation problem there. But once we can break down that barrier, we're going to open it up to the world where it doesn't matter what language you speak. You'll be able to research UFOs for MUFON, and we'll be getting more of those sightings.
That's fantastic.
Every month we get sightings reports, and we get the numbers for where they're coming in, and it's always a ton of them from America, but it's not reflective of what's really happening out there. And we will be moving into where we're getting a much greater idea of what's happening worldwide.
Exactly.
So,
And there are so many things out there right now, so many communities doing things, contributing to this knowledge. I was telling you the other night, I got a MADAR system at home to find magnetic anomalies in my area, all kinds of things. The one thing I am really excited to see happen is the day that y'all release AI into the realm of the database. The day y'all start incorporating AI to cull through this since 1969 field of data, the things that are going to pop up, Mindy, are going to be crazy.
Yes.
The trends that are going to pop up are going to change things. They're going to change things, absolutely.
And one of the things that you might have heard them speak about was this whole Mars project that's being launched, and all of the databases that we are combining. I believe NICAP is giving over 100,000 cases or so. And by the time they're done, we have archives from mega researchers that we're going to be adding in all of their files, and just libraries. There's going to be almost 1 million cases that are going to be within the MUFON archives under the Mars project. So that's a huge thing that they're working on right now.
Massive. That is a massive amount of data to call through.
Oh, yeah.
And a beautiful amount of data to call through.
I know. And combine that with the power of AI.
Yeah. Yeah, and once again, as we've said so many times on this show during this symposium, the fact of reports confirm reports. It's never too late to give your report.
Absolutely.
Your report may confirm what 2 or 3 other people said 20 years ago.
Yes.
And that is important for trending, for catching all kinds of information that is hugely important.
Absolutely.
So it's never too late to give your report.
I actually ran into that with there across Oklahoma in the central U.S. during 1965. There was a huge flap that happened from July 31st to August 2nd, and I was researching it and speaking with my mother about it, and she actually had a sighting that summer. During 1965, her and my aunt were outside, and they saw a craft at treetop level, and this was during outbreak of thousands of sightings there in that region within that 3-day period. And so just to even learn from within my own family of a new sighting that she's telling me about that confirms all of this that was going on at that time. So you're absolutely right. Any little bit of information helps, and it helps to confirm what was seen, when it was seen, who was seeing it, where.
What was seen, and it's all hugely important to trim the pieces of the puzzle together. To find out where they fit. And with that in mind, how has the relationship between Arrow and MUFON been?
That's an interesting question. That'd be more one aimed for a A10. Yeah, I've been more on the behind-the-scenes stuff, working with the university and the training and stuff. But, now that the university is being launched, I might have some free time to direct to other things. So.
Yeah, it's been great to see Arrow come about, and to see at least it's funny to me whenever I hear people saying like we finally have a unified way to report. It's like no, we've had a unified way to report for a long time.
Yes, we have.
These other people are just catching up to having a unified way of reporting.
Yeah,
like MUFON has been around since '69. There has been a unified way to report something.
Yeah.
Even NICAP has a pretty unified way to submit a report.
Yeah.
And that is hugely important, the process of how things are reported, why things are reported.
Right.
And the follow-up that happens and the splitting off of cases to different teams, things like that, whether it's a STAR team or an ERT team going to visit somebody.
And
it's
that's
fantastic.
one of the great things, even like within the last 5 years or so, just seeing the growth within MUFON and being able to utilize some of these new technologies and really looking at the different aspects of the phenomena to be able to, cater to the different types of experiencers. So, we can a normal field investigator can look at a light in the sky, but someone who's had multiple abductions and might be struggling with that, they can go to the ERT and they can find community there and support. And with the STAR team, I mean, those are our most advanced investigators, and these are the ones that are going to be responding to crash sites, landing sites, and things like that. And we can collect evidence and send it off to our lab.
How frequent? And I love the fact that there is now officially a MUFON lab.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, that makes my heart sing so much.
Yeah.
At what point does something get turned over to the STAR team? At what point do you send people out to start gathering physical evidence?
Well, STAR team actually kind of had gone defunct. That was something that came up whenever we were working with Bigelow. And now Dave just announced here at the symposium that we will be relaunching the STAR team. And so, we'll have to see how all that unfolds. I know there's still discussions about how exactly that's going to work within the framework. I think it's going to change a little bit from the way that it was set up before.
Sure.
But, yeah, I mean, we'll see within the next year how that unfolds. But I'm excited that the STAR team's coming back.
I am excited to hear that as well, because it's such an important facet of the gem of research. You've got to be able to go out and, especially the fact of being able to examine the evidence yourself.
Right.
Being able to keep it in-house, make sure it doesn't get lost, make sure it doesn't get miscategorized, thrown on a shelf somewhere.
Yep.
Forgotten about. Documents end up getting corrupted in transit, what have you.
Kudos needs to be paid to Missouri MUFON, because Debbie Ziegelmeyer and Lynn Mann, who's our chief analyst, they have put their own money into that. They have built that thing up from the ground, and they are doing incredible work there. Terry lygne-kehl, my good friend, she's about to go on pretty soon, and she'll be speaking about how the lab assisted in her own case in analyzing the DNA that she collected from a reptilian she encountered that actually healed her. And so Lynn's done things all from DNA sequencing. She's working on 2 big cattle mutilation cases from Oklahoma right now, and she's been able to prove amazing things with that. We know that this was not any kind of predator. It's not human-generated.
Somebody searching for sweetmeats or something like that in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And we just recently had a couple of cases in Texas that popped up. Over in the East Texas area, and I thought it was funny that the sheriffs eventually went to social media.
Yeah, before they got shut down by the FBI.
To look for help. Yeah. Their investigation was fully shut down.
Yes.
It was interesting to see that.
Yeah, and the Oklahoma cases happened right at the same time, and for whatever reason they didn't cross the border.
And to hear David Paulides the other night talking about craft tracking food sources, watching food sources, watching our interaction with food sources. It's pretty interesting to dig into.
Yeah, that can get dark pretty quick.
Very meaty and dark topic. It's kind of scary to think how much there is to dig into.
Yes.
Because there's a lot. There's a lot. And once again, it's one of those, is the Park Service
covering
fully
up.
aware or covering up, because there's some weird cases going on and some wild stuff. And to see that, yes, the cattle mutilations recently, those investigations were randomly just shut down.
Yeah. Well, when does the FBI get involved?
Yeah.
And, I mean, the
why?
ranchers there went quiet. I mean, they weren't talking after that happened.
Yeah, I actively have some pictures that one of my listeners sent me from the Texas cases. I'll show them to you after.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty detailed, pretty wild stuff.
I'd like to compare it to the one that I responded to there in Oklahoma.
Exactly, because the similarities, once again, to see that kind of stuff. And, I mean, Linda Moulton Howe has been pioneering that work since I know of.
Yeah, she actually weighed in on the Oklahoma case. She had contacted me, and so did Christopher O'Brien, and both of them have been so wonderful to work with and, lead me along and saying, hey, make sure to check for this or that, because they're the best in the field.
Yeah.
And they were so excited that MUFON is now stepping up and analyzing the cattle mutilations and stuff. Both of them sent me copies of their books. They both sent me, Linda sent me both of her videos, and I can't give them enough kudos and thanks for all of their assistance with our case here.
She has been hip deep in the world of cattle mutilation since the 70s.
You can't beat her.
It's, there is nobody that knows more about the topic.
Yeah.
And it's a strange topic when you start rabbit holing into it.
It is.
Some of the things that are there, some of the situations that have happened. It's really wild.
It
really
is,
wild.
and I think that it'll be a while before the government comes forward with that. You know,
were there any sighting cases or encounter cases tying together with the mutilations in Oklahoma?
Not really.
Okay.
The rancher themselves had seen a couple of things around that area prior, but it was the same rancher that got hit twice. And it was a really strange case because the first cow was a Holstein that got mutilated, and we responded within a few hours, went and got samples and everything. And the next day she texted me and said, "You're not going to believe this. The udders are gone." And the udders had been removed, same way that the cheek flesh had been removed, and the tongue and the eye, and the rectum being cored out. And so I had her put a trail cam on it and watch it. And that next night there was a fog that kind of settled over that cow. So she went ahead and buried it a couple days later. And then within 5-6 days she contacts me again. "You're not going to believe this. There's another one." And this one was a mini zebu bull that had been, she found dead. She had seen it 20 minutes before. And by the time she discovered it, they heard 2 large crack sounds right outside their window. And they found it about 30 feet outside of their house. And it already had rigor. The legs were already stiff.
Wow.
And there was no mutilation on this. And so we weren't quite sure what exactly had happened to it until she went to move it. And whenever she moved it, both of the horns fell. So they had broken off at the base of the skull, and she has a video where she was just, rolling them around. And our lab analyst was able to calculate that it would have had to been dropped from 300 feet in order for both of those horns to break off the way that they did.
Yeah. Because that is a hard mineralized bone.
Yes. And one might break off from time to time, just as part of the natural process. But the way that they were cracked off there right at the base, and they were still within the skin socket,
Well, even the fact of deer, anything like that, they shed their horns.
Yes.
But it takes something different to break a deer antler.
Right. Exactly.
It takes a totally different amount of force than when they naturally shed. Same thing with bull horns or anything like that. So,
so it's a different process, and you can see the fracture pattern. And so, like I said, it's still in the lab right now, but Lynn has been able to tell that, yes, this was cut using an instrument that, it's not a medical grade instrument. This is something other. And it has very definite signs of it on the flesh that we had removed and sent off to her.
Cauterizing and things like that.
Yes.
Man, so entirely incredible and wild. It's remarkable to me the number of cases like that there are out there, and the number of reports that there are out there that, like you said, do get buried by media. They do get buried by law enforcement, specifically the FBI, which is just strange.
Well, and the government's not even beginning to breach it, I mean, right now we're still talking about lights in the sky, and I guess Grush is bringing forward that, yes, there are biologics. So we're getting there. Eventually the cattle mutilation will be entering the stage as well. But it may be a while before we actually hear any talk of it in Congress.
Yeah, well, I think we have to get people to the point of accepting UFO UAP to begin with.
Right.
Before we can dig the hole deeper. Let's make sure that we've curated a ramp.
Right. Well, I guess you got to go in layers of freak out ability because there's something that's physical craft.
Yeah.
Okay, now there are things piloting the craft, and here's what the things piloting the craft are doing.
It's just the fact of if you don't build a ramp out of the hole, then you're just pushing people down a hole of very deep information instead of slowly bringing them
frog,
down.
You know?
Exactly. You're not going to throw a frog into a pot of hot water; he'll jump right out.
Yep.
And that's very much the mentality that we're coming up against right now with the idea of cognitive dissonance taking over with some people, that they have been told for so long that this is not, and that it can't be.
But it's interesting.
And now,
do you get on
different.
TikTok?
I am
love
not yet.
TikTok.
I am
TikTok
not yet.
is my
and I've
guilty
been told
pleasure.
I need to get on UFO
do.
TikTok and UFO Twitter.
You do.
That is where it's at.
Twitter, whatever. TikTok. You've got to get on there. So my children are 16 and 14. So
Okay.
I'm the hip mom. You know, I'm on there. I'm not making videos. I tried a couple of it, and they weren't that great, and I took them down.
Not the flosser.
No, I didn't do it. But on TikTok, they're reaching this whole new generation, and it's funny to
It's
see
great.
their reaction to the hearings and everything, and they're like, "Yeah, aliens are real." But none of them. Oh, you're tired. I know. We stayed up too late for several nights. It's okay. I was yawning so bad earlier too. We're almost there.
We're on the
couple
home
more
stretch.
hours, man.
Home stretch.
We'll go
Mindy.
home and take a good nap. But on TikTok, these younger generation, they're not worried about it. They're worried about paying their bills. They're like, yeah, aliens are real. Okay, move on.
Yeah, we got bigger things to worry about.
We can't buy houses and, all of the things that are affecting our younger generations right now. I mean, from the millennials on. And it's a very different reaction than we see from, like, the baby boomer and older generations, which, I mean, there's very good people within the baby. I mean, Terry's my favorite person.
Yeah.
But
well, there was definitely, especially when you're looking at late 40s, early 50s, you're still very much talking about media entrenchment with the military.
Yeah, Project Grudge. And I mean, they did a darn good job.
Absolutely. Even looking to things like Operation Mockingbird, stuff like that, having operatives embedded in the media.
Right.
To push paradigm and to push stories. It's always been funny to me how in, what was it, not 2012, but it was the last NDAA that President Obama signed on his way out.
Okay.
Included funding for the Office of Anti-Propaganda Propaganda.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like, why don't you just call it a propaganda office, dude? Anti-propaganda is still propaganda.
Yes. Oh, my gosh.
But it's there, and it's
How
funded,
funny.
and it's an actual office.
Yeah.
It's an actual thing. So, yeah.
How do I
it's
get
like,
hired?
we are still, I keep waiting for the day
the
that
anti-propaganda
hey,
stuff,
when the
let's clear it
regime
out.
happens, believe me, I will have a job.
Yeah.
They will recruit me for my AV skills immediately.
Absolutely, you're
hey,
the best.
Come into the machine. But yeah, it's one of those, the didactic of conversation going on. I regularly bring up the fact whenever people are like, "Oh, crop circles are fake." Well, maybe a lot of modern crop circles, but you know what they weren't busy doing in the 1500s? Destroying half a crop of wheat.
Yeah.
Like they were worried about not dying from the Black Plague.
Yeah.
And paying their bills to the king.
You know what's funny? Were you able to sit
So
in
we're right
last
back.
night?
We're right back
Yes,
to
we
that
are.
part of the conversation.
Were you able to sit in on Accidental Truth? Have you been able to see it yet?
I've been able to see part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, on MUFON TV. Everything else.
We were in there watching it last night, and Michio Kaku, he had quoted someone else, so I'm going to quote Michio quoting someone else. But I love it, and I'm holding on to this. And it said, those who say don't know, and those who know don't say.
Yeah,
exactly.
Precisely. And, it is still very much I laugh all the time, especially going to the Remote Viewing Association, things like that. So many people that I've met and now personally know involved in, the Stargate project, things like that, the government remote viewing program. And people like Hal Puthoff, who, when I asked him for an interview last year, he was like, I'd love to come on your show, but I'm read on to so many topics, it's hard for me to talk sometimes on a show.
I bet so.
And it's absolutely true because
now, can I say that? Or
well, it's the fact of once you're read on to certain topics, they keep you read on so that you can never talk about that topic that you were talking about 30, 40 years ago.
Right.
They keep you read into these communities so that does keep pushed down, so that that research does stay in the background until it's ready to come out. So there are still those active campaigns of keeping people read on, even though they're like 70-something years old and fully retired from their full-time work.
Yeah. That's one of the great things that's coming out of the hearing.
Read on as a consultant.
Yes,
so
but
that
Grush now is naming names behind the doors and,
there was a lot of talk about Skiff. There was a lot of talk about we step into a private soundproof room, you'd be surprised the things I tell you.
Yep.
And that has been my conversation with people who even are non-believers on my show. The fact of, are you down with accountability?
Right.
Because that's the base question, and that's what we're getting to right now, is if we can follow that money trail.
That's it.
If we can follow the money trail that Grush is talking about, then we can get to the SAPs and the back doors of the SAPs.
Well, I'm hearing talk of subpoenas now. Let's see.
It would be epic. Unfortunately, from what I understand, what was the good senator's name who was heading up, very young senator who was heading up the Grush hearing? He has apparently been removed from the panel. The one who was saying, we will enact the Monroe Act. We will revoke your funding. If we come to your doorstep and you don't give us answers, we're going to hold you responsible. Like, he's apparently not on the panel.
Well, you can see
anymore.
what they're up against, you know?
Yeah,
I think
precisely.
that there are two factions right now we're seeing battle it out on the public stage. And
it's great to see so many young faces from
is.
the Senate involved with it.
It is.
Because it means that, A, the folks that have been entrenched in this topic for a long time and read onto things, A, are moving out. New people are moving in.
That's it. I think people our generation are just tired of it. You know, let's get
we're
rid
sick
of the
of it.
secrecy.
Sick of it.
You know, this affects all of humanity.
Absolutely.
Let's talk openly and move on to a new era.
Precisely.
We're done with it.
Precisely. And I want to thank you for, A, the conversations privately and on screen.
Yeah.
It's been great. It's been heart and eye-opening to me. And it's fantastic just to be here, be able to speak with experiencers from two different tables like you who do see that these worlds are merging. These sciences and these researches are merging. And it's really exciting and remarkable to see that they're almost all running in the same vein now, and it's only a matter of time until these others are addressed. You know, even like we were talking about privately, the fact that the Bigelow Institute is backing research into near-death studies, things like that. Like,
pretty interesting.
Those dudes find some answers.
I noticed that looking, from the UFO to the NDE.
Yeah.
Follow the money, and you'll see there's some kind of connection there that not just myself is seeing.
That's it. Well, before we let you go, look there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to get your copy of Dying to Meet Them, your story of NDE to UFO experiencer, and where they can go to find out more about MUFON Field Investigation and MUFON University.
Yeah, you can go to MUFON.com to sign up to be a member, and if you want to be a field investigator, you can go and sign on, contact the state director, and they will lead you down that path. It's a little bit involved, but we'll get you through it, and we need great field investigators. Everyone has something to offer.
That's right.
As far as me, I sold out all my books the first day, so I guess I'll have to bring more for next symposium.
That's right.
You can find my book on Amazon.com. It's called Dying to Meet Them, and my name is Mindy Totfest. You can visit my website, mindytotfest.com, and I have a link there on there as well, and some of the information about MUFON.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time at the end of this very busy MUFON Symposium.
I know.
I know you have been stacked with responsibilities here, so I greatly thank you for the time on air.
Well, thank you for the time off air.
Absolutely.
I mean, you've become a great friend, and I appreciate you, Chris.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that, Mindy. While you are online checking out all of the amazing work and buying your copy of Dying to Meet Them by Mindy Totfest at mindytotfest.com, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That's where you can find our bookstore full of books from all of our guests. That's where you can find tools to investigate the paranormal, all kinds of things. CuriousRealm.com/store will get you there. You can also go to CuriousRealm.com for all of the episodes, all of our social media, like, follow, subscribe, share, all that good stuff, folks. We will be right back after our commercial break here with our final few minutes of coverage, wrapping up MUFON Symposium 2023 right here in Covington, Kentucky after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final bit of coverage here from MUFON Symposium 2023 in Covington, Kentucky. Our final guest is Dr. Michael P. Masters. He is the author of Identified Flying Objects, as well as Revelation, The Future Human Past, and my favorite title, extraterrestrial model, which is the one that I want to talk about, because for so long, even before Grush hit the scene, one of the things that I have been talking about for the longest time is, if we keep the conversation of UFOs in the box of alien, we've done it no more justice than the scientists who've said, but it lives in this box.
Yeah.
And to dismiss the fact of, could it possibly be us from the future? Could it possibly be us from a parallel Earth? Could it possibly be us from a parallel dimension? There are numerous options. And to see the recent whistleblower hearings where they used the term non-human intelligence and really took it out of that box, it was fantastic to see the panoply be opened of possibilities.
Well, kind of. They sort of did the opposite, too, by calling it non-human intelligence. Cause, like I told you, it's a 3-letter word to me. Because, they might be human.
They could be.
You know?
They could absolutely be us.
And if it was always my beef with the term extraterrestrial, too, because it pigeonholes the lexicon.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously people then think, well, it must be aliens. At least we've gotten away from that, you know? But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of non-human intelligence. My friend Darren King, exo-academian, he calls them neo-humans.
Okay.
Or non-current humans. You know,
okay.
'cause I've come to understand that at least some of the phenomenon is, in fact, us from the future. You know?
Okay.
I don't think it explains all of it.
Sure.
It's highly variable. There's clearly a lot of other things going on, but some component of it is future human. So, yeah, non-human intelligence, sure, it's the new buzzword, but
it, as you said, still it expands the box.
It does.
It's still a box.
Yeah, no, it's good. The box is getting bigger.
Yeah.
Even if it's not, you know, the way or at the pace I would like to see it, but it is expanding.
Well, and there have definitely been stories of government experimentation with time travel, all kinds of things. So where did you first start finding evidence of some of these craft being humans from the future?
Well, I guess that was when I was 8 years old.
Okay.
I had sort of what I've come to understand was a conscious precognitive moment where I looked up at Willie Strieber's book Communion, saw that alien, you know, classic gray alien form, and visualized a picture of a chimpanzee-like early hominin form and a modern human in the middle, and then this alien form, which I put in here in the first chapter, I believe. There it is. Here. Ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was that kind of started the ball rolling. Obviously, as an 8-year-old, I don't have much context as far as evolutionary anatomy and the physics of time and time travel, but it was enough to pique my curiosity, and I just dove straight down that rabbit hole.
And eventually led to this. Now, what did you study as your course of study for doctorate?
Right. So I started out in physics and astronomy.
Okay.
For obvious reasons, the craft are interesting unto themselves, but then I thought it might be better to pursue the question more in the context of the beings. So I switched to biological anthropology. My main focus of study was in human evolutionary anatomy, biomedicine.
Okay.
And I focused on, quite by chance, it was cool how it worked out, or, you know, worked out on purpose, I don't know. The evolution of our craniofacial anatomy, with a focus on the eye orbits, which are right in between an expanding brain and a retracting face.
Yeah.
So it really gave me a good ability to understand how they might be us, you know, based on these long-term evolutionary trends of increased encephalization. We have more globular neurocrania. It's expanded mediolaterally. Our faces have become reduced and retracted. And if you extend those traits forward that dominate the last 6 to 8 million years of human evolution, we're going to look like the damn aliens. You know?
Eventually, especially if you start looking at any technologies to begin living elsewhere, even on our own planet. When you're talking about possibly heading underwater, possibly heading to deep areas of the Earth, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, people say that a lot. You know, if we lived in space or if we lived underground or something. I didn't get into that in my book because there's no way of knowing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very speculative.
Yeah, but what I focus on is the dominance of these trends, regardless of where we lived on this planet, our social or political systems. Those same characteristics of our craniofacial anatomy still occurred, and they accelerated.
Yeah, and they aren't going to change as we evolve.
I don't see why it would. No, and I came across an article the other day in an academic publication showing that a brain size 3 times our current size is the most efficient. So, if our brains do continue to get larger, we'll reach that place where we unlock further potential, I guess. And
absolutely.
They would be larger. We would expect that because it is a trend that dominates the whole course of our evolution. So,
yeah. And at the point of it being future and future coming back to visit, why would they be coming back, Mike?
Well, I mean, with acknowledging my own biases regarding studying the past, that's what we do as anthropologists. We're left with the fossilized skeletal remains and the dentition of our ancestors, and we can learn things from that, but not nearly as much as if we could pick up living ancestors.
Sure.
And that's seemingly what they do. They do the same thing I would do as a biological anthropologist if I had access to a time machine. I think part of it's research. I think they're also monitoring the environment, and there's something about our genetics that is paramount as well. That's the most ubiquitous thing, is they take sperm and egg. Yeah,
sperm, egg, blood, things like that are full-on genetic material all the way around.
Yeah, and it was interesting because I was about a month out from publishing my first book in 2019, and I came across Jim Peniston's account.
Yeah.
And he says they're time travelers. He touched the craft, received the binary code. A lot of your listeners are probably familiar with that. And, in hypnotic regression, he divulged that they were having problems with reproduction, and they were coming back to get chromosomes, DNA, from past people to help with that. It was cool to see that. A very different source for a very different reason saying the same thing. So I highlighted that in my second book, The Extratempestrial Model, as an important case to consider. But I also, talked about other cases that don't neatly fit with this model because we, need to look at the whole picture. So it sort of examines other theories and how different cases might fit in different places.
Yeah, absolutely. And it very necessary to be able to look at things from, like you said, an anthropological point of view, not just experientially, but genetically, things like that. Because there have, of course, been cases of sightings going back thousands of years. And to know that these stories have been in our humanity and continue to come into our humanity really does raise that question of, are they coming back to garner some kind of information to take back to the future if that's the case?
Yeah, and we would expect people in these different times to conceptualize them differently.
Yeah.
I think it's the origin of a lot of myths, cave paintings. It probably had a lot to do with the ubiquity of cranial modification, intentional cranial modification. I think it inspired numerous religions and belief systems, origin myths. I have
actively been working on kind of an anthropological album that is going through cave drawings and rock art that specifically feature these kind of things. And whenever you look at them, there are very specific tribal patterns that are repeated all over the world that, as a musician and audio engineer, dude, that is a sine wave.
Yeah.
That's a saw wave. That's a square wave. And I've always wondered if perhaps the people who were making this art were synesthetic and are actively drawing the sounds that they heard in the environment around them.
That's cool. I never thought about that. Makes a lot of sense, though.
It does. It makes a lot of sense for why the same tribal pattern in Australia, why the same tribal pattern in America, why the same tribal pattern in Europe.
And you know what? Also, in relation to that, before TV and everything else that we have to distract us from the world around us, like music, dancing, song was so integral to the cultures of traditional peoples that they didn't even have a word for it.
Yeah.
It was just a part of everyday life, art and music. So, yeah, I mean, they were probably more tapped into that than we are.
And one of the first technologies that we actively used when you're looking at things like epidaurus, you know, when you're looking at structures like what are on Malta that when you chant in them actively resonate in theta waves, stuff like that, you know, things that our brains actively produce to put us into dreamlike states, stuff like that. So even Stonehenge has been shown to be reflective surfaces to amplify sound.
Oh, cool.
You know, that certain frequencies resonate more in that circle of stones than other frequencies. So
yeah, we got the what's that place outside of Palm Springs, the Integratron.
Yeah,
that's like people go there for
man, I want to go there
and
so bad.
The sound bowl things, whatever.
You know
what really blows my mind? I don't know why this just popped in my head. If you put the speed of light into Google Earth, do you know where the speed of light is?
No.
Geographically, it's the freaking pyramids. Pyramids of Giza.
Wow. Now, I had heard the fact that it was the speed of light was calculated within the actual.
I mean, if you just put it in as coordinates, you know, GPS coordinates, it drops you right at the Pyramid of Giza.
Interesting.
How crazy is that?
And I've got a hypothesis with that just because I make a lot of binaural beat music. And the whole concept behind binaural beats is the idea that one frequency goes in the left ear, one frequency goes in the right. Your brain finds the third frequency, which is the target frequency. So if you're wanting to meditate on 425 hertz, you'd put 425 or 424 here, 426 here, and your brain makes 425 with the wobble.
420 here too.
Yeah. And the idea of there being two different length, just slightly different length shafts going to the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid with baffles that control air. It's like, I've always wondered if perhaps that is a binaural beat chamber that is actively used for the wind passing by to just the same way you can whistle in a straw and turn it into a slide whistle, adjusting the length. Put certain frequencies into that chamber to resonate the granite and put us into different states. So all kinds of technology that we as humanity have totally forgotten about, Doctor. One of the things I bring up all the time is you would be hard-pressed to go out right now with a 6x6 plank of wood and ask somebody to hand carve you a spiral column.
True.
That is very recently lost to our society.
Yeah, a lot of those skills.
And to think that it took aliens to build the pyramids.
Well, I don't know if I'm on board with that.
Me neither, because I think it really subtracts from the ingenuity of humanity. We had people like Archimedes and stuff like that were making automatons.
Da Vinci.
Yeah. You know, we are an ingenious, brilliant species who can calculate and do amazing things with an abacus.
And it's not that complex, you know, like
Not
what
really.
structure will hold up a pyramid? You know, bigger on the bottom, smaller on the top.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason that happened everywhere throughout the world
and
at the
there's
same time.
thousands of hypotheses as to why the pyramids were built, what they were used for. For me, the question comes down to, could we do it? I believe we could. We've yet to be able to fully replicate it on scale, but that doesn't mean it was impossible.
No, one thing I learned is that they used water, you know, to make sure, because water is always flat. So they used that to make sure that the stones were perfectly flat.
And we have a researcher that comes on to our show pretty regularly, Stephen Myers out there. Hey, Stephen. From the Pharaoh's Pump Foundation. And his whole hypothesis is the fact that they actively dammed and redirected part of the water into the Giza Plateau, flooded it, and like a lock system. And so, because why would you float the bricks all the way down just to drag them across the dirt?
Just keep floating them.
Just keep floating them. And then reduce the water level or raise it as you build the structure.
That makes a lot of sense.
You know, but to float them in, pop them in place, flood it some more, now you're up to the next level. And just wash, rinse, repeat. Build the retaining wall higher, hold more water, build the structure. It explains some of the erosion that's there on the Giza Plateau. Things like the Great Sphinx, stuff like that have very clear erosion lines around them.
That's interesting.
So it's a very interesting hypothesis. But once again, the idea that we wouldn't be able to do it, I think is very insulting to us as humans. And to think once again that every one of these craft that is coming in has to be alien is once again, I think, distracting from the fact that many of them could be us from the future trying to fix
it
a problem.
makes the box too small.
Yeah, precisely. And
I also would claim that, like I said earlier, I don't think this is the only explanation either. I think that would make the box also unnecessarily small to say they're only future humans, because there's probably a lot of other things going on, and I've come to wonder if they're all these theories are part of the same thing. I gave a talk in Phoenix a couple months ago where I laid out how the crypto-terrestrial, ultra-terrestrial, even ET, interdimensional time travel, how they all could be part of the same thing if you do interject time as the common thread that runs through them.
Well, and especially the fact of, unfortunately, we put so many things in a box, Dr. Masters, that we've forgotten that we gave time its bounds.
Yeah.
We did.
We did.
We invented that.
Yeah.
That's not a universal thing. That is specific to us here.
Yeah. It's limiting as well.
Very limiting. Very limiting. And when we look at the modern realm of physics, when we look at quantum physics as it's being studied right now, my gosh, we are learning that, yes, parallel dimensions exist. We are learning that we are much more likely to be living in a sud bowl of a universe than a single expanding bubble.
Yeah.
And those things open up a realm of possibilities. To know that what we process sensory-wise as human beings is 350 nanometers of an entire spectrum.
Yeah, that's
350 nanometers, and we're learning to shift those things right now. I mean, just in the last 2 years, we have created matter from light. Like, you may as well say, replicator, make me a coffee.
Yeah.
We have made amazing progress in science and technology just in the last few years that is remarkable.
Yeah, it is. And fast forward that.
Yeah.
What's the future going to look like?
Yeah, precisely. One of the videos that we show regularly on the show is the actual branded Skunkworks video of their nuclear department, showing this gentleman who's probably about in his early 30s in front of a nuclear reactor about the size of a walk-in freezer in a restaurant in his lab.
That's crazy.
And he's talking about this reactor and this technology and how, we can 3-4 generation this every year. When I'm done with this project and this reactor is to the size that we need it to be, I'll have to find a new job. That's how fast and rapid this will be. That was released in 2012, and just this last year, Lockheed Martin released their patent for a nuclear reactor that fits inside of an F-16. So
he was right. He's out of a job now.
Yep. Opens up a whole new realm of technology and possibilities when people are like, well, to do that and to warp light, you'd need the power of a nuclear reactor. It's like, oh, we got it.
There you go.
And it's very portable.
It fits in your pocket.
It's very portable.
Yeah.
So imagine where it will be 30, 40, 50 years from now. Look at where we've come.
Yeah, totally.
Just in 30, 40, 50 years. I'm 48. I remember going to look things up on microfiche and finding out it was not in my library.
Same.
Now we don't have to go anywhere further than our phone.
Nobody even has
to find all of it.
Encyclopedias anymore.
I know.
I spent a lot of time with our encyclopedia.
I had
catalog.
Numerous encyclopedia sets as a kid, and I lived in them.
Google it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
which is great, especially as an author.
It's fantastic.
Or recording audiobooks. Like I need to know how to pronounce a word.
Yeah.
Just Google it.
Exactly. And I mean, all of that came from researchers, came from people like Caltech saying we need to talk to MIT now. We need to be able to real-time share data. That is where all of that
I think
came.
Al Gore did it,
yeah, of course. He was the genius behind it.
Everybody claims to have invented the internet. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
There's like at least 20 people that claim they invented the internet.
But in all reality,
I want to go on record right now saying it was me, actually.
It was you?
I invented the internet.
Well, I could believe that, especially if you have access to time travel.
Right, that's true.
But in all sincerity, looking at the concept of time travel, looking at the science behind time travel, how likely are we, Dr. Masters?
Very.
Very.
Yeah. I cite a couple literary reviews, research articles, Ehrman et al., where he did a vast review of all pro and con theories about backward time travel and found that there's nothing in the laws of physics that prohibits it. So like you're saying, if nothing does, you know, with the speed at which we're learning and doing and creating, we're bound to figure it out. So I would say 100% probability.
Yeah, precisely. And that brings up just a panoply and slew of questions about probability and new universes, new realities, branches, all kinds of things. And
information, transmission.
And where we're living amongst all of that. Because if they did go back, did that change the reality around us? Did that bring us to a new reality that we aren't even aware of yet?
Yeah,
all
I mean, I
kinds of
think
things.
even just being aware of their presence in our times forces change. You know, like I was talking about religions and belief systems, like just even observing them.
Yeah.
Is like, whoa, there's something else going on in this reality, you know, and then you have to ask questions, and that's why we're all here.
Exactly.
You know, is to try to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then is there any direct transmission of information? And then, yeah, you got to ask more questions about how that impacted our species, in what way, where.
Through your research, have you found any direct transmission of information? Have you found any stories of people communicating with folks from the future?
Tons.
Things like that?
Tons.
Give us a couple of examples if you can.
Well, I mean, that's the second book, really, is, you know, people that interact with these extraterrestrials, as I call them, these visitors, these others. And, yeah, there's obviously the common element. I talked about this in my lecture yesterday of take care of the earth, take care of the earth. You know, a lot of people are shown images of missiles, war, nuclear war especially, environmental calamities. So, yeah, that's direct communication of information that is either a warning about something that's going to happen or some attempt at trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
And I talk about how that could be interpreted in the context of the block universe versus the multi-world, you know, many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, and how, you know, it might play in with each of those, if it's an avoidance thing or a warning about something that's bound to happen, because if they are from our future, they already know what's going to happen.
Can they warn us? Or is it the Doc Brown situation of don't open this letter, tear it up?
That's the thing, is if it's in the block universe model, then they can't change anything.
Yeah.
But if they had always warned us and we do avert something and they always warn us and we always avert it, there is no change. You know, it's just a self-consistent situation of a future cause and a past effect, you know, which is, it happens all the time.
Sure.
With time travel. There is no differentiation. According to Igor Novikov, there's no differentiation between past, present, and future in the context of a time machine. You can have a future cause and a past effect, but because of our brains that limit our perception of time and force it into a linear situation, because we have to understand the world we live in, we evolved to live in this world. It challenges our notions of causality, but there is no paradox.
Yeah,
That's
precisely.
what a lot of people don't understand. I hear this all the time. It's like, well, we can't go back in time because then there's paradox. I'm like, well, there's not. If you know, in the block universe model, everything's consistent. You just go back in time and do the thing you had always done, and that already exists before you ever go to do it. You know, because it's in your past, relatively. But then as you live those moments and going to the past, you're just enacting the thing that you'd always done. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah. And God, man, once again, just a panoply of questions and ideas start swarming through my head when I think about those things, because I recently went to the Remote Viewing Association conference, and
Where
I
was
loved
that?
That was in Charlottesville, Virginia this year, right near the Monroe Institute.
That's cool. I had a buddy that went last year.
I was there last year.
California.
Yeah, it was in Menlo Park last year for their 50th anniversary right near.
You know Greg Bishop?
Yes, I do.
That was Greg.
Yes, I do.
He stopped. I was at Esalen.
Too cool.
And he stopped at Esalen just to say hi, but he was on his way up there.
No, I know Greg. We were connected via social media, things
Greg's,
like that. Great, fantastic guy. And when you're talking about past, present, future, all at the same time, the first thing that pops into my head is non-local intelligence, non-local consciousness, and the ideas that were put forth by Hal Puthoff, Russell Targ so many years ago, and the ideas of remote viewing and the fact of we are all interconnected. You know, even the concept that just won the Nobel Prize this last year of quantum entanglement. The idea that particles can influence each other despite distance.
Yeah, faster than light even.
And exactly. And the idea that means we could influence particles in the future. That means we could influence particles in the past, and kind of how the whole precognition thing happens. I say it all the time, that field has more people with letters and commas behind their name, and it is wild to see some of their research into precognition.
Well, speaking
things
of
like that.
Actually, to bring the two together,
Please.
Eric Wargo wrote a book called Time Loops, argues that there's a good chance that remote viewing is just precognition because they need that final target. You know, they don't want to work without it. And how much are they just conveying that target back to their prior self?
Yeah.
You know, and then they just know that information before they have access to it. Another thing related to that, which is kind of crazy, Joe McMoneagle in his book, The Human Time Machine, which I read a week after my second book came out. I would have loved to have put this in there. Toward the end, like page 127 or something, he, was talking about remote viewing the future. That's what the whole book's about.
Yep.
And says by the mid 21st century, so this century, we will come to understand that UFOs are, for lack of a better word, time machines.
Yes.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Joe McMoneagle just said that he remote viewed the future and UFOs are time machines. I was like, well, that's cool.
Yeah. And that was a very bold proclamation when it came out.
Probably
I remember.
right.
Still is.
You know, he's probably right. I don't think it's going to be that long before we know that.
I don't think it will be either. You know, especially with some of a lot of the talk in Congress, things like that, trying to find the roots of programs, trying to track down the money line and what special access projects it went to. I think we will have an answer on things in pretty short order as far as the timeline of
seems like it
when this problem and quandary really started for us.
Yeah, I mean, John Ramirez is saying 2027, and Lou Elizondo said something like that. That's right around the corner.
I had Steve Bassett on all of a month or so ago. He said by the end of summer we would have a big disclosure moment. That would be incredible. Yeah. So I'm watching the fashions to see when people stop wearing white, and it's the official end of summer. That's when I'll start looking.
It's gonna happen. Don't get your hopes up. A lot of people have been saying stuff.
I'm not holding my breath, believe me.
Yeah.
But it would be exciting, and it is an exciting time.
It already is exciting.
Exactly.
I mean, this is potentially one of the coolest times to be alive.
It is. You know? It is one of the coolest times to be alive. I love it. I love research like this. Thank you so much for coming on, taking the time to talk about this deep topic. I'd love to have you on a longer episode where we can really dig into things, because this is such a rabbit hole of a concept and such a theoretical side of things that really makes so much sense. It makes so much sense when you start looking at stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty logical. It's got the fewest assumptions, principle of parsimony, Occam's razor type things. So.
Exactly. Well, let everybody know, Dr. Masters, where they can go to get your books, where they can go to follow your work, where they can go to find out more.
Well, I mean, I got a website. It's kind of a hub for all of those things you just mentioned. It's just my name, michaelpmasters.com.
Okay.
I should probably know my own URL, huh?
You should. It helps the shameless self-promotion.
Yeah, it does. This is how often I shameless self-promote. I don't even know my own damn website. No, I think it's michaelpmasters.com, but if that doesn't work, just Google it.
Well, and, folks, if you can't find that, you can always find curiousrealm.com/store. That is where we carry all of the books and materials from all of our guests. We will make sure to add these into the store over the next week so that people have easy, quick access to it. Thank you so much for this amazing realm of research and fantastic, beautifully refreshing view on this topic, because I think we have far too labored the singular point of these phenomena, and to open the concept up, to open the research up, is going to be a huge step forward. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, it's already happened. I mean, Grush ain't using the word extraterrestrial.
Nope. Exactly. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Masters.
Yeah,
Well,
great talking to you.
Absolutely same. while you are online checking out all of the work from Dr. Michael P. Masters, everybody make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of the episodes. That's where you can find our guest books in the store. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, come and check out our YouTube channel, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. Stay tuned through commercial break. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 from Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
Bye.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our final bit of coverage here at MUFON Symposium 2023. We have had a great 3 days of conference. There were tons of presentations on not only experiences but research. There was an entire first day of field investigator trainings, state meetings, all kinds of stuff. How have you enjoyed your second MUFON Symposium, Amy? You were kind of a sideline watcher in a lot of the communities that I belong to, being my wife and being a show listener, things like that. But what has it been like for you to come in, specifically experience this community over the last couple of years?
The MUFON community and the people that are here at the festival are just a very sweet group, very kind, open, supportive. Even to the point where in instances when people aren't supportive, people rally together to be like, no.
Yeah.
You've got to be nice. You got to be helpful. And I was just talking to somebody, I was just talking to a couple of gentlemen. We were talking about how both I and they had encountered different people during the festival who were very nervous about sharing their information,
yeah.
and they were worried about how it would affect them, and how both I and they had reassured them no, this is a great place to do it. It's a great place to connect.
This is the exact place to do it.
You are supported, you are just taken care of. These are the people who will listen to you and honor what you have to say and not judge you. And so I was nice that, both I got a chance to tell somebody who needed to hear that, and then these other people that I was chatting with were like, yes, that is what this community is about. I do see that. I am part of that situation. Everybody seems to be, there's sort of two groups, people who have experienced and then the people who support them, and they're together here. And there are some people who are so deeply involved and interested that have never experienced and are even though I haven't had the blessing of being able to experience what this is, I want to be there. I believe them. I support them.
Yeah.
And then also the people who are experiencing, who either at the beginning of their journey when they're not sure how to react to it, or if they're later on in their journey and they're like, hey, you're not alone. I've had this. I can be there for you too. So it's been a really great thing. Everyone that I've met has been very sweet, very excited. They're also very excited about this. When I tell them about the podcast, oh, cool, great, that sounds fun. Oh, do you guys go to these a lot? Oh, yeah, we're in the community. We spend time, and they're just oh, this is so cool. So very, very happy, supportive crowd, and even the people who are a little reticent are still supportive, but they're just held back in their own way.
Yeah, a little standoffish in their shyness about either involvement or experience.
Yeah.
And that's understandable.
That's okay.
It can take some time to get comfortable with these topics, and with even having open table conversations with people at lunch and things like that. So to see people like we did at dinner the other night, the first night at the awards ceremony, that we were at a table of all first-time conference folk. Mm-hmm. A couple of people had just joined MUFON, things like that. So and one person wasn't even a member of MUFON. Yeah, they were here because they heard about it, and it was cool. Like, just so you know, you don't have to be a member of MUFON to come to the symposium, folks.
You don't.
It is open to the public. You
Yeah.
are able to come. You do have to be a member to be a field investigator and go to that training and that kind of stuff. There are a couple things that are MUFON exclusive. But aside from that, like, anybody can come to the conference. It is open to the public.
Absolutely.
So,
and, to speak of the MUFON exclusivity with reference to being a field investigator, that is just an example of the way in which they are on point with, being... getting as much info as they can, as making sure that the info that they're getting is like legit and follows investigative rules and whatnot. Like, it's not that they're like, we can do this and you can't. They're like, okay, you can do it, but you need to go through the training so that you know how to do it in the most efficient way possible, in the way that makes sure that you honor receiving all of the information, receiving all of the evidence, and logging it and putting it away. Because at the end of the day, a lot of what this community is about is collecting data and putting it together and seeing how things match up. Oh, it looks like this area at this time, there were a lot of sightings. Oh, this happened. Even to the point where the person that I spoke to earlier, who was like nervous about sharing their story, I said, if nothing else, it might just tell you, they might be able to tell you that other people had similar experiences at the same time in the same location. And then you are relieved from this burden of the idea that that you've made this up, that this is
it's a singular experience.
In our records here, sir, it turns out that the date and time and location that you're mentioning, there's a lot of stuff that happened. You don't know, but because MUFON collects everything and keeps it organized, they're able to help put those things together and put people at ease by saying factual evidence proves that stuff like that happened around that time.
That is absolutely correct. And that's what is utmost important, is the process of evidentiary gathering and how you call and sort that information. No different than if there was a murder and the police started getting phone calls from 89 copycats saying that they were the murderer.
Sure.
There is a process by which you collect and cull that data to find fact from fiction and sort clue from non-clue, and that is a lot of the evidentiary process that they follow. There's a reason why it does not stay in the hands of one field investigator. Why after a certain point it gets split off to either an experience or resource team or a more experienced field investigator to double check the work, or to the work of the STAR team, which we were just talking about with Mindy, that's being rebooted as far as collecting physical data, collecting soil samples, radiography, things like that, radio signals in the area. That is to help preserve the evidentiary chain and to make sure that the person who gathers that data isn't the same person that does the interview. Because at that point you could have the person who's doing the interview utterly look at the other evidence wrong. Look at it in a sense of not being objective because they've been so entrenched in the investigation for so long. So bringing in outside parties to come in and take over that side of it, hugely important, massively important. And to know that all of this is done via volunteer. There is nobody on staff as far as payment, salary, anything like that with MUFON. Everybody is volunteer, and that is a beautiful, beautiful thing when you're talking about accountability of data. When you're talking about how the data is culled to make sure it isn't culled in the interest of somebody who's a major investor.
Yeah.
To make sure that it isn't culled in the interest of the guy who's getting a bonus next year. That kind of stuff. That is hugely, hugely important to keeping it dispassionate and keeping it objective. So kudos to them for that and for maintaining that since 1969. They have been in operation since then in the way that they are. And that's amazing. And they've changed some investigative techniques, added new stuff, all that, but they have maintained the same intake, everything else since then. So they really have a massive, massive field of data to pull from. It's fantastic, and I'm just glad to be able to be here, be able to sponsor an event like this, to know that this is how I can contribute, that I can help get the word out about MUFON, their mission, what they do, the research they do, the researchers that are here presenting. That's my mission. That's my contribution, aside from being a monetary sponsor, aside from being a lifetime benefactor and member of MUFON. If you were able to do that, folks, believe it or not, it is more important than you could ever believe. I say it on the show all the time. I could probably put my money behind a local political candidate. I believe in this more. I believe in this more than that broken and defunct system. So this is where my money goes, to the furtherance of mankind as a whole. That's where I stand on it. I want to thank you for supporting me in this show.
Oh, yeah.
Always, sweetheart.
Absolutely.
It has been a mission of passion.
Definitely.
So.
And this is a passion for them as well. Like,
yeah.
Speaking of their like excitement and it's just a very good group. They're on point, scientific, very official. They're like working very hard to make it like legit and whatnot. Now, but the other thing that I wanted to mention, the other part of the festival that we don't think about, we don't really talk about, but everyone wants to know, when you come to the MUFON Symposium, is it fun? Do you get to make friends with people? Do I get to talk to the speakers? Yeah, you do. There was so much social action afterwards. Everyone was hanging out in the lobby of the hotels. There's two hotels next to each other, and everybody was like at one or the other. People were meeting different people. They were meeting speakers, and they're
presenters
not like
just down there having a drink with attendees.
Yeah,
it's
and
not
they're,
like they were
sitting at
compartmentalized off.
Absolutely. Everyone was sitting to dinner together. I mean, last night, Chris and I went to dinner, and then we went into the lobby. We met up with some of our friends that were there, and I thought that they were there with their other friends, and the table was like half people that had never met each other and half people that were like friends for many years. And I just loved the way everyone was mixing together, and like they were like as people were leaving, they'd be like, "Nice to meet you," and I was like, "You don't know that person forever?" Like they were just everyone was so friendly.
Common
and like,
base.
You know, everyone, it was like they were hanging out with their big group of friends, and then it turned out that it was like half the people were strangers to each other, and I was like, what? This is amazing.
Yeah.
And like the fact that we get to like go talk to the speakers, like really get to talk to them, and not in a like, and don't get me wrong, going up and talking to them at their table and getting the book signed, do that. Buy their book, get it signed, talk to them right after their talk, tell them how good they were, always good. But later, everyone's hanging out, everyone's a little more relaxed. You know, you see the speaker, he's finished dinner, he's sitting, he's having a drink, chatting with his friend. You can have a real conversation, and you can really connect with people. And because we were there last year and again this year, it's like we got to see people that we recognize. Like I saw a couple today that we met last year, and they were like, "Hey," I was like, "Oh my God, you're here again!" Like so fun.
Yeah.
Like just the aspect of it is, and don't get me wrong. Clearly, Chris and I are gregarious. We have no problem walking up to strangers. Like I get that not everyone's like that, but just find a pal like us. In fact, there was a girl who was like, "Hey, you seem very friendly. How do I make friends?" And I was like, "Let me tell you how to do it." You know, so. We're all both want here to find out cool information, to know that the organization that we're supporting is like legit and serious and cares, but also we want to make friends and we want to like socialize, and all of those things were met for me this weekend.
Good.
Such fun stuff. Even though I went to bed early sometimes, I stayed out sometimes, you know, party. They're just so fun. We had a good time.
Yeah, but that's what it's about. It's about connecting with people, connecting with the stories, connecting with the research. And MUFON does a great job with that. I want to thank you for coming with me again this year, sweetheart. I want to thank all of you for coming with me on the journey for the last many years, from our original incarnation to now, to these hard topics and conversations that we have, everything from human trafficking to, you know, female mutilation to cattle mutilation to UFOs, UAPs, ancient civilizations. Your open hearts, your open minds are what change the world, folks. So take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Thank you so much for tuning in to our coverage of MUFON Symposium 2023 right here in Covington, Kentucky. Stay tuned, everybody. We will have much, much more live coverage coming soon from Texas Dogman Festival next weekend. So it's going to be a great one. Stay tuned for that. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And remember, stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault on our website, curiousrealm.com. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast services, as well as YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV through the APR TV app, available on all app markets. Curious Realm is a proud member of the HC Universal Network family of podcasts. For more great content or to become a sponsor of Curious Realm or other podcasts, visit hcuniversalnetwork.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.